DirecTV.com.
This is Cougar Football Saturday on the Washington State Sports Network from Learfield.
Looking, has Meredith wide open at the 15, to the 10. Oh, touch goes into the end zone. Gets loose, up on his feet still. Stumbling to the 5, he's into the end zone. Here we go.
Welcome to the 2024 Holiday Bowl. Coming up, we'll get Alex Brink's keys to the game. Check in with Jessamyn McIntyre on the sideline. Now, live from Snapdragon Stadium in San Diego, here's the voice of the Cougs, Chris King.
Cougar football is back. It is the Holiday Bowl. Welcome into Snapdragon Stadium in San Diego. The Washington State Cougars wrapping up what has been an action-packed fun trip down here in San Diego, including a naval trip tour, a trip to SeaWorld, and now it is game time as the Cougs take on the Syracuse Orange. They are ranked 21 in the latest CFP poll. The Orange, a formidable foe, but the Cougs here, Alex, obviously, change is kind of one of the big themes since we were all last together for a Cougar game, that matchup against Wyoming. A number of things have happened, but one thing we know for sure, there are a ton of guys in a Cougar uniform tonight, chomping at the bit, ready to go. 17 seniors looking to wrap up their WSU careers with a victory and trying to take that Holiday Bowl trophy back to the Palouse.
Yeah, no doubt, Chris. This is a fantastic venue. The Holiday Bowl does such a great job. It's such a great week for these young men and the coaches that are here. And, if there's one thing that's true is change is constant. There's no doubt about it. But Washington State through and through will always show up. And these young men out here on this field, I believe, are going to put their best foot forward. And I'm so excited to see guys like Zevi Eckhouse get out and get their opportunity. Excited to see a guy like Kyle Thornton, who's bled crimson and gray, get a chance to finish his career off on a high note. Guys like Nick Edwards, wide receiver coach, who's going to call plays, has had an opportunity in the past to call plays at FCS Cal Poly, gets a chance on a big stage here. There's a lot of great storylines happening, and I think for Washington State, it's a really unique opportunity to step into the limelight and do something positive in a time that's been obviously challenging in the last few weeks.
You look at the records, the Cougs 8-4 on the year, but they're trying to end the season on a victory after a year that has featured so many highs. A little bit of a tougher spell to end the season, and now a chance here in the bowl game to wrap up with a victory. Syracuse 9-3 on the year. They went 5-3 in the ACC, and their last time out, a very impressive victory over Miami. That was back on November 30th. Put up plenty of points to get that victory, 42-38. Well, let's dive right into it. It's time now for Alex Brink's keys to the game, brought to you by Coors Light. Alex, a unique set of circumstances here tonight. What would you say your keys for this one are?
Yeah, it's interesting, right? I mean, there's so many things that are different new faces. But I think there's one thing to me that stands out. That's number 2, Kyle Williams. That young man needs to touch the football a lot of times tonight. We've talked about it through the course of this season. When he touches the football, good things happen. Well, there's a really good thing that's happening tonight for him, and that's his wide receiver coach. His coach is calling plays, right? So I got to imagine Kyle Williams is going to get in the mix. And you heard his comments this week, right? There's a chip on the shoulder of Kyle Williams about who he is, what the crimson and gray means to him, and what it means to him to get out and come and play, right? He could go to the NFL. He could be done, right, and preparing for the NFL draft. Instead, he's out here competing with his teammates and his brothers. I think Kyle Williams is a big piece of the puzzle if Washington State is going to be successful, partially because Zevi Eckhouse, as a first-time starter this season, is going to need a safety blanket, and I think that's Williams. So let's see if Williams can get somewhere in the range of 8 to 12 touches this game, get targeted a lot. I think that'll make a big difference on defense for Washington State. This is all about making the quarterback for Syracuse, Kyle McCord, uncomfortable, right? If Kyle McCord gets a drop back and pass with little pressure, he's going to dice you up. He's a very gifted player, transfer from Ohio State, an 11-game winner there, gets booted out of Columbus, if you can imagine that, and ends up here with Fran Brown in Syracuse. And I think you got to bring pressure. You can't sit back and play coverage. You can't do it. So I'd like to see some blitz packages. I'd like to see some things to make McCord get off his spot.
Well, that is something we will talk about coming up with the acting head coach of the Cougs, Pete Caligas. We'll have that interview as we remind you that is Alex Brink's Keys to the Game, brought to you by Coors Light. Coors Light, mountain cold refreshment. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. Well, still to come as we get you ready for kickoff here tonight at Snapdragon Stadium in San Diego. It's the Holiday Bowl. The Cougs taking on Syracuse. Well, when we come back. We'll head down to the field for the first time and hear from Jessamyn McIntyre. We'll also get those pregame thoughts from the acting head coach of the Cougs, Pete Caligas. And, of course, we will have kickoff here from San Diego. The Cougs and Syracuse getting ready to clash. It is the Holiday Bowl. More after this. You're listening to Cougar Football from Learfield.
Okay, you say, I want some breakfast. Your so-called boyfriend says, we got eggs in the fridge. Obviously, when you say breakfast, you mean McDonald's. Definitely a side-eye situation.
And now it's a BOGO situation with buy one, get one for $1 on sausage McMuffin, burritos, hash browns, and more. Price and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal. Valid for item of equal or lesser value.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Not sure how much you know about Progressive Insurance. You may know us for insuring your home and auto. You may know a couple of our commercials. But what you may not know is that since 2013, Progressive has been honoring veterans with vehicle donations through the annual Keys to Progress Veteran Vehicle Giveaway Program, giving back to those who gave so much. Now, you probably didn't wake up today saying, I really wish I knew more about Progressive Insurance, but this seemed like the type of thing people wouldn't mind hearing about. Find out more about how we're dedicated to our customers and communities at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Hello, Cougar family. This is Jedediah Collins.
This is Joshua Anderson.
This is Dan Buchanan.
You're listening to Cougar Football.
Go Cougs.
Go Cougs.
Ho, welcome to the Make It Jingle with Chris Kringle podcast. Today we're talking to Jan from Toyota, all about Toyotathon.
Hi.
So, Jan, got any red Tacomas?
Yeah, we have a great selection of vehicles, including Tacomas.
After my big job, I'm taking the missus down to Florida to go surfing.
Did you say Florida? Can the elves and I go too?
Dealer inventory may vary. Offers are subject to change throughout Toyotathon, which ends on January 6th. See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Toyota, let's go places.
Which schools will take home the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup as the top college athletic programs for the 2024-25 college athletic season? You can follow the standings of your favorite team or alma mater at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2025 to the winning institutions in all college sports divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
Time for a look at the Pullman Regional Hospital Injury Report. As the official hospital of Washington State University Athletics, Pullman Regional Hospital takes care of Cougs.
Back at Snapdragon Stadium in San Diego, getting you ready for the Holiday Bowl. Washington State clashing with Syracuse, and for the first time tonight, let's head down to the sideline. Jessamyn McIntyre standing by. Jess, take it away. What do you have for us as we get ready for the start of this bowl matchup for the Cougs?
Well, I can say that I am reporting from a much improved field surface than we saw when we played San Diego State just a month or so ago, month and a half ago. We do remember there was a monster truck rally the night before that game, and it was like running in a sandpit. Well, they have replaced all of the turf here. It is still natural grass, but it is in much better shape, so hopefully that doesn't become a problem. I know the equipment staff for that last game had brought an entire set of replaceable cleats that could have helped them out if they needed it. Now, it wasn't necessary, or no players really took them up on that offer, but that's how prepared they were for how bad this field surface was. So hopefully no sandpit running today. Now, when it comes to this game, obviously, we're going to be looking at something different, namely Zebiak House starting at quarterback, and that will change the way that this offense is run. As we know, Ben Arbuckle is now in Oklahoma, and so that means Nick Edwards will be calling this game. And so offensive plays putting in, we were able to talk to him before the game, and we're not going to see as much downfield that we did with Mateer, less design quarterback run plays as well, because he's not as much of a runner as John Mateer was. So we're looking at something different. However, Nick Edwards did say we're still going to be us. Leo Pulalasi will be starting in the running back position. Obviously, we know Wayshawn Parker is in the transfer portal. He's gone. So Leo Pulalasi and Javency Schlembaker will get the majority of those snaps at running back. We'll also see a lot more checkdowns. Nick Edwards is going to be patient in getting the play calls in, because, guys, these coaching staff is taxed with a lot of different and ramped up responsibilities during this game. Nick also told us that they're going to sustain drives, and that is really the focus on this. They want to keep the defense, who is much more depleted than the offense when it comes to players who are not with them today. So sustain drives, long drives, keeping the defense off the field as much as possible. And as we were also told, we're going to have to score a lot of points today because Syracuse is an extremely efficient offense as we've seen them throughout the year. So this is going to be an interesting one. Also on the offensive side, unfortunately, Cooper Mathers, who missed the final game of the regular season, he is unable to go today. However, Devin Kalani, huge part of the leadership of this team, and obviously at center, he is back and ready to go. So we know that he missed the last 2 games of the regular season. Absolutely wonderful to see him back with this team. So I think, there's a couple of guys that I talked to. I asked Jahad Woods, who is linebackers coach today. I asked him if these guys were playing with nothing to lose, and he said absolutely not. We're playing with everything to gain. And so these guys have been focused for the last 4 weeks preparing for this game. It is a brotherhood, and you got to look at the seniors. Kyle Williams coming out here. I know that he's got a shot at the next level, and that's not taking away from any of the other seniors, but coming out here and not opting out of this bowl game, one last game with their brothers, especially for the seniors, and we'll just see how this plays out. We're going to take it one play at a time altogether.
Well, thank you, Jess. And it is a bummer about Cooper Mathers. 17 seniors on the team, and Cooper Mathers this year setting the record for most tight ends by a touchdown in a season in program history with 6. So Cooper Mathers, who's had a great journey, started as a walk-on, then started out as a linebacker, making the move to tight end. Unfortunate that he will not be able to play tonight, but something that Jess touched on there, getting Devin Kalani back. So this offensive line, you're without Falili Fa'amoe, but this is the same starting offensive line you had to start the year. This is the offensive line that won you the Apple Cup. This is the offensive line that you had out there when you beat Texas Tech.
Yeah, I don't think you lose as much on the offensive line as maybe you would have thought initially. I think it took Lely a fair amount of time to kind of get back into it coming off injury. I don't think he ever quite reached the level of play he was at the previous 2 seasons. And I would argue that the offensive line had some of their best outings with Christian Hilborn at right tackle, Ratia Levea at left guard. So getting Kalani back was the big piece of it, right? Because he's obviously kind of the quarterback of that offensive line. But again, I think part of this process is understanding that with a guy like Cooper Mathers out, we do get to see a young player like Trey Lechner, who was highly recruited, highly sought after player. Saw him do some good things during the season. He could step up and earn an opportunity. You're going to see some guys at the receiver position without Chris Hudson in. Maybe we get Tony Freeman back in the mix, who had a big game or a couple big catches earlier in the year. Think about against Washington, had some touches against Texas Tech, and then as you keep going, Josh Meredith has a chance to maybe step up. After he obviously had a big Apple Cup, and then we hadn't seen as much of him throughout the year. So again, there's bullets in the chamber. I told that to Billy and to Derek for Washington State's offense, and I think when I think about Nick Edwards, I'm excited to see what direction he goes with how he calls these plays and gets Zevi Eckhouse into good situations.
The man we're going to talk to next, if things go as planned and as hoped for the Cougs, he'll be doused with eggnog by hot dog eating champion Joey Chestnut when this is all said and done. That is what will happen to the winning coach. We will sit down and talk with the acting head coach of the Cougs, Pete Caligas. That will be right after this. We're getting you ready for the Holiday Bowl here in San Diego. Washington State facing Syracuse. More after this timeout. This is Cougar football from Learfield.
Whenever I see somebody purchasing something with their WSU card, I always like to give them a Go Cougs. It brings me back to when I was in Pullman.
From the rolling hills of the Palouse to keys jingling before every kickoff, there's something special about being a Cougar. That's why BECU created the WSU credit and debit cards. It's just one more way to show pride for a place we all call home. Grab your WSU card today. BECU, power in people. Membership required. Restrictions apply. Call 800-233-2328 for details about credit costs and terms. Federally insured by NCUA. Member compensated for participation.
A true teammate takes on every day with a winner's attitude, gets up when they fall down, and leaves it all on the field. There's a group of teammates who do all these things every single day. But they're more than your typical athlete. They're kids dealing with unthinkable medical circumstances. Team Impact matches children facing serious illness or disability with college sports teams, creating a long-term, life-changing experience for everyone involved. Help us get all kids in the game. Visit teamimpact.org. Team Impact. All in, all together.
Hey, this is DeVar Darling.
Throws a fade right side for the receiver. Touchdown, Darling, Washington State.
You're listening to Cougar football.
Hampton and Pullman is just a short drive from the WSU campus. They've got you covered for all your lodging and dining needs with the addition of their on-site bar and restaurant, Crimson Bar and Bites. You will feel right at home with their spacious rooms, famous Hampton waffles, cozy outdoor patios, Cougar gift shop, and the friendliest staff in town. Visit HamptonByHilton.com to reserve a room for your next trip to the Palouse. Coug owned and Coug managed. It matters where you stay. Hampton and Pullman. Hilton for the stay.
Your morning shave with Barbasol is a time for self-reflection. Look in that mirror and ask yourself, can I make a real difference in this world? Of course you can. Just not today. There's football on. Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
If you can plan barbecues and weddings, you can plan to protect yourself from a natural disaster. Sign up for local alerts, prepare an emergency kit, and make a family communications plan. Get started at ready.gov/plan.
Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Kickoff is just moments away. Time now to get the pregame thoughts of the head coach. Presented by Northern Quest Resort and Casino. Earn bragging rights at Northern Quest in Spokane, Washington. With more slot machines, table games, restaurants, lounges, and luxury hotel rooms than anyone else in the region. Northern Quest. Yes, the best. More at northernquest.com. Now with Coach, here's Chris King.
Well, here we are on the cusp of kickoff. Been a number of changes for the program since the last time the team was in action back on November 30th. How has it been just navigating everything and here with this opportunity to play here in the Holiday Bowl tonight?
Yeah, just a couple of changes. I like how you said that. Yeah, there's been some changes, and then everything that we've had to navigate. You know, you look at these young men and how resilient they are and their character. They've come together. They pull together even tighter, and I'm really excited to watch them play tonight.
One of those guys that Coug fans have got a little taste of, but we'll see more in this game, is Zevi Eckhouse. What can you tell us about what WSU fans should expect to see from Zevi? We saw him in that Portland State game. Has played a lot in his career, but a great opportunity for him tonight.
You know, what you're going to see from Zevi, I think you're going to see an offense that's going to rally around him. Receivers that are going to catch the ball, get some yak, and the O-lines can protect. But because Zevi's such a leader and so selfless, and he established himself as a leader back in January.
This is a talented Syracuse team the Cougs are going up against in this game, ranked in the top 25 in the nation. What has stood out most about the Orange when prepping for this game?
You know, looking at both sides of the ball defensively, and they're too high, and they're 4 down, 3 down front. What they do is their mixture, what they do with their coverages, how they attack the passer. They do a really good job. They don't make mistakes. They play relentless on defense. Offensively, they get the ball out quick. I mean, everyone knows they're averaging 397 a game in the air off the RPOs and their threats. The receivers are big and long and take the ball out of the air. They do a really good job.
That quarterback for them, Kyle McCord, you look at the national rankings, he's all over the place. He's 5th in single-season passing yards in ACC history. You touched on him a little bit, but what kind of challenge is that going to be going up against McCord, who finished 10th in the Heisman voting this year?
You know, to challenge him, we're going to have to disrupt the passer in any way we can. You know, and how are you going to do that in the RPO game? You got to have the ability to let some guys go on the edge and maybe get some PBUs. And you know, as you watch all season long, it's the guys, it's people that batted balls down, you know, that he held on to just a little bit too long. And so we're going to find a way to affect the passer.
Anything we haven't touched on that you feel like, hey, this has got to be a very important factor for the Cougs to have success in this matchup?
Yeah, you know I have. You know, that's deep down in my heart. You know, you want the best for these young men in this last opportunity to come together. And then, like I said, everything that the last 8 days, what they've been through. And, yes, you want to end this with success for this group of men.
And then a bowl experience is beyond just a game. I'm talking before with Quinn Roff. You're in, you're out if you play a game like he's done here in San Diego in his hometown. How has it been, everything that comes with bonding as a team off the field and then having the game here today?
Well, I think it was really important to get down here. I really do. Just the fact that so they could see the Redcoats the Holiday Bowl committee, the game that they put on, one of the top bowl games you could be in, and to understand the achievements that they achieved throughout this year and the reward. And I know as soon as we came down here, I just wanted to sense that, everything that they achieved, because there's just been that cloud over them for the past week, as we all know.
Anything else you want WSU fans to know about all the hard work? Because this is the end of the journey of the season, and talk about some amazing highs and just all that has happened. From that first game against Portland State, all the work going into that. Just to hear this opportunity, this last hurrah for the team.
Just for the Coug fans, I just want to say thank you. I want to say thank you for all the support, all the messages that I've received, and then all the messages that I've gotten and the team has gotten from former players, alumni, Jack Thompson coming in, and guys speaking to the team. I just want to say thank you for rallying with us.
Coach, appreciate the time. Thanks so much, and best of luck here tonight.
Thank you very much.
A smooth, close Barbasol shave in the morning lifts your confidence. That rich, creamy lather will catapult you to greatness. Nothing can stop you today. Well, except that traffic jam. Barbasol, it's a can of can-do.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking, the list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward, don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Hampton and Pullman is just a short drive from the WSU campus. They've got you covered for all your lodging and dining needs with the addition of their on-site bar and restaurant, Crimson Bar and Bites. You will feel right at home with their spacious rooms, famous Hampton waffles, cozy outdoor patios, Cougar gift shop, and the friendliest staff in town. Visit HamptonByHilton.com to reserve a room for your next trip to the Palouse. Coug owned and Coug managed. It matters where you stay. Hampton and Pullman. Hilton for the stay.
Hey, this is Brandon Gibson,
Jared Carstetter,
Gino Simone,
Jeff Toole. You're listening to Washington State Football. Go Cougs. Go Cougs.
With the WSU debit card from Gisa, it's hard to tell who's supporting who. When Coug fans use their WSU card, they show off their Coug pride, and donations are made back to Cougar Athletics. But the card supports the Coug fan with big savings by helping them grow their money with Smart Plus checking. So, does the card support the Coug fan, or does the Coug fan support the card? It doesn't matter. All that matters is that the WSU card supports Cougar Athletics and your wallet at the same time. Get your WSU card at Gisa.com. Checking account transaction requirements, terms and conditions apply. Insured by NCUA.
The passion, the tradition, the rivalries. Sirius XM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got you covered. On Sirius XM College Sports Radio, there's complete coverage of every major conference, including live games, plus 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along on the Sirius XM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now you can get 3 months of Sirius XM free. Subscribe now. See offer details at SiriusXM.com/College Sports Radio 24.
On a nice night here in San Diego, and most of the evenings come that way here in San Diego, we are getting you ready for the Holiday Bowl back at Snapdragon Stadium. Washington State going to square off against Syracuse. This matchup against a team that was one of the top in the ACC this year. The Cougs looking for a victory here in the Holiday Bowl, a spot that they have been at before. This is their 5th appearance in the Holiday Bowl, the most among the program's 19 bowl appearances. Cougs lost their first time in the Holiday Bowl to BYU in 1981, that tight game 38-36. A great win, beating 5th-ranked Texas 28-20 in 2003, then fell to Minnesota in 2016, and then Michigan State a loss in 2017. Cougs 8-10 all-time in bowl games. One thing we know, it's not just the game itself, there's everything that comes with it. And Jess, we just saw a little bit of that falling out of the sky here at Snapdragon Stadium.
Yeah, we certainly did. The leapfrogs, which are military paratroopers, essentially, who now do these stunts over games and everything. They're mostly retired, not active duty members, but they jump out of planes above the stadium, and 4 of them just masterfully parachuted onto the center of the field. We've seen game balls delivered this way before, but in the in the, let's just say, spirit of the rivalry that we're going to watch today, a one-time rivalry since 1952. We saw a Cougar jersey fly in, we saw a Syracuse jersey fly in, and a couple others. We had a sparkler off of one of these these troopers too. It's just really cool. I'm a sucker for the pageantry of these games, guys, and I'm sure we'll probably get a flyover after the anthem too.
Well, and here we are, Jess. You're down on the field. We got the American flag about to be unfolded. That is the size of the entire field. So this is a production. There are, what, is that 100 people, Alex? We're looking from the booth here.
Right.
100 people? What would you say? Is that
gotta be
100 people about ready to have the flag out to cover up the whole field. This is the second all-time meeting between WSU and Syracuse. Syracuse winning the first one, which was played actually the home of the Buffalo Bills. The Carrier Dome was being built at that point when the two teams played before. And the Cougs do have some San Diego guys. We heard on the pregame show from Quinn Roth talking about getting to wrap up his college career in his hometown. Beyond that, there's Dean Janikowski wrapping up his college career, Jack Janikowski, Josh Meredith, and then Jahad Woods, who is just mentioned serving as the linebackers coach for this game. Also guys from San Diego and a ton of Cougs in California, specifically Southern California. And Alex, unfortunately, you had some travel woes yesterday. You weren't able to join us for the Bowl preview show, but Jess and I discussed this, just what it was like the last time that we were here earlier this season. Second time this year the Cougs have played at Snapdragon Stadium, and I just think back of that scene, the Cougs pulling out a tie victory over San Diego State, and how loud the Coug fans were singing the fight song here in this building after the win.
Well, just looking around, you know the Washington State faithful traveled well to Southern California to come down, and it's a great bowl, and San Diego is a great place to host it. So, from my experience, in 03, I remember it well.
Well, we will step aside here. We are getting ready for kickoff in San Diego. The Holiday Bowl right around the corner. Washington State taking on Syracuse. You are listening to Cougar Football from Learfield.
Which schools will take home the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup as the top college athletic programs for the 2024-25 college athletics season? You can follow the standings of your favorite team or alma mater at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2025 to the winning institutions in all college sports divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End the friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
This Washington State University sports broadcast is brought to you in part by Pullman Regional Hospital, the official hospital of Washington State Athletics. The combined expertise of our university and our award-winning hospital are being deployed to provide greater access to resources, education, employment opportunities, and innovations to improve health care and health outcomes for all of us. Learn more at pullmanregional.org. Pullman Regional Hospital and Washington State, partners in excellence.
Santa, is that you?
Oh, in the flesh.
Is that a new sled? It's kind of tiny.
Yeah, it is. I'm delivering Northern Quest gift cards this year. Good for dining, shopping, spa treatments, fine cigars, you name it. They pack so much fun into such a small package, I downsized to this. It gets way better mileage. Besides, hey, it's not the size of the sled that counts, am I right, huh?
Get your holiday gift cards today at northernquest.com.
This is Cougar Football on the Washington State Sports Network from Learfield. Today's broadcast is brought to you in part by Coors Light. Choose chill. Proud partner of Cougar Athletics. Celebrate responsibly. By U.S. Bank. U.S. Bank is a proud supporter of Cougar Athletics. Together, there's nothing as powerful as the power of us. U.S. Bank. Equal housing lender. Member FDIC. Barbasol, America's #1 shaving cream. Close shave, America. Close Shave Barbasol, SeatGeek, official ticket marketplace of Washington State Athletics, and by Northern Quest Resort and Casino. Earn bragging rights at Northern Quest with more slot machines, table games, restaurants, lounges, and luxury hotel rooms than anyone else in the region. Northern Quest. Yes, the best. More at northernquest.com. It's game time on the Washington State Sports Network from Learfield. Now, live from Snapdragon Stadium in San Diego, alongside three-time All-Pac quarterback Alex Brink and veteran sideline reporter Jessamyn McIntyre, here's the voice of the Cougs, Chris King.
One last time in 2024 for the Cougar football team. An opportunity to wrap up the season with a victory and to bring back to the Palouse that Holiday Bowl championship trophy. Washington State taking on the 21st ranked Syracuse squad out of the ACC, making their way down here to San Diego. One thing it's just about guaranteed, you come here to San Diego, weather's going to be pretty good. Right now, mostly overcast, 60 degrees, winds at 3 miles per hour. Syracuse runs out of the tunnel, makes their way out onto the field. Not the most intimidating mascot for Syracuse. Butch would definitely win the battle, but Syracuse making their way out onto the field wearing their orange pants, their white tops, orange helmets with the blue S on the front. Well, right now we are at the top of the hour. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Cougar football from Learfield. Coin toss coming up right around the corner, which means we will take our final timeout. When we return, not only time for the coin toss, it will be kickoff here in San Diego. The Holiday Bowl, Washington State squaring off with Syracuse. This is Cougar football from Learfield.
This Washington State University sports broadcast is brought to you in part by Pullman Regional Hospital, the official hospital of Washington State Athletics. The combined expertise of our university and our award-winning hospital are being deployed to provide greater access to resources, education, employment opportunities, and innovations to improve health care and health outcomes for all of us. Learn more at pullmanregional.org. Pullman Regional Hospital and Washington State, partners in excellence.
Bro, you go hard for the WSU Cougs.
What do you mean?
You're literally wearing a Coug jersey that you bought from the Coug store with your Coug debit card. And you don't stop talking about how every time you use your card, GISA donates to the Cougar Athletic Fund.
I guess I do go pretty hard for my Cougs.
If you go hard for your Cougs, get your WSU card today at GISA.com. Go Cougs!
Washington State football is brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Feeling great starts with a great shave, and a great shave starts with Barbasol's thick and rich moisturizing lather. Start your day off right with Barbasol.
Want to earn some extra money this winter? Spokane International Airport is hiring multiple seasonal snow removal equipment operators. These are on-call positions for the upcoming winter season from November 2024 to March 2025. You can earn up to $36 an hour. Some positions require a CDL, and previous experience in operating snow removal equipment is highly preferred. Join our team today. Learn more and apply by visiting SpokaneAirports.net.
This Cougar football tailgating moment is sponsored by Brown Family Vineyards. Brown Family honors the legacy of founder Andrew Brown's late grandfather, William Bittner Brown. Every decision made, from farm to glass, reflects their commitment to premium Northwest wine and spirits. Whether you're visiting one of Brown's tasting rooms or opening a bottle in your own home, Andrew and his wife Courtney welcome you to their extended family, where good friends, good food and wine, and good times are always on the agenda. Stop by one of our tasting rooms in Spokane, Walla Walla, Seattle, Bellevue, Tacoma, or Portland, and get 20% off a glass this season when you mention WSU.
It is the Holiday Bowl. Coin toss taking place at midfield. Jess, what do you have for us?
Well, Syracuse got to call the coin toss, just considering that they are officially the visiting team here. They called tails. It came up heads, and the Cougs elected to defer. So we will see them start out with the defense on the field.
Thank you, Jess. Great to be here at Snapdragon Stadium. Jessamyn McIntyre down on the field. David Kahn filling in for Luke Hallett back in the U.S. Bank Network studios. Jerry Kylo, our engineer, and next to Alex Brink, Chris King along with you. We appreciate you making Cougar football a part of your evening. And obviously, we touched on this before, but plenty of change for the program since we had our last broadcast, since the team was last in action. But I'll tell you what, Alex, you see this team out on the field. They're bouncing with enthusiasm. These guys are thrilled for the opportunity. And Zeviakos right now warming up. The word opportunity comes to mind. This is a big chance for Zeviakos, who's been behind Jean Matier, to shine here tonight.
No doubt about it. The whole program really, look, this is a top 25 Syracuse football team. Just knocked Miami out of the playoff race. You know, they have high expectations, and you're playing on a nationally televised game, you know, for Washington State. With all that is going on, what an opportunity to get a chance to go out and show what Cougar football is all about, what these young men, the work these young men have put in. And, you know, I'm thinking about the defense starting it off, seeing how they can set the tone against a really good Syracuse offense. Playmakers all over the field. This Washington State defense is going to have to be at their best today, find a way to make plays, get back in that turnover forcing mentality that they've had. 3 turnovers forced last time out against Wyoming. That same type of flying around, really bringing the physicality is going to be vital.
Cougs in their crimson pants, crimson tops, numbers in white. They've got the gray helmets with the crimson Cougar head logo on it. Syracuse orange pants, white tops, numbers in orange with the blue outline, orange helmets, and the blue S logo. We are ready for football. Dean Janikowski back in his home area here in San Diego. What a career he has had as a Coug, both on and off the field. His great work off the field that has been recognized. Wrapping up his WSU career, Yasin Willis awaiting the kick for Syracuse. Lights are on, pretty much in full effect here. 60 degrees our temperature in San Diego. Here's the kickoff. Willis will bring it out right at the goal line. Willis to the 15, to the 20, has a little bit of room out past the 25, and he will be tackled from behind for Washington State. Making the stop is Jalen Edmond, and will go down as a 26-yard return, and Syracuse will see their offense out on the field at the 26-yard line. Kyle McCord, Alex, this is one heck of a quarterback. The Cougs are going to have their hands full tonight.
He was really gifted coming out of high school. That's why he ended up at Ohio State to begin with, and took the Buckeyes nearly into the college football playoff last year. Despite that loss to Michigan, got run out of Columbus by Ryan Day, which was baffling in my mind. And boy, did he land in a good spot in Syracuse. Fran Brown, the head coach, got a good one.
Here's the first snap. It's a flip to the back into the hands of Trevor Pena. Playmaker for him. Gets to the perimeter. Finally shoved out of bounds for Washington State, but not before. Syracuse gets the first down out to the 43-yard line. So a healthy gain. They'll move the sticks on first down.
Part of the success for Syracuse, the offensive coordinator Jeff Nixon is a really good play caller. He kind of runs what they call a pro spread offense. So it's not really air raid, but it's got air raid concepts. Really good running game. Very multiple.
16 yards on the first down play. Currently waiting to take the direct snap if this formation stays is LaQuint Allen, their standout running back. Now it's Kyle McCord back awaiting the snap out of the shotgun. Puts Pena in motion from right to left. From their own 43, 1st and 10, play action, pressure in the face, gets rid of it quickly, but that pressure pays off. It is an incompletion, and for Washington State, we see Rayam Stevenson. He had sacks in back-to-back games against Texas Tech and UW. That was early in the year, been a little quiet since, but he was right up in the grill of McCord, forcing that incompletion.
Well, one thing we know about Washington State's defense, maybe a little undersized, but a lot of team speed, and I think Nixon on that play call, too slow developing, trying to fake a run, then throw a rail down the sideline to the running backs, and Rayam Stevenson just came off the edge, shot like a cannon, and put McCord on his back, forced him to throw it away.
Bryson Lamb, Andrew Edson playing in the interior. Here's the snap, 2nd and 10. McCord with time over the middle in some traffic, incompletion, looking to connect with Jackson Meeks, but it was Stephen Hall in coverage. Back-to-back incompletions, opening drive of the game, and here Syracuse still in their own territory, facing 3rd and 10.
And that's a matchup I was intrigued to see. Jackson Meeks is the big play threat for Syracuse, transfer from Georgia. He's a guy that's made a ton of plays, nearly 1,000 yards receiving, but Stephen Hall, number 1 for Washington State, the lockdown corner, going toe-to-toe with him right there and forcing the incompletion.
From their own 43, Syracuse, the only FBS program with 3 players averaging 70 or more receiving yards per game. Here's this snap, 4-man pressure. McCord with some time, throws to the flat, and it's dropped. It's dropped by LaQuinn Allen, the running back who's used a lot in the passing game for the Orange. Can't hang on to it. It's 4th down, and the punting unit will come out. Well, we know that WSU does not quite have the exact same roster that we've seen throughout most of the season, but how big of a victory is this, Alex, to force not a 3-and-out, but only giving up 1 first down?
Great start for Washington State's defense on 3rd down. They show pressure, then drop out of it, force McCord to check it down to LaQuinn Allen, number 2 in the nation in receptions by a running back, and he just flat drops the ball. Would have been tackled for a short gain anyway, but Cougs get off the field.
Tony Freeman back at the 10-yard line, awaiting the punt from Jack Stonehouse. Stonehouse on pace to set the Syracuse season record for punt average. The play clock at 0.
Yeah, and Cougs showing a lot of misdirection on their punt, showing punt block, but moving around, and it really confused the Syracuse punt
offense. 5-yard penalty remains 4th down.
Really confused the Syracuse punt defense. They were unsure of who to block. Cougs bouncing around and forced that 5-yard penalty.
No score here, Holiday Bowl. Syracuse getting the ball to begin the game, but the Cougar defense forcing a punt. 13:55 to go. Here's the snap, pressure coming, nearly blocked. Freeman at the 20 will grab it, a little room near side, still up on his feet, shakes a couple of Syracuse defenders and brought down near the 25. There's a flag down close to the original line of scrimmage, all the way back at the 41.
I wonder if the Cougs were offsides, brought the punt block, nearly got there.
It was 4th and 15 after that delay of game.
Legal formation on the kicking team. 5 players in the backfield. The 5-yard penalty will be added on to the end of the kick. First down.
Well, here we go. The Cougs get an extra 5 yards, and we will see Zevi Eckhouse for the first time as the Washington State starter. He saw the most action, going 6 of 7 passing at the end of the season opener against Portland State. 3-year player at Bryant, the FCS school back in Rhode Island. Last year was a Walter Payton Award finalist, threw for over 2,900 yards. That goes to the top player at the FCS level. Cougs have it. 1st and 10 from their own 32. Eckhouse with Pulalasi in the backfield. Here's the snap. It's a handoff to Pulalasi, straight up the middle. A little bit of good push there right away as Pulalasi falls forward. And that will go down as a gain of 3 for Pulalasi, setting up 2nd and 7.
Yeah, and right away, see Nick Edwards get into the downhill running game. Pulalasi, that's what he's great at. He gets vertical, 1 cut. Want to see him find that 2nd level.
Williams to the left of Eckhouse. To the right, it's the tight end Trey Lechner, then Josh Meredith, and split out wide. It is Carlos Hernandez. The snap, Cougs keep it on the ground, right back to Pulalasi as he's tripped up, getting 2 yards straight up the gut again. So 5 yards on 2 carries for the first offensive possession for the Cougs, and a critical play here. No score, 3rd and 5 for Washington State at their own 42, or I should say their own 37.
Yeah, and Syracuse runs a similar defense to Washington State. 4-2-5 nickel. Elijah Robinson, the defensive coordinator. They're going to mix up 2 high, 1 high safeties. Here he's showing light boxes, forcing Washington State into running the football.
Shotgun snap, pressure coming. Eckhouse gets rid of it, finds Carlos Hernandez, and after the catch, able to pick up the yardage needed for the first down. Washington State looking for 5. Hernandez with his legs stretches it out to get 7. A big 3rd down conversion for Zevi Eckhouse, and this drive stays alive for the Cougs. Tempo here for Washington State. Snap back to Eckhouse. Slings it near side. Kyle Williams makes the grab. Makes one Syracuse defender miss. Still up on his feet. Shakes another member of that Syracuse secondary. And he's into Syracuse territory to the 39-yard line.
Nick Edwards told me before the game, Zevi Eckhouse is going to get him in the right spot pre-snap. He is very good at recognizing coverage on that 3rd down. He's getting blitz. He sees it. He gets the ball out quick to Carlos Hernandez. Then on that tempo play, sees off coverage to Kyle Williams, gets the ball out on time to his big play receiver, who's able to make run after the catch.
Nearly 20 yards on that reception. Here's the snap, faking a sweep play. Eckhouse going to keep it for himself, looking for a block, and Going to pick up a yard or two, hard-earned by Eckhouse. Slow developing play, seeing if something was there, but still a positive pickup of 2 yards. No score. First offensive drive for the Cougs. The defense forcing a punt, and Washington State 2nd and 8 in Syracuse territory.
Yeah, Zevi Eckhouse, he's a good athlete in his own right. Over 700 yards rushing in his career at Bryant University. He's a guy that can pick up extra yardage with his legs. I like Nick Edwards using the quarterback-designed run there to keep Syracuse off balance.
Empty set, 5 wide receivers in the game, including Brandon Ganasha-Moore, the speed guy, can go over the top. Eckhouse takes the snap, will look to go over the top, heaves it up towards the end zone. Kyle Williams with the catch, wrestled down at the 5-yard line. Washington State, the big strike there, 27 yards. Williams going to be marked down at the 5. It's 1st and goal for the Cougs, looking to draw first blood here in the Holiday Bowl.
I was intrigued watching tape. Syracuse likes to play a lot of man coverage, and Nick Edwards does a nice job getting Kyle Williams on the inside in the slot, matched up against a lesser defender. Man coverage. Zevi Eckhouse recognizes it, throws the slot fade over the top for a big play.
1st and goal from the 5. Schlimbaker, the running back. The snap, the give to Javinsky, straight up the gut, and he will get a yard. That's it there for Javinsky Schlimbaker. So the Cougs are in the Rose Hours Red Zone. This year when the Cougs are in the Red Zone, it is brought to you by Rose Hours Supermarkets. Shop local in Washington, Idaho, Montana, and Oregon. Rooted in the Northwest, Rose Hours Red Zone.
Interesting to see what the red zone package looks like for Washington State. Billy Revere in, Trey Lechner in. You know you can utilize fly sweep. Again, Zevi Eckhouse good enough running the football. You can lean into the quarterback run game also. 2nd and goal from the 4 on the sweep. Hernandez in motion. It will be a design run for Eckhouse up the middle. He's on his feet. He's into the end zone. A 4-yard run for Zevi Eckhouse, and the Coug offense comes out of the gate and makes a statement. Washington State jumps out to the 6-0 lead here in the Holiday Bowl. Alex, could you have asked for a better start when it comes to complimentary football for the Cougs? Well, there's one thing that we know, Chris, is that Cougs won't back down from anybody, and Washington State is not afraid of this moment. Zevi Eckhouse is not afraid of this moment, takes advantage of the quick out by the defense and puts a drive together. We see the best of what he can do. Quick passing game, vertical passing game, a little bit of athleticism to run it in for a touchdown. Washington State off to a hot start.
Here's Dean Janikowski on for the point after attempt. From down here in San Diego, Janikowski, the last game of his Cougar career, splits the uprights, makes the point after, and the Cougs jump out to a 7-0 lead. The defense giving up just 1 first down before Syracuse was forced to punt, and Zevi Eckhouse in his first Washington State start, engineering an 8-play, 68-yard drive that took 3 minutes and 57 seconds, which ended with the quarterback using his own legs to get the 4-yard TD run. More from Snapdragon Stadium after this. Washington State leads Syracuse in the Holiday Bowl 7-0. First quarter, 9:47 to go. This is Cougar football from Learfield.
Get game day ready at Rosars. Rosars is a proud sponsor of WSU Athletics and your headquarters for keeping snacks stocked up for game time. You'll find the largest craft beer selection, local and imported wines, and all the makings for your favorite cocktails. And while you're there, stock up on your favorite deli snacks, pizza, rotisserie chickens, and ribs. Don't just watch the game, experience it with your favorite game time foods. Get game day ready at Rosars.
Alliant Employee Benefits is the Inland Northwest leader in employee benefit consulting and brokerage. Alliant is a difference maker, providing employee benefit solutions and problem solving while helping companies grow and protect their business. Alliant keeps its clients on the forefront of the benefit industry's constant evolution while improving the benefits experience for employees through better health outcomes and more cost-effective care. Give Alliant a call and see what they can do for you.
Cougar Nation, each time you bring your Toyota vehicle to be serviced at a local and participating Toyota dealership, you can receive a premium Washington State giveaway item as a member of the Toyota Rewards program. To join the program, visit WSUCougars.com/Toyota Rewards. Back at Snapdragon Stadium in San Diego, it is the Holiday Bowl. Washington State jumping out to a 7-0 lead on Syracuse, 9:47 to go. The Cougs getting a touchdown drive, the first time the offense out on the field, but Jess, as we head down to you on the sideline, it was the defense that really set up that hot start for the Cougs that the offense was able to build on.
Yeah, and it absolutely was. And as we've mentioned, this is kind of a new-look defense with the names that we're seeing on the back of these jerseys. As the Cougs prepare to kick off right now, the defense will take the field again. And there are some landmark moments for some of these guys. First career start for Bryson Lamb, second career start for Jamari Colson and Rayam Stevenson, and the first career start for Parker McKenna. So a lot of opportunities that we're seeing out here, and they're making the most of it so far, guys, only letting up that one first down on Syracuse's opening drive.
I mean, Alex, a hot start is important in any game, but there's been a lot that has happened to this program. Guys who were here for the vast majority of the season are not here for the Holiday Bowl. What does it mean to get off to a beginning like this and to have that confidence build right away?
Well, it quickly reminds you that you are a 1.81 team, ranked, competing for the college football playoff potentially, right? And so I think for Washington State, it just gets the juice flowing for these young men and for these coaches, right, that, have been really battling for the last few weeks.
Yasin Willis awaits the kickoff from Dean Janikowski. Janikowski drills it over his head. It will be a touchback. I think it's worth repeating. The acting head coach for this game is Pete Caligas, and someone who is just universally respected. You talk to anyone around the program. A great background for him, obviously an outstanding playing career happened on the other side of the state, but an offensive lineman at the University of Washington, and then an outstanding track and field player, actually participated in the Olympic trials for track and field in the shot put, then started his coaching career on the strength and conditioning side, then was at Montana and Wyoming for over a decade, and here at WSU, and someone who is just universally well thought of, and it really seems like the right person to rally the team under these circumstances. And what a start he has the Cougs off to in this game. Time out on the field. We'll step aside ourselves. Syracuse back on offense. We return. Holiday Bowl. Washington State leads Syracuse 7-0. First quarter, 9:47 to go. This is Cougar football from Learfield.
This holiday at T-Mobile, I'm joined by a special co-anchor.
What up, everybody? It's your boy, Big Snoop Deal Double G.
Snoop, let's talk about T-Mobile.
Okay, cool.
This holiday, get 4 lines for $25 a line. Plus, 4 iPhone 16s with Apple Intelligence and the all-new camera control on us.
Let's get cracking, like a breakfast egg.
You can use those eggs to make some eggnog, Snoop.
Respect.
And people do love T-Mobile, where you can save on every plan versus the other big guys when you switch.
Y'all can take some of those savings and buy some Snoop merchandise.
Always a great stocking stuffer, Snoop.
We up out of here.
Hold your horses, Snoop D-O-double G. Let's remind people one more time.
Head to T-Mobile.com and get 4 iPhone 16s with Apple Intelligence on us. Plus 4 lines for $25. Now drop that jangle.
With 24 monthly bill credits, 4 eligible trade-ins, and 4 new lines with autopay. Well qualified customers plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Cancel entire account before receiving 24 bill credits and credit stop and balance on required finance agreements due. $829.99 credits end if you pay off device early. See how you can save on wireless and streaming versus the other big guys at T-Mobile.com/switch. Apple Intelligence requires iOS 18.1 or later.
Monday, December 30th at the Spokane Arena. Come watch the Cougar men's basketball team as they host a West Coast Conference home game against Loyola Marymount. Tickets are available now at ticketswest.com. That first conference game of the season will be tomorrow night. Myself, Craig Eagle, will be there at the University of Portland. 10-3 for David Riley's squad to start non-conference play. What a beginning of the season it has been for the Cougar men's basketball team as we welcome you back here to Snapdragon Stadium in San Diego. Lights are on in full effect with Jessamyn McIntyre down on the field. Here in the booth, Chris King next to Alex Brink. The Cougs up 7-0 on Syracuse. The Orange got the ball to begin this game. The Cougar defense forced a punt, and the offense put together a drive that ended up with a Zebby Eckhouse 4-yard TD run. The defense looked good there. What will it take, Alex, for the defense to keep this rolling? Is with guys missing and guys not playing in this game, the defense was hit harder than the offense.
Yeah, they sure were. But even then, I'm looking out here, and I see a lot of guys that have played a lot of snaps for Washington State. Jamari Colson was pegged to be a starter, obviously, and then got hurt. And Ethan O'Connor obviously came in and played fantastic at corner. Tyson Durant's out there. You see Kapena Gushikin out there, right? The linebacker position.
The snap, it is Kyle McCord giving it to LaQuint Allen. First time Allen has really been able to wiggle with some room. Allen, not quite the first down. He'll be stopped short of it. A 9-yard gain for Allen. Allen 13th in the nation in total touchdowns. He had 14 of those on the ground. That was 23rd most in the nation. 2nd and 1. They feed Allen once more, lowers his shoulders, gets past Tanner Moku, breaks a tackle, and has to be brought down from behind by Andrew Edson. So sticking with the ground game, and a pickup there of over 10 yards gets Syracuse out to the 47-yard line.
Yeah, and that's probably the biggest mismatch for Washington State is they're down 3 starting, 3 defensive linemen that were the starters essentially, right, and the rotational guys. And so interior, you're definitely down some men, and you're missing, you have Tanner Moku playing at the safety position who's got to step up and make some plays.
After the 14-yard run, it's another quick give to Allen, 3rd straight of the drive, but Allen brought down from behind by Quinn Roth. It will be a gain of 1. We talked to Quinn Roth on the pregame show, San Diego native, a senior, and he said he's already got his next opportunity lined up. He's going to head to Tempe and be a strength and conditioning intern as a coach for the Arizona State football team.
That's awesome. Great for him. And boy, he's a guy that's battled his entire career, had some injuries, but been productive. And a night like tonight again is for guys like him in his hometown. A chance to make an impact right there, makes a good play on first down.
7-0 Cougs up. It is 2nd and 9, looking deep. McCord puts it up, has a man, and the catch is made. Darrell Gill Jr. got a little separation on his defender. That ball heaved up. It appeared to be up for grabs, but the catch is made inside the 30-yard line all the way down to the 28. 32 yards on that reception. Cougs up 7-0, but Syracuse making a big charge here.
And Cougs brought pressure there, and McCord's smart to get that ball up and down, and I think Stephen Hall just didn't see it because the ball's a little underthrown. I thought Hall would make a play on it, but it was almost like he didn't see the ball, and Gill was able to step in front.
Empty set, 1st and 10. McCord surveying, plenty of time. Now some pressure in his face. Flings it up, has an open target, and that pass will be hauled in inside the 20-yard line. Making the grab there is Yasin Willis, who we've seen in the kickoff return game.
He's a big back, but good athlete. Willis is split out, matched up on Tanner Moku, and it looks like they're trying to take advantage of that matchup. Moku did a good job in coverage, but Cougs couldn't get home on McCord, so he had some time to let it play out. Eventually found a completion.
Marked down at the 19, a gain of 5. 2nd and 5. The snap looking towards the end zone. The pass is caught. Syracuse able to answer back. Touchdown reception by Trevor Pena. Pena leading the ACC, 16th in the nation in catches per game. 2nd team all conference. It's his 8th touchdown of the season. And while the Cougar defense was able to force a punt on Syracuse's first drive, a different story here is this very potent Syracuse offense, 9th in the nation in total offense. It's a 19-yard connection, finishing off that 75-yard touchdown drive. And it will be a point after attempt to try to tie this game up. Cougs jumped out to an early lead. Gate formation here. The punter, Jack Stonehouse, will take the snap. It's a give on a sweep play, looking for the edge. This is going to be close. Tackle at the end for the Cougs made by Kapina Gushikin, and they'll say that it is good. Oh, so close in real time as to whether or not Gushikin was able to make that tackle near the goal line or not. Taking a closer look. Ooh, yeah, it looks like getting on that play was Darrell Gill Jr. So the 2-point conversion is good, and Syracuse will take the lead on Washington State. Actually, Jackson Kennedy. So Kennedy on the trick play, a little special teams trick play from Syracuse here, giving Syracuse the 8-7 lead. Cougar offense will look to answer back when we return. First quarter here, it is the Holiday Bowl down in San Diego. Cougs down to Syracuse, 8-7. You were listening to Washington State football from Learfield.
Hey Cougar fans, the 2024 football season is here and SeatGeek is here to help you experience all the action. SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets so you can be a part of all the touchdown celebrations this season. Whether you're buying or selling tickets to Washington State football games or to any other live event in your area, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of the Washington State Cougars. The most disruptive idea in ticketing? A ticket that works. Expect the expected. SeatGeek.
In sports, they say that practice makes perfect. In the legal field of play, the Cooney Law Offices team has been practicing since 1949. Cooney Law Offices knows how to advance your case, strategically defend, and get you into the end zone when it comes to a personal injury, family law, DUI defense, criminal defense, wills and estates, and employment law. If you've got a legal problem, don't settle for less. Cooney can help. Visit www.jcooney.com. Cooney for Cougs.
No one gets you closer to the game than Sirius XM College Sports Radio. Tune in for news, talk, and analysis from the offseason through the regular season and into the postseason. We've got your team covered anywhere you go. Get a free trial at SiriusXM.com/College Sports Radio 2024. Welcome back to Snapdragon Stadium in San Diego. It is the Holiday Bowl. Cougs now trail Syracuse 8-7. Cougar defense forcing a punt on the first drive, and the offense turning around and answering with a touchdown drive of their own. 8 plays, 68 yards. Zevi Eckhouse in his first WSU start. He did a 4-yard TD run, but Syracuse landing a counterpunch, and they did it quickly. 6 plays, 75 yards, took 2 minutes and 44 seconds. They went for 2 and got it, so they have the 8-7 lead. What did you see there, Alex, from the Syracuse offense that allowed them to move the ball down the field so quickly?
Yeah, you just see what makes them special, right? Number one is Kyle McCord, the quarterback, but you also see LaQuint Allen, the running back, 6 foot 201. He doesn't just catch the ball in the backfield. He's also a strong runner. He really got that drive going for them. And when they get the running game going, you see the challenge it puts on the defense. Washington State decides to come down and play more man coverage.
Review. The try is no good. The runner had a foot out of bounds, and the ball was short of the goal line. The score should reflect 6 points for Syracuse, 7 for Washington State. Thank you.
There we go. But for Washington State, they got to play more man coverage, and Stephen Hall gets put on an island against a guy like Trevor Pena, who's one of the leading receivers in the ACC. McCord's able to locate back shoulder throws and push the ball downfield. So that'll be a challenge for the Cougs all night, is that vertical passing game.
It's the first time all year as here's the kickoff. Leighton Smithson back to return it. It will go over his head for a touchback. That we went to a commercial break with 1 score and came back and immediately had another. And there was no big production around it. The monitor wasn't out. They weren't taking a closer look on the field. But Cougs getting some good news there. That is our first close shave instant replay of the night, which is brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Feeling great starts with a great shave, and a great shave starts with Barbasol's thick and rich moisturizing lather. Start your day off right with Barbasol. Cougs with this 7-6 lead, as we just heard the 2-point conversion reviewed during the break. Not good. Zevi Eckhouse, pistol formation. Leo Pulalasi, the running back. The snap, the handoff to Leo Pulalasi. Bounces to the outside. Stiff arms one Syracuse defender. Gets to the edge. Finally spun down from behind. Deuce Chestnut with the tackle. And he will get a gain of 3, maybe 4 yards there. Chestnut, we've got Joey Chestnut, the great competitive eater in the house. He just chugged a big glass of eggnog. Alex, let's see if Pete Caligus will get eggnog doused on him. That's what happens to the winning coach.
Well, we would all be happy if that was the case, probably other than Coach Caligus.
Here's the snap to Eckhouse on 2nd and 6. Surveying over the middle. Has time and has Carlos Hernandez. Tight window. There were 3 Syracuse defenders around him. Hernandez makes the grab and he immediately gets brought down, but he's out to the 41-yard line. Gets enough for the first down there. A gain of 7 for Washington State. Zevi Eckhouse, second drive. He has looked sharp so far in his first Cougar start.
Yeah, but that's what you get from a guy that's played a lot of football like Zevi Eckhouse. Big South Offensive Player of the Year last year. He works through his progression left to right, finds the dig on the second window from Hernandez.
Chris Barnes in the backfield. Here's the snap, going to be a design run for Zevi Eckhouse. Steps back, now trying to go forward, runs into Esapole. Not a whole lot there. A lot of dancing around, maybe a gain of 1. That's it. Something worth mentioning. Last year in the Holiday Bowl, USC was playing. Well, Caleb Williams opted out of the game, and it was backup Miller Moss who started for USC. How did he respond? He set a Holiday Bowl record with 6 touchdown passes in the 42-28 win over Louisville.
Yeah, again, this is the moment. This is the time of year where you find guys, who earn opportunities and come out and do some special things. And a guy like Miller Moss was a great example of that in this very same game.
Cougs at their own 42 at 2nd and 9. Pistol formation. Washington State to the ground. The handoff to Leo Pulalasi. Looking for the outside. Nothing there. He's ripped down to the turf. Tackle made by Dennis Jacques Jr. 3rd and long here. We saw a big 3rd and 5 conversion for the Cougs on that first possession that led to the touchdown ultimately. Crucial play for Zevi Eckhouse and the Washington State offense. Cougs up 7-6, first quarter, 4:50 and ticking to play. 3rd and 8, 4 wide receivers bunched up to the right of Eckhouse. Trey Lechner in at the tight end to the left. Here's the snap. It's a screen play to Hernandez. Syracuse had that snipped out immediately. Hernandez makes the grab, but as soon as that ball touched his hands, he was ripped down to the turf. No gain. And the Cougs will have it 4th and 8, and Dean Janikowski will trot out to punt for Washington State.
Yeah, Cougs line up in a kind of 4-by-1 diamond formation. They're trying to get numbers to that same side against that Syracuse defense and thinking pressure, get the ball out of Zevi Eckhouse's hands quick and take Syracuse by surprise, but well defended by the Orange.
Trevor Pena on to receive the punt. Janikowski gets off a low line drive kick. Pena grabs it right at the numbers. Bouncing to the edge to the 20, gets past Parker McKenna, close to the 30, still up on his feet near midfield, and it's Dean Janikowski who has to clean it up for the Cougs. Tackles Pena out of bounds at the 49, so not quite into Cougar territory, but still a big return. Started at the 10, and he gets to the 49-yard line.
Cougs lost contain on Pena. Part of it was that low kick from Janikowski. Didn't allow the second wave of coverage to get down there. First line missed, and Pena is able to catch the edge.
After a hot start for Washington State here in the Holiday Bowl, momentum starting to shift towards Syracuse. Let's see if the Cougar defense can have a response. That will be when we return. A break here from San Diego. Washington State leading Syracuse 7-6. First quarter, 3:54 to play. This is Washington State football from Learfield.
So we've always wanted a Cadillac Escalade.
But they're out of our price range.
So I started a podcast for my side hustle. You know, all the kids are doing it.
Honey, you've got 7 likes.
All right. Hey, I'm still learning how to algorithm.
And that's not a verb.
Oh.
There's an easier way to score an Escalade. It's Northern Quest's $165,000 Cadillac Countdown. Play daily to enter. Grand prize drawing January 25th. Details at northernquest.com.
Are you interested in your company reaching Coug fans in and out of game day? As the multimedia rights holder for Washington State Athletics, Washington State Sports Properties helps companies and organizations connect themselves to Cougar athletics in unique and exciting ways. Whether it's creating brand awareness, driving product sales, or entertaining employees or clients, Washington State Sports Properties has the resources to help your business achieve its marketing goals. Reach out to Washington State Sports Properties to learn more about what sponsoring the Cougs can look like for you.
When you're out of town and want to keep up with live college sports, be sure to download the free Varsity Network app, available for both Apple and Android. Listen to college sports live with the Varsity Network app. With Jessamyn McIntyre down on the field, here in the booth, Chris King next to Alex Brink. It is the Holiday Bowl. The Cougs for the 5th time. This is the most played bowl game they've had in their history. 19 now bowl games the Cougs have played in. This is their 5th time in the Holiday Bowl. Washington State clashing with the team ranked 21st in the latest college football playoff poll. Washington State a 7-6 lead. Zevi Eckhouse, his first start at quarterback in his WSU career, leading the Cougs to a TD in the first drive of the game for Washington State, but the Cougs forced to punt. Big punt return for Syracuse. They'll have a great field position. Cougs a 7-6 lead. But the Orange will begin this drive at their own 49-yard line.
For Washington State, thinking back to the 2 defensive series, it's a good mix from Jordan Malone, right? You're seeing a little bit of pressure, seeing some man coverage, and you're going to, against this offense that has so many weapons, you're going to get in moments where your secondary is going to be one-on-one, and you're going to trust guys like Jamboree Colson and Stephen Hall to make some plays down the field. But I like that. Those are lower percentage throws. And when you talk about from a quarterback having to throw the ball vertically versus executing, say, quick passing game in RPO, which is really what Syracuse has been known for most of the year.
Kyle McCord, 3 of 6 passing in this game, 52 yards and a touchdown. Zevi Eckhouse, 5 of 5 passing, 67 yards. LaQuinn Allen, their standout running back, did get some rhythm going on that last drive. 3 carries, 23 yards for Allen in this game. The snap, it's a handoff to Allen up the middle, brought down from behind almost right away. It's Cyrus Webster. Webster, who has been in the mix, maybe not quite as impactful as the Cougs have hoped. The transfer from Utah Tech hasn't had a sack this year, even though he's the all-time leader at Utah Tech. Good play there by Webster, only a gain of 2.
And again, that's why I talked about pregame, where you're going to need the defensive ends to make up for maybe your lack of depth at defensive tackle and make plays like that pursuing down the line of scrimmage.
At the Cougar 49, snap back to McCord, pressure coming, gets rid of it, low pass, and this is going to be wrestled. Is it wrestled away by Stephen Hall, or is it incomplete? It will be a reception for Syracuse by Jackson Meeks. It was a battle for the ball. Meeks, though, going to be credited with the catch. They'll mark him down at the 30-yard line, so that will get him 19 yards. Hall, though, was fighting tooth and nail for that ball.
Yeah, it was a nice play by Meeks. Good throw by McCord. Again, a challenge to Stephen Hall, getting those back shoulder throws, going at him again.
Play action. They go right at Hall once more. Flag is thrown. Meeks another catch. This will bring him down to the 12-yard line. 17 yards there. Let's see what the flag is. Officials.
And I gotta think this is on Hall, but the way they're talking about it, it could go on Meeks. It felt like they were hand fighting the whole way.
Defense, number 1. Prior to the pass, penalties decline. The result of the play, first down.
Stephen Hall has been that number 1 corner for the Cougs this year, but Kyle McCord has been looking his direction quite a bit.
Yeah, they're going to keep going at him, and again, Hall's going to stay in that man coverage. He's going to keep challenging those receivers, and he's going to get one to go his way at some point. It's a hard spot to be in as a corner on an island.
Orange already at the 12-yard line. Handoff to LaQuint Allen. Jump steps right past a Coug defender and into the end zone. 12-yard touchdown run. So this potent Syracuse offense now getting going. Back-to-back drives with a touchdown. Allen, 12-yard scamper for Allen. That's his 18th touchdown of the year. Entering today, 13th in the nation in total touchdowns. Syracuse up 12-7. Point after penny. Let's see what they try to do here. They went for 2 and missed it upon review. Will they chase those 2 points back?
It's tough to defend on that last run play. They motion LaQuint Allen. Looks like he's going out of the backfield, and then on the snap puts his foot in the ground, and they run counter with him coming back into the backfield. Cougs over pursue.
They will go for it. Empty set. McCord screen pass. It is caught and into the end zone for Syracuse. Goes LaQuint Allen. Allen, really a big part of the pass game. Most career catches and receiving yards for a running back. He makes the grab, powers his way into the end zone. It is now 14-7 for Syracuse. The Orange have scored 14 unanswered here in this game.
Yeah, put LaQuint Allen way out wide with 3 receivers, so it's kind of a 4-by-1 set. Washington State didn't get aligned right to it, and they just throw the quick screen out to him, and there's just frankly not enough bodies once those receivers block it up, and LaQuint Allen walks in for the 2-point conversion.
Well, how would you like to be able to listen to us while synced up to your TV in the comfort of your own home? Go to syncmygame.com to find out how. First quarter, 2:32 left to go. Washington State in this game jumped out to a 7-0 lead. But since then, the Cougar offense having to punt, and Syracuse back-to-back touchdown drives. This most recent one, 4 plays, 51 yards, set up by a really strong punt return. And here's the kickoff from Jackson Kennedy. Leighton Smithson out at the 2-yard line will bring it out. Full head of steam for him out past the 20. Smithson still going and wrestled down at the 27-yard line. And that is where Zevi Eckhouse and the offense will take over. So 2 drives, Alex, for Zevi Eckhouse, and his first start as a Coug. What have you liked that you've seen from Zevi so far?
Yeah, I mean, I like it all, honestly. I mean, used his legs a little bit in design run game. He's been really efficient throwing the football. Really, it's that Coug running game that hasn't gotten going yet. They've run the ball. Nick Edwards tried to establish a run on 1st and 2nd down, and then you've ended up in some 3rd downs that, at least on the last drive, you weren't able to execute. So I'll be interested to see if they spread it out more here.
4 wide receivers to the left of Eckhouse, 1 to the right. The snap, Eckhouse looking to throw, finds Kyle Williams, passes caught. Williams, not a ton there, only out to the 30-yard line. That will get him 2 yards on that first down haul.
5 wide set with 4 receivers to one side, kind of make it look like a bubble screen, and they're really just trying to get Kyle Williams on the inside on a little hitch route, basically trying to stretch Syracuse sideline to sideline and find those open windows.
On 2nd and 7, Eckhouse design run again, still up on his feet, powering forward as he dances around close to the 35. Not enough for the first down, but definitely making 3rd and manageable here. He'll get 4 yards and another crucial third down for the Cougar offense. 14 unanswered, scored by Syracuse.
Tell you what, they're definitely leaning into the quarterback running game more than I would have thought.
On the defense, number 8.
We do have Justin Barron down hurt right now. Aaron, honorable mention, all ACC selections, played wide receiver, defensive back, and now linebacker in his Syracuse career. He's the top tackler for the Orange this year with 86 tackles, so he's being looked at. It will be 3rd and 3 for Washington State. Again, if you're just joining us, thanks for being with us here. San Diego, it is, lights are on, so it is fully nighttime here at Snapdragon Stadium, but really a pleasant evening overall. 60 degrees at kickoff. Cougs jumped out to a 7-0 lead, but Syracuse just kind of chunk play after chunk play their last 2 drives. And they have the 14-7 lead, which makes this really, really vital here for the Cougs to not have the offense get on the field and then have to come right back off and to send the defense back out there. 3rd and 3 for the Cougs from their own 34.
Yeah, it's a big play for Washington State offensively. Nick Edwards talked about wanting to sustain drives. This is exactly what he means. You get into a 3rd and manageable is one you got to execute to keep this drive alive, get a new set of downs that allows you to start opening up that playbook a little bit.
Zevi Eckhouse is the leading rusher for the Cougs. 4 carries, 12 yards for the Cougar quarterback. He's got Javinsky Schlembaker, who's been more of that short down back for the Cougs, more of a true north to south guy. Leo Pulalasi, 4 carries, 10 yards. Javinsky, 1 carry in this game. Kyle Williams in motion. Eckhouse takes the shotgun snap, pressure coming, gets rid of it, finds Kyle Williams for the first down and more. He's off to the races. Those high strides to the 30, to the 20, to the 10. He's into the end zone on 3rd and 3. The Cougs from their own 34 turn it into a touchdown strike. Eckhouse to Williams, and Williams hits the turbo button, hits all the way into the end zone. Touchdown Washington State, point after pinning from tying this game back up.
How many times this year have we seen that from number 2? Catches the ball in a short space, and then he absolutely turns on the afterburners. There's not a player on the field that can run with Kyle Williams when he gets that stride going right there. What a decision. Great play design. Zevi Eckhouse puts it on his front pad, and Kyle Williams is off for 6.
66 yards for Kyle Williams. Here's the point after attempt from Janikowski. It's on its way, and it is good. 14-14, all tied up. We knew the Syracuse offense has plenty of firepower. That's been on display the last 2 drives. Really a crucial moment there on 3rd and short. Could Washington State not only move the chains, but what do? They get a touchdown out of it. And Kyle Williams, what he has done with that touchdown reception, the only player with more touchdowns in a single season in Washington State history for the Cougs. After that, what he has done is Gabe Marks. So he was tied with Jason Hill with 13 touchdowns before that. He now has 14. He's got a chance to tie or even surpass that Gabe Marks record of 15 receiving touchdowns in a single season back in 2015. That is his 14th of the year for Kyle Williams.
He's just such a special player, not only from his physical tools, 6 foot, 186 pounds, speed to burn, but his competitive nature. I played with Jason Hill. One of the things that makes receivers great like that is their ability to believe every time the ball is in the air that it's theirs, and the separator for the next level guys is that when they do touch the ball, nobody's tackling them, and that's what you see from Kyle Williams. Ball's in the air, it's his. When he has the ball in his hands, the touchdown is his, and he's not going to get tackled, as we saw right there.
Well, we'll continue to be on record watch. One more, and that ties him for the WSU single season record for receiving touchdowns. Dean Janikowski with the kickoff after the Cougar touchdown. It's over the head of Yasin Willis. It will be a touchback. Well, now Cougar fans can score big on game days. Get a classic 20-piece chicken McNuggets and 2 medium fries for $11.99 when you order ahead on the app at participating McDonald's, where there's been a lot of great coverage of the Cougs down here for the Holiday Bowl. And it's more than just the game itself. The Cougs getting to visit a naval ship, also going to SeaWorld. And one of the great videos that came on social media was Kyle Williams going on a roller coaster and his reaction to it there. So maybe that put a jolt in his arm even more, because he definitely got his money's worth on that roller coaster ride from the video. Syracuse play fake, 1st and 10 from the 25, looking to go over the top. Deep shot from Kyle McCord, and it is incomplete. Looking right down the seam for Darrell Gill Jr., but out of his range.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm talking about, Chris. That's another of those same looks. It's an RPO, actually. This is a run with an option for McCord to take a shot if he sees too many guys in the box, because one-on-one with Stephen Hall outside. But again, it's a low percentage throw vertically down the field. Hall is going to win more of those battles than he is going to lose. And again, right there, he's step for step with Gill, and now with the incompletion, Syracuse is in 2nd and 10.
LaQuinn Allen in motion, taking the snap, swing pass out to Allen, makes the grab, looking for some blocks, and the Cougs swarming around him. It will be a gain, but only of 2 yards. A number of crimson jerseys right there to bring down Allen. And we see some younger guys in action right now. Frank Casano out there for the Cougs. And good to see him. Some of the youth with the experience at linebacker. It's Casano and Kyle Thornton, his final game of his 6-year Cougar career.
Yeah, Casano's a guy that Washington State coaches are really high on. Probably could have been a starter if he hadn't gotten hurt during spring ball and missed some time leading into fall camp.
Syracuse 3rd and 8 from their own 27. 14-14 tie here in the Holiday Bowl. Washington State defense looking for a big stop. 30 seconds to go in this first quarter. 3 on the play clock. 2, empty set. Snap back to McCord. Gets rid of it. Almost picked. Andrew Edson had it in his hands. Edson moving inside, can play both on the interior and on the edge of the defensive line for the Cougs. The senior had that in his paws, could not make the catch, but Washington State forces the incompletion, and Syracuse will have to punt.
Good switch up from Jordan Malone, who's calling the plays for Washington State's defense. He shows a similar blitz to what he did last time on 3rd down. This time he drops out the D tackles instead of the linebackers. McCord thinks he's got a free space for a quick throw. Edson's right in front, and boy, should he have had that. What a big play. Either way, Coug defense gets off the field. Block.
Jack Stonehouse has his punt block. Cougs grab it into the end zone. Washington State blocks the punt for a touchdown. It's Meredith who picks it up and brings it into the end zone. What a special teams play for Washington State. We saw Syracuse go on a 14-0 run. The Cougs back-to-back touchdowns. They're on top 20-14.
Boy, they almost had it the first time, and they went right back to it, sent the punt block, and this time they made contact. It's all about extending those hands and getting a chance to get that ball off the punter's foot, and boy, did they ever. Josh Meredith just scoops it smooth, walks that thing in the end zone.
An electrifying play for Washington State, so Edson couldn't get the pick, but then the Cougs on special teams blocked the punt and take it in for a touchdown. Janikowski, his 3rd point after attempt. Like the first 2, it is good. And for Washington State, it was Leon Neal Jr., who we've seen quite a bit on special teams this year. He was the one who blocked the punt, and Josh Meredith scooping it up, taking it into the end zone. It was a 12-yard return by Meredith. 21-14, Washington State, 17 seconds to go in this first quarter.
Boy, how much momentum did Washington State just gain? First, you get the big Kyle Williams 3rd down, touchdown catch and run, and then the defense turns around, forces the 3 and out and a block punt, and the Cougs have all the momentum. You know it's going to go back and forth, but for a Washington State team that's been taking body blows for the last 2 weeks to come out against the top 25 ranked Syracuse Orange football team and jump out to a 21-14 lead, and frankly look like the 8-1 team that we saw at the three-quarter mark of this season is really, really cool.
I mean, there was external questions about whether or not the Cougars would play this game at one point. And here Washington State against the 21st ranked team in the country that has not nearly dealt with hardly anything close to what the Cougars have dealt with over the last 3 weeks. And Washington State's up 21-14. Here's the kickoff. It will be a touchback. This is the first block punt for a touchdown since 2018 at Oregon State for the Cougs here, with that block by Leon Neal Jr. and the return by Josh Meredith. 21-14, Cougs with the edge.
Be interested to see where Syracuse goes here offensively. Obviously, they've had some opportunities throwing the ball downfield, but it's come off the ability of them to run the football with LaQuinn Allen, which again I think is a soft spot for the Washington State defense. Let's see if they get back into that running game.
And McCord is under center. LaQuinn Allen will take the handoff. Allen looking for the edge. He'll have it. It's Andrew Edson who chases him down along with Tanner Moku, forcing him out of bounds after a pickup of 7 yards on the first down run. Cougs 159 yards of total offense. Evie Eckhouse without an incompletion yet. And how about Kyle Williams?
Williams, the first quarter.
We just finished the first quarter with that play. 4 catches, 116 yards, and a touchdown. You think he wants to end his Cougar career on a high note?
No, that's what I was talking about pregame, Chris. Key number 1 was get number 2 the football, because not only is he your best player, he's probably got the most to play for in the sense of his passion and pride for Washington State and the opportunity he has ahead of him on a bright stage like this. You know Kyle Williams is going to come out and give his best effort.
Now Cougar fans can score big on game days. Get a classic 20-piece chicken McNuggets and 2 medium fries for $11.99 when you order ahead on the app at participating McDonald's. What an action-packed first quarter we had here at Snapdragon Stadium in San Diego. We head to the second quarter. It is the Holiday Bowl. The Washington State Cougars lead Syracuse 21-14. This is Cougar football from Learfield.
Get game day ready at Rosars. Rosars is a proud sponsor of WSU Athletics and your headquarters for keeping snacks stocked up for game time. You'll find the largest craft beer selection, local and imported wines, and all the makings for your favorite cocktails. And while you're there, stock up on your favorite deli snacks, pizza, rotisserie chickens, and ribs. Don't just watch the game, experience it with your favorite game time foods. Get game day ready at Rosars.
Ho, welcome to the Make It Jingle with Chris Kringle podcast. Today we're talking to Jan from Toyota, all about Toyotathon.
Hi.
So, Jan, got any red Tacomas?
Yeah, we have a great selection of vehicles, including Tacomas.
After my big job, I'm taking the missus down to Florida to go surfing.
Did you say Florida? Can the elves and I go too?
Dealer inventory may vary. Offers are subject to change throughout Toyotathon, which ends on January 6th. See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Toyota, let's go places.
What a first quarter here in San Diego. We start the second quarter with Washington State leading Syracuse 21-14. We'll get you up to speed on how that first quarter unfolded right after this as we step aside 10 seconds for station identification. This is Washington State football from Learfield. The Cougs a 21-14 lead on Syracuse here in the Holiday Bowl. For those just tuning in, the Cougar defense able to force a punt on Syracuse's first time out on the field on offense to begin the game. Washington State answered as Evie Eckhouse in his first Cougar start, marched the Cougs down the field 8 plays, 68 yards, took under just 4 minutes. He ran, the quarterback did, for a 4-yard touchdown. The Cougs were up 7-0, but then back-to-back strikes by Syracuse. They took a 14-7 lead. The Cougs maybe a little bit back on the ropes. How did Washington State respond? It was a 3rd and 4 in their own territory, and Evie Eckhouse connected with Kyle Williams for a 66-yard touchdown run. Williams' speed was very much on display as he dashed to the end zone. The Cougs were up 14-14, then the Cougar defense carried that momentum, forced a 3-and-out, and on the punt attempt, it was blocked by Leon Neal Jr. Josh Meredith scooped it up, brought it in 12 yards for a touchdown, and Alex, boy, it feels like we have lived a game full of highs and lows, really kind of for both teams in one quarter of action.
Well, like any bowl game, as you've seen early in bowl season, there's going to be a ton of ebb and flow. It's going to feel like a roller coaster, right? And, each team's kind of got to stay in it in their own right. What I'm so impressed with right now is this Washington State coaching staff. Think about Pete Caligas and the ability to motivate these players to get ready to go. And 2 young coaches with Jordan Malone and Nick Edwards calling plays for the respective defense and offense for the first time. I just feel like, that speaks volumes to these guys. How about Nick Whitworth, the special teams coordinator, calling a block punt, right? I mean, just the ability of these guys to respond on the fly, really, really impressive.
Speaking of responding, here it is for Syracuse. It's a 2nd and 3 in their own territory. They go to LaQuint Allen. Allen breaks multiple tackles. Finally, it's the safety Tanner Moku brings him down at the 41. He gets 9 yards. So Syracuse now kind of back on their heels a little bit, but when they've been clicking, we've seen how dangerous their offense can be. be.
No doubt. And again, that's just the inside run, downhill, kind of taking advantage of a guy like Andrew Edson, who's a fantastic football player, but he's really a defensive end, and he's playing inside, obviously, because Cougs are down at that position, D-tackle, and he's going to have to do yeoman's work tonight to make sure to hold up in some of those inside run game.
First and 10 for their own 41. Under center, McCord turns around, hands it off to LaQuinn Allen. Allen swarmed by a handful of Cougs. Tackle him at the 44 after he picks up 3 yards. This is a Syracuse offense that scored
timeout,
42
defense
in their last game, a victory over Miami. So they're coming into this game on a 3-game winning streak. They beat Cal, they beat UConn, and they beat Miami. And there's a Coug down right now, and this would be tough. Bryson Lamb, you already mentioned of just how thin the Cougs are on the interior of that defensive line. And Bryson Lamb,
timeout will be extended for immediate timeout.
the redshirt sophomore, one of those guys who brings a little bit of beef of who's still available for the Cougs. A great story for him. He was put on scholarship before the Fresno State game earlier this season, but Lamb being tended to by the training staff right now.
Yeah, he got rolled up on. Cougs sent a run blitz, brought both linebackers, and Lamb was kind of behind the play, honestly, and looks like he just got kind of blocked into. Hopefully he can pop up and get going.
And he does pop up, gingerly walking, as he will have to have help, not quite putting a lot of weight on that left ankle. So an injury timeout for Bryson Lamb, which means we'll take a quick break ourselves. We are here in San Diego for the Holiday Bowl. Washington State leading Syracuse 21-14, 14-21 to play first half. This is Cougar football from Learfield.
Whenever I see somebody purchasing something with their WSU card, I always like to give them a go Cougs. It brings me back to when I was in Pullman.
From the rolling hills of the Palouse to keys jingling before every kickoff, there's something special about being a Coug. That's why BECU created the WSU credit and debit cards. It's just one more way to show pride for a place we all call home. Grab your WSU card today. BECU, power in people. Membership required. Restrictions apply. Call 800-233-2328 for details about credit costs and terms. Federally insured by NCUA. Member compensated for participation.
In sports, they say that practice makes perfect. In the legal field of play, the Cooney Law Offices team has been practicing since 1949. Cooney Law Offices knows how to advance your case, strategically defend, and get you into the end zone when it comes to a personal injury, family law, DUI defense, criminal defense, wills and estates, and employment law. If you've got a legal problem, don't settle for less. Cooney can help. Visit www.jcooney.com. Cooney for Cougs.
This day in Cougar football history is brought to you by Legends Casino Hotel. On this day in 2019, the Cougars played their only other game in program history on December 27th, facing Air Force in the Cheez-It Bowl. The Cougs fell to the 24th ranked Air Force squad in Phoenix 31-21. What was Mike Leach's final game as WSU's head coach. Leach finished his Cougar Hall of Fame career with 6 bowl appearances in his 18 years leading the program. Legends Casino Hotel, fun is how we roll. Cougs in this bowl matchup down here in San Diego, 5th all-time appearance in the Holiday Bowl. Washington State up 21-14 on Syracuse. Zevi Eckhouse, the first start of his Cougar career, the quarterback, 7-7 passing, 136 yards and a touchdown. Kyle Williams over 100 receiving yards in that first quarter. Cougar defense going to be a little bit thinner here. We see Rashad McKenzie, so 3 players who we saw quite a bit in the interior of the defensive line. David Gusta, Ansel Dinbu, and Clea Laufau not playing for the Cougs in this game. So Bryson Lamb being leaned on more along with Andrew Edson, but with Lamb having to exit before the timeout as he is in the injury tent right now. It is Rashad McKenzie, the redshirt sophomore from Mission Hills, California, who will enter the game. 2nd and 7 for Syracuse. At their own 44-yard line. Snap back to Kyle McCord. Play action. Open man. Finds him in stride. Catch is made by the dangerous tight end, Oronde Gadsden II. And Gadsden rumbles down into Cougar territory to the 37-yard line. So Gadsden, another chunk gain. Gadsden, Syracuse's 10th all-time leading receiver, over 1,900 yards in his career for Syracuse. He has aspirations to be playing on Sunday.
Yeah, he doesn't just have aspirations. You're going to see him on Sunday. There's no doubt about it. You saw the slant route working on a corner, and Jamori Colson executes really well.
The snap, the give to the outside, a little bit of room for Trevor Pena, a dangerous weapon. They use him in multiple ways. Pena gets to the edge, inside the 20, down to the 18-yard line. So Pena, a pick up there of 15 yards, and into the red zone goes Syracuse. The Coug lead in jeopardy here. 1st and 10 from the 18. Quickly, McCord looked towards the end zone, heaves it up. It is out of the reach of his intended target. In coverage for the Cougs, Kapina Gushikin trying to connect with Jackson Meeks.
Yeah, nice job by Gushikin in coverage. Slot fade. We've seen him defend that well all year. One of the most undersung defenders, in my opinion, for Washington State's defense. That being said, for Syracuse, you can see what the formula is when they're operating really well, right? It's that RPO game that looks like a run, and they're working single receiver routes or using the tight end Gadsden. And then they get the speed going with the fly sweep and things like that. It's really hard to defend. Washington State wants them to stay in the vertical passing game. That is what they want because they can defend that straight line with their straight line speed.
Cougs 5 men in the hand in the dirt. It will be a 4-man rush. McCord 2nd and 10 over the middle. Has Gadsden, makes the grab in the end zone. Touchdown Syracuse. We see what kind of weapon Aronde Gadsden is. As Gadsden, first team all ACC, comes from a good bloodline. His dad Aronde Gadsden, also with that same name, played the NFL with Miami. 18-yard touchdown, and that has a chance to tie up this game if Jackson Kennedy can make the point after. So no lack of scoring so far here in the Holiday Bowl. Just under 13 minutes to play in the first half. Kennedy's point after attempt is up, and it is good. 21-21 our score. So the Cougs are going to need to keep up that firepower if they're going to go toe-to-toe with Syracuse here tonight.
Yeah, and Washington State, on the field. Jordan Malone wants to send pressure or look like he's sending pressure. And when you do that, you're hoping the quarterback gets the ball out of his hands quick. And that time, McCord did a nice job hanging on to it, letting Gadsden work on Jamori Colson out of the slot. And it looked like Colson kind of got caught looking in the backfield a little bit. Gadsden crossed his face. And when you have a veteran quarterback like McCord, he's going to find the big tight end across the middle. That's exactly where you want it. 7 plays, 75 yards. Took just 2 minutes and 24 seconds for Syracuse. We're all knotted up at 21 apiece here in San Diego for the Holiday Bowl. The Cougars will get another crack on offense when we come back. This is Washington State football from Learfield.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End the friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you're planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Get your home turf ready to play with the game-changing performance of Steel. Enjoy big savings this fall on Steel handheld outdoor power equipment. Find yours at over 10,000 local Steel dealers. Steel is a proud supporter of your Washington State Cougars. Real Steel. Find yours.
After a Syracuse touchdown, the Cougs and the Orange in a 21-21 tie here in the Holiday Bowl. First half, 12:53 to play. Let's head down to the sideline. Jessamyn McIntyre. Justin Barron, the leading tackler for Syracuse, who saw him leave hurt earlier. What's the latest you have for us on Barron's status?
Yeah, it turns out that he actually had a bloody nose, so he got cleaned up over there, and he has that all stuffed up. The trainers had their certain tricks or certain things, and it was no concussions test done, and he was given back his helmet. Fortunately, the Cougs scooped and scored before we could actually see our own offense get on the field, so they haven't been on defense since he exited. He is free to go and get back in this one.
That linebacker group, Barrett being one of them, and Marlo Wax, the 6'1", 236-pound senior. Those two players are really the strength, in my opinion, of this defense. The other one that's a strength that I have not seen on the field, and Jess, maybe you can keep an eye out for, is number 10, Fadil Diggs, the defensive end, Texas A&M transfer, 7.5 sacks on the season. He's made an impact throughout the year, rushing the passer from his defensive end spot. Haven't seen him out there, but you mentioned the linebacking group. There are two really good football players.
Leighton Smithson waiting to return the kick if there is that opportunity. Smithson wasn't shy, brought it out last time for 25 yards, had that kickoff return for a touchdown last year in the victory over Colorado. Here's the kick from Jackson Kennedy. Smithson will have a touchback, and Cougs will take over at their own 25-yard line. Kyle Williams, what a start it has been to the game for the star wide receiver for the Cougs. Now 14 receiving touchdowns this season. He is one away from tying game marks for the most in program history. Already over 100 yards for Kyle Williams, and his 66-yard touchdown reception he had earlier in the game, the second longest catch in a bowl game. Philip Bobo had an 87-yarder in the 1992 Copper Bowl win against Utah. We were talking about that Copper Bowl win last night. Jess and I were with Robbie Tobeck on the Bowl preview show. Pistol formation, here's the snap. Ackhouse turns, finds the tight end Trey Lechner. Lechner's still going. Lechner, the Glacier Peak High School product from Snohomish, out past the 40-yard line to the 43. Lechner gets 18 yards on the first down reception, so an opportunity for him with Cooper Mathers out.
Yeah, you see some of the speed from Lechner. I loved his tape coming out of high school. I remember in that recruiting class feeling like he was a real gem that Washington State got to come into that H-back position.
Here's the snap to Eckhouse. Now we'll tuck and run. Eckhouse across midfield, still going. A little bit of deception with that speed, lulling Syracuse into thinking he wasn't going to kind of hit the burners. He did just that. And Eckhouse is going to be marked out of bounds at the 46-yard line. So a first down once again. Eckhouse doing it with his legs. He's the leading rusher for the Cougs. Out on a 14-yard run. 5 carries, 26 yards for Eckhouse.
Yeah, Chris, I remember that. Thinking back to the spring game in April, Zevi had a few runs in that spring game. You could see that athleticism, and there's no doubt he's not afraid to use those legs.
21-21 tie. Cougs trying to take back the lead on Syracuse here in the Holiday Bowl. First half, 11:45 to go. The snap, the handoff to Leo Pulalasi. Haven't seen a lot from the traditional run game lately. They go back to Pulalasi. He dives forward, back to the line of scrimmage. That's it. No gain. And Jess, you got an update for us down on the sideline?
Yeah, Brink had asked about Fadil Diggs, and the senior defensive end is dressed in plain clothes. He did make the trip, but he is not in this one, guys.
Interesting to see some of those guys. You don't quite know until, the opposing team, when a bowl game starts, if they're going or not. 2nd and 10, screen pass, and it's blown up. Eckhouse getting it to Josh Meredith, but that Syracuse defense not fooled in the slightest. Jaden Gould with the tackle for the Orange. It will be a loss of 3, we'll call it 2 yards there for Washington State. So a promising drive now has the Cougs at a 3rd and 12, close to midfield at their own 47, or I should say at the Syracuse 47-yard line.
Yeah, that's on Tony Freeman. He's blocking in the slot there for Josh Meredith, and he just flat gets beat. He's got to hold up longer, allow Meredith to get the ball in his hands and make a move.
Brandon Ganesha-Morthy, the redshirt freshman, a deep threat in the game, split out wide to the right. Meredith in the slot. Here's the snap, 4-man rush. Eckhouse looking, heaves it up, looking for Ganesha-Morthy, and this will be picked up, but a flag is thrown. An interception for Syracuse. Coming down with the pick is Elijah Clark. But let's see if this stands or not. That flag thrown down at the 20.
Pass interference. Offense, number 80. Penalties decline. The result of the play is an interception. 1st and 10, Syracuse.
So it will be an interception, and for Eckhouse, it's the first time he hasn't connected with a Coug receiver in this game. No incompletions. Now we'll give Syracuse the ball. Let's see where they mark it down. Inside the 10. Back down to the field. Jess, what's the latest you have for us?
Bryson Lamb is out of the injury tent. They were working on his left ankle, retaped it, did some tests in there, but he's been given back his helmet, tested things out, and he's ready to go back in this game. Unfortunately, on the offensive side of the ball, I just saw Billy Revere holding his left wrist or hand heading into the locker room with a member of the medical training staff, and I'll keep you updated on his return.
Well, thank you, Jess. And Alex, at least it's 3rd and long. You go deep. It serves as a pretty good punt. Syracuse marked down at their own 6-yard line. 21-21 tie. Orange back out on the field. Here's the first down handoff. It's a give to LaQuint Allen. Plenty of room right up the gut. Tyson Durant brings him down, but not before he gets out past the 30-yard line. Going to be a gain there of 27 yards on that first down carry.
Yeah, a really nice cut by LaQuint Allen to get to the backside, and Kyle Thornton just overplays it a little bit and allows Allen to hit that backside cut for a big gain.
Allen 9 carries, 85 yards. Play fake, McCord over the middle. Pass is caught and tangled up, hauling it in for Syracuse. Good grab there by Jackson Meeks. Meeks with the first down into Cougar territory. Meeks close to 15 yards on that reception. So this is what we've seen, those chunk plays for Syracuse when their offense gets in rhythm. They're trying to take back the lead. It's a 21-21 tie. McCord looking for the edge, and Stephen Hall in coverage on Meeks. That time, Hall got the better of the matchup. It is an incompletion.
Yeah, it's the same idea, and you're going to see a lot of it. This starts for Syracuse with LaQuint Allen running the football. They want to get him running, and then they want the box to get packed with a lot of bodies and then create one-on-one matchups. You saw Meeks hit the slant route versus Stephen Hall, and then they come right back to the same idea. Now he's trying to run the fade route, trying to throw a back shoulder. Stephen Hall learned his lesson from those first two series. He's being patient in his coverage. He's being physical and makes a good play.
On 2nd and 10, McCord takes the snap, flushed out to his left, looking for somewhere to go, throws it near the sticks, and will be an incompletion. For the moment, maybe there was a chance that it was going to be hauled in by LaQuint Allen, the running back, but did not quite get a foot in. Close, but an incompletion. Now it's 3rd and long.
I know that was an incompletion, but for a running back, LaQuint Allen's body control and ability to catch the football in his hands is really impressive. He tries to keep 2 feet in while falling out of bounds, makes the catch, and just he's got his foot on the white. But boy, that was a heck of a play.
You can see why he's second in the nation in receptions by a running back. The skill set that he has. Right at midfield, 21-21 tie, and Fran Brown will call a timeout. 3rd and 10 for Syracuse. 9:23 remaining in the first half. And Fran Brown, the first-year coach for Syracuse, calls the timeout. We have seen the Cougs be up to the challenge so far. The defense looking for what would be an important stop here. Zevi Eckhouse, the Cougar quarterback in his first start, 9 of 10 passing, 151 yards, 1 touchdown, and 1 interception. But it's up to the Coug defense on 3rd and 10 to try to get this Syracuse offense off the field. Timeout. We'll take a break ourselves. More after this. You're listening to Cougar Football from Learfield.
Hampton and Pullman is just a short drive from the WSU campus. They've got you covered for all your lodging and dining needs with the addition of their on-site bar and restaurant, Crimson Bar and Bites. You will feel right at home with their spacious rooms, famous Hampton waffles, cozy outdoor patios, Cougar gift shop, and the friendliest staff in town. Visit HamptonByHilton.com to reserve a room for your next trip to the Palouse. Coug owned and Coug managed. It matters where you stay. Hampton and Pullman. Hilton for the stay.
Cougar Nation, Flight 509, Spokane's newest family entertainment center, invites you to visit them this fall. Located in the Spokane Valley, the 22,000 square foot facility features a laser tag arena, ropes course, arcade, spin zone bumper cars, an epic Ninja Warrior course, mini bowling, and a VR Omni Arena. Now that's a lot of fun. Book your next birthday party or event at flight509.com and mention Go Cougs for 10% off your jet engine passport.
The unexpected happens every day. When it does, head to Kohl's and Kohl's.com for everything your family needs. Kohl's, where families come first. Well, back in the U.S. Bank Network studios, David Kahn filling in for Luke Hallett. On the sidelines, Jessamyn McIntyre, our engineer Jerry Kylo. Here in the booth, Chris King next to Alex Brink. It is the Holiday Bowl here in San Diego and Washington State. A strong start to this one. The Cougs, a 21-21 score right now with the 21st ranked Syracuse Orange. First half, 9:23 to go. Both teams have had some strong swings of momentum go their direction. And right now, the Cougar defense looking for what would be an awfully important stop. Syracuse with it 3rd and 10 right at midfield. Alex, I would say a lot of people had some unknowns about the Cougs in this game. A lot of questions have been answered to this point. What have been your big takeaways about how this team has performed so far?
Well, Chris, you can corroborate this because I had this conversation with you earlier today. I felt very strongly that Washington State would come out and compete at a high level and be able to go toe-to-toe with the Syracuse football team because at the 2 deep, Washington State's played a lot of guys that have seen a lot of snaps. So I'm not surprised that Washington State has come out and really hit Syracuse in the mouth in this first half.
Can the defense get a stop here? The snap to McCord. 4-man rush. McCord feeling it, gets rid of it, finds Gadsden again, the tight end. Another big reception. Gadsden, quiet those first few drives, but boy, has he come through in a big way. Gadsden gets what will go down as a 28-yard grab, enough for the first down, of course. Gadsden had that last touchdown catch for Syracuse, sets him up at the 22, so not quite to the red zone, but awfully close.
A big-time throw by one of the nation's best quarterbacks right there, and McCord stands in with pressure in his face and delivers to Gadsden.
Here's the snap, play action, into traffic. The catch is going to be made. Jamari Colson in coverage, but it's Darrell Gill Jr. who makes the grab down on the 5-yard line. That will be a 17-yard catch for Syracuse. They're trying to take back the lead. It's 1st and goal.
Well, that's good focus by Gill Jr. Jamari Colson was right in his hip pocket on the slant and actually got his hand in there, and Gill was able to focus on that ball and bring it in for the first down.
High formation, Runyon in at the fullback. LaKent Allen takes the handoff, trying to bully his way into the end zone. He'll be stopped short of that. Gets 3 yards, tackled at the 2. We see Jack Janikowski from San Diego, younger brother of kicker Dean Janikowski, seeing some action here at defensive tackle.
Yeah, every body you got at defensive tackle is going to get thrown in there tonight. Just a tough down for Washington State's defense inside the 5-yard line if Syracuse wants to go double tight with the fullback and really lean into you with a good back like LaQuinn Allen.
Cougs clinging to a 21-21 tie. Second quarter, 7:39 to go. The snap, the pitch to Allen, and he dives forward into the end zone. LaQuinn Allen, his second touchdown of the game for Allen. It's his 19th touchdown of the season. What a weapon he is for Syracuse. Orange back on top, 27-21. So we saw the Cougs take a 21-14 lead, but Syracuse, their offense, 9th in the nation, and yards per game, 453. They've been able to flex their muscles as of late, and they'll look to make it a 7-point lead. Jackson Kennedy on for the point after attempt. Here's the kick. It is on its way, and it is good. 28-21. No lack of scoring in this game, and the Cougs will have to have another bullet in their chamber to keep stride with Syracuse right now. We knew this offense was good, but they have lived up to the billing.
Yeah, they sure have, and it's just playmakers all over the field. I mean, it's one thing to have a guy like Aronde Gadsden at tight end and then a Trevor Pena at wide receiver, but then when you layer on that LaQuinn Allen, Jackson Meeks, we haven't even really seen Justice Ross Simmons, the transfer from Colorado State. Darrell Gill's making a ton of plays. And then you got a quarterback like Kyle McCord. I mean, it's kind of an embarrassment of riches. And you think about what Fran Brown walked into as a first-year head coach, and then he's able to pull together this staff of guys that he's known for a long time, like Jeff Nixon on offense and like Elijah Robinson on defense. It feels like the continuity of a first-year staff and a first-year group of players is at a next level because of some of the personal connections. I mean, Kyle McCord played youth football with Jeff Nixon's son back in New Jersey. That was part of the connection of McCord ending up at Syracuse after being an 11-win starter at Ohio State.
Here's the kick from Jackson Kennedy. It goes out of bounds, so the Cougs will get really good field position here. And for Syracuse, Fran Brown, if they win this game,
out of bounds, the ball will be placed at the 35-yard line on the right hash.
They would have 10 wins for the season, and Fran Brown would be the second coach for Syracuse since World War II to have 10 wins in his first season leading the program. It would be their first time with double-digit wins since 2018. Syracuse and Texas tie for the most wins against bowl-eligible teams this year. 8 wins over bowl-eligible teams. 10 of their 11 FBS opponents this year played in bowl games. Cougs down 28-21. After the kick went out of bounds, Cougs have it at the 35. Jaminski Schlimbaker to the left of Eckhouse, takes the shotgun snap. Play action. Eckhouse looking, slings it into traffic, and it's picked. A flag does get thrown, but this ball for now intercepted. On the return is Justin Barron. Barron back in the game after being hurt earlier, and he returns it close to the 20. And it all hinges for the Cougs on what the call is with the flag that was thrown. Right now, the Cougar offense staying out on the field. For Syracuse,
personal foul. hands to the face, defense. Number 9, 15-yard penalty from the previous line of scrimmage, automatic, first down.
A crucial penalty there against Isaiah Hastings after having 9 straight completions to begin the game. Zevi Eckhouse was in danger of throwing back-to-back picks. Instead, Isaiah Hastings picking up that penalty, and the shot glass of orange juice will have to wait. That's the celebration that Syracuse uses. Whoever comes away with the turnover, they come over to the sideline and they take a shot of orange juice. So pour it down on the turf here at Snapdragon Stadium, and hopefully it doesn't get filled back up.
Yeah, huge break for Washington State offensively. Zevi Eckhouse, probably the first bad decision we've seen him make. Just stared down that dig route too long, allowed the defender to drop underneath it. That being said, when good players catch a break, lots of times they take advantage. Let's see how number 4 responds.
15-yard penalty, Cougs right at midfield. The snap, and this play will be blown dead. It was going to be a handoff to Leo Pulalasi.
Snap infraction, offense, number 70. 5-yard penalty, remains first down.
That goes against the center, Devin Kalani. Great to see him back, as he was not available the end of the regular season. Admirable work by Brock Dew moving from guard to center, but the Cougs with this offensive line back, they had to start the year as Sapole and Christian Hilborn the tackles, Tialavea and Dew the guards, and Kalani at center. Does make it 1st and 15, Cougs at their own 45. Shotgun snap back to Eckhouse, gets rid of it quick, finds Kyle Williams. Nifty move to the outside, was going to get back to the original line of scrimmage, but that extra shimmy picks up an additional 5 yards. 10-yard haul by Williams, who now has 126 receiving yards in this game, and we're still in the first half. It's 2nd and 5.
He's just so good with the ball in his hands. I love that play design by Nick Edwards. You motion Williams across the formation, and then he just runs with speed and makes it look like he's running a go route, and then just sits down on a quick hitch. It's an easy throw and a catch for the quarterback and receiver. Get Zevi Eckhouse a completion, get back in rhythm.
2nd and 5, play action. Eckhouse pump fake, gets rid of it. Has Hernandez, going to be close to the first down. Big hit applied, but Hernandez, let's see where the spot is. Jaleel Martin laid the thump on him, but he will have the first down. So Hernandez pops right back up. Martin gets to celebrate the big hit, but the Cougs move the sticks.
Trying to get a shot play downfield. Sell the quick screen, throw it vertical. It's nothing there, and the experienced quarterback Eckhouse recognizes it, checks it down underneath. The Carlos Hernandez gets that first down, and chains move.
Here in the Holiday Bowl, Cougs down by 7, 14 unanswered by Syracuse. Under 6 minutes to play. Washington State trying to answer back. 1st and 10 from the Syracuse 45. Quick pass. Josh Meredith makes the grab. Meredith, a gain of 3 yards on that first down haul.
Edwards talked before the game to me about the ability of Eckhouse to utilize that RPO game, recognize when there's spots on the field to pull the ball in the run game and get a quick completion. That's a good example right there on first down, picking up a good 5 yards.
Zevi, 12 of 13 passing, 170 yards, a touchdown, and an interception. First start in a Cougar uniform for Zevi Eckhouse. We did see him go 6 of 7 passing to the opener against Portland State. The snap, the handoff to Leo Pulalasi. Good patience, waits for a hole to unfold, and he exploits it. Lowers his shoulders, gets out past the 30-yard line, down to the 28 for Washington State. So the Cougs get 8 yards on that run by Leo Pulalasi, and Washington State a fresh set of downs.
Yeah, really nice job by Rod Tialavea, the left guard. Trey Lechner pulling around on the guard halfback counter, and like you said, good patience by Pulalasi. Get behind those blocks, disappear, and then pop out for a first down.
One of the longer drives we've seen in this game from either team. 4:25 and counting in the first half. Cougs down by 7. Pistol formation, 1st and 10 from the Q's 28. Handoff, Pulalasi waits for the play to develop and falls forward. Solid gain there out to the 25. They'll credit him with 3 yards on the run. So Pulalasi starting to get in some rhythm.
Time, injured player, defense, number 8.
And we have a Syracuse player down, and that is Justin Barrett, who just gave us an update on. Hurt before, Jess was telling us coming back into the game, and that is a really crucial piece for them. He's the team leader in tackles. Very versatile guy. He's played wide receiver, defensive back, and linebacker in his Syracuse career. 28-21 our score. Cougs down, but Washington State marching down the field. Syracuse 314 yards of total offense in this game. WSU with 217 yards. Cougs getting that blocked punt for a touchdown. It has been a seesaw affair so far here. Both teams have had the lead. It has kind of been back and forth, and the Cougs looking to even it out right now, down by 7.
Yeah, and I can't stress enough, kind of my thoughts going into this game about, there's been so much negativity around the Washington State football program the past few weeks, and, the challenges the program's facing and faces leaving and moving on, that I think people forgot that, this was a roster that was highly competitive this year, and, they had a tough final 3 weeks of the season. That could be explained according, to some different things, but again, it doesn't surprise me that this team's come out, and especially getting some early momentum, showed up in a big way against this top 25 ranked Syracuse Orange team.
Let's head down the field. Jess, what's the latest on Justin Barron?
Well, he's walking off the field on his own. It looked like he was dealing with that bloody nose once again that took him out of the game earlier. I'm not sure if he has to come out. I'm not sure what the rule is when it comes to that, but he gave the refs a little piece of his mind, calling for a face mask that might have caused that to re-injure. But he is over on the sidelines right now. Will at least sit out this series.
A Syracuse guy, maybe he's too close to the Pacific Ocean. Something about that Pacific Ocean making those bloody noses come for him, as Barron definitely is a crucial piece for the Syracuse defense.
Well, he's a crucial piece on a defense that isn't great against the run, giving up over 150 yards rushing per game. So to lose him, and you already see Leo Puolasi getting going a little bit, Nick Edwards leaning into that running game. I kind of like that, the idea, like you said, of sustaining a drive here late into the first half and getting points.
We see Chris Barnes in the backfield, a freshman wide receiver that the coaching staff throughout the years raved about. He splits out. Here's the snap to Eckhouse. Eckhouse looks for the end zone, trying to connect with Carlos Hernandez. It puts it too far out of his reach. Hernandez had a step on his defender. Eckhouse just a little off target with his throw, and it will be an incompletion, giving the Cougs a 3rd and 7 situation here at the Syracuse 25.
Yeah, you get pressure from Syracuse, and Zevi's kind of thing. He's got one-on-one with Carlos Hernandez outside. I don't hate it, but you also have an opportunity with Chris Barnes, the young speedster, swinging out to the wide side of the field. A screen play out there for him. You would have had a chance to get a good matchup out there. Either way, setting up a 3rd and 7 in a big moment in this game.
Now let's see if this ends up being 4-down territory. Down by 7, under 4 minutes to go at the Syracuse 25. Schlembaker to the right of Eckhouse, trips to the left of Zevi, awaits the shotgun snap. Here it comes, and the play will be blown dead. And Pete Caligas, the acting head coach for the Cougs, will use his first timeout.
Washington State, their first of the half. Be a 30-second charge timeout.
Something to note about Pete Caligas, this is not the first time he has served as a head coach for a game. When he was at Wyoming, where he was on the staff there for 13 years, he did serve as the acting head coach for Wyoming when then Cowboys head coach Dave Christensen was serving a 1-game suspension. Had some actions the week before in a game against Air Force led to a suspension for him. So in 2012, Pete Caligas was the acting head coach for Wyoming, and here he is. Done a fantastic job leading and navigating the Cougs through all that has happened as of late. And you can tell this is a WSU team that has come prepared to play against the 21st ranked team in the nation.
Yeah, and if there was ever a man for a moment, it was Pete Caligas for this moment, right? A true leader of men. And I think you're seeing the fruits of his labor throughout the past few weeks in getting this team ready to go.
Cougs trail 28-21, looking for a crucial score before the end of the first half. 3rd and 7 on the Syracuse 25. Here's the snap to Zevi Eckhouse, gets rid of it quickly. Passes caught by Carlos Hernandez, going to be shy of the first down marker. He is tackled at the 20. This is going to set up a 4th and 2 for Washington State. Andre Dollar, the second tight end, will trot in for the Cougs. So both Trey Lecter and Andre Dollar, 2 tight ends into this formation. 4th, and they'll call it a long one.
Yeah, I was going to say, less than 2.
We've seen Eckhouse have some design runs himself. Empty backfield, Meredith in motion. Cougs going for it on 4th and 1 from the Syracuse 19. Here's the snap. It will be a design run for Eckhouse. Will forward progress get it for him? All depends on the spot. Syracuse starting to celebrate. Cougs just entering the Rose Hours red zone. 4th and 1 design run for the quarterback. And this isn't looking promising right now for the Cougs.
Yeah, the ruling in the field was that the runner was short of the line to gain. 1st and 10. Syracuse.
Will be a turnover on downs. That was a big opportunity there for Washington State, but the Syracuse defense coming up with a stop on 4th and 1. And now their offense back out on the field. We will see the Cougs get the ball to start the second half, but Washington State was trotting down the field. The offense was able to move the chains, but Syracuse a timely stop on 4th and 1.
Yeah, that's what's so important, there is Washington State's trying to use the quarterback run game and kind of lean on that Syracuse D-line a little bit. They did a good job holding up, but now with 3 minutes left in the half, you get the ball out of halftime. Really important the defense steps up on this sudden change. See if they can keep Syracuse out of the end zone heading into half.
Gives Syracuse the ball at the 20. 3:09 to go. The snap, McCord to LeQuint Allen. Allen wrapped up immediately by Kyle Thornton, getting some extra yards after first contact. Allen battling out to the 26. It will be a gain of 6 on that first down run for Allen, the talented running back who's getting close to 100 yards. He's now got 94 in this game.
Yeah, it's hard to bring down. I mean, Kyle Thornton, one of your better tacklers, meets him in the hole right at or near the line of scrimmage, and then gets carried another 2 or 3 yards forward for what ends up being a 6-yard gain on first down.
Allen now 5 yards away from hitting the 1,000-yard mark for the season. The snap they give to Allen. To the outside he goes. He will have over 1,000 for the season with that carry on 2nd and 4. Allen gets 8, and Syracuse gets a first down. Let's see if this takes us right to 2 minutes here in the first half. Cougs down 28-21. Syracuse with the ball. 2:07 and ticking to go in this first half. And they will not get a playoff in time. About a half second.
That's a 2-minute timeout.
The difference between when we hit the 2-minute mark and when the ball was snapped. So we reached the 2-minute mark here in the first half. It is the Holiday Bowl in San Diego. Washington State down to Syracuse 28-21. We'll take a timeout and return right after this to Snapdragon Stadium. You're listening to Cougar Football from Learfield.
This holiday at T-Mobile, I'm joined by a special co-anchor.
What up, everybody? It's your boy, Big Snoop D-O-double G.
Snoop, let's talk about T-Mobile.
Okay, cool.
This holiday, get 4 lines for $25 a line. Plus, 4 iPhone 16s with Apple Intelligence and the all-new camera control on us.
Let's get cracking, like a breakfast egg.
You can use those eggs to make some eggnog, Snoop.
Respect.
And people do love T-Mobile, where you can save on every plan versus the other big guys when you switch.
Y'all can take some of those savings and buy some Snoop merchandise.
Always a great stocking stuffer, Snoop.
We up out of here.
Hold your horses, Snoop D-O-double G. Let's remind people one more time.
Head to T-Mobile.com and get 4 iPhone 16s with Apple Intelligence on us. Plus 4 lines for $25. Now drop that jingle.
With 24 monthly bill credits, 4 eligible trade-ins, and 4 new lines with autopay. Well qualified customers plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Cancel your entire account before receiving 24 bill credits and credit stop and balance on required finance agreements due. $829.99 credits end if you pay off device early. See how you can save on wireless and streaming versus the other big guys at T-Mobile.com/switch. Apple Intelligence requires iOS 18.1 or later.
The Junior Cougs Kids Club is presented by Toyota. It is the official kids club of the Washington State Cougars, and it is the best way for the youngest members of Cougar Nation to show off their Cougar pride. Find out more information about your Junior Cougs membership perks at WSUCougars.com/JRCougs. Back here at Snapdragon Stadium in San Diego, down on the sideline, Jessamyn McIntyre here in the booth with our engineer Jerry Kylo, Chris King next to Alex Brink, and David Kahn filling in for Luke Hallett. Coming up at halftime, we'll head to him in the U.S. Bank Network studios for a full halftime update, including a look at the scores as well. Well, here we are in the Holiday Bowl. Washington State down to Syracuse 28-21. The Cougs have led to this game multiple times. They were up 7-0. The Cougs again had a 21-14 lead, but it has been 14 unanswered for Syracuse. Washington State getting a block punt, return for a touchdown, but Alex, that last offensive drive, the Cougs got it into the red zone, went forward on 4th and 1. Syracuse denied the Cougs, and here it feels so important for Washington State if you can prevent this Syracuse offense from expanding their 7-point lead before both teams head to the locker room.
Well, you're in that middle 8, right, Chris, where you're trying to take advantage of the last 4 minutes of the first half, first 4 of the second half. You don't convert on 4th and 1 and you lose. You don't get any points there. It'd be a big swing if you let Syracuse score points here going into half, knowing you get the ball out of halftime. So again, trying to win or at least break even on this last 4 minutes of the first half.
Jess, let's head down to you on the sideline.
Well, a lot of people are wondering exactly what the coaching looks like with a couple guys stepping up into new roles. Nick Edwards calling the offensive side of the ball here. So who's handling Zevi Eckhouse? Well, that would be Colt Garrett, who is an offensive assistant here. He played quarterback at Texas Tech, has a lot of experience in that supervisory role, and he is taking over when it comes to the quarterbacks here. So that's the communication on the sideline.
Number of guys stepping up, taking on bigger roles, and you can see the fruits of their hard work with the way this game has gone to this point for Washington State, and looking to end the first half on a high note. Here it is, 1st and 10 for their own 34. They give to Pena, looking for some room on the edge. Talented playmaker, and he is chased down from behind. Pena able to get somewhere around 4 yards. We'll see where they officially rule him down towards the edge. And the Cougs, again, the defense on the interior of the defensive line, a number of key guys missing, but a lot of guys stepping up here. The snap on 2nd and 6. McCord flushed out to his right. Back deep, it's Bryson Lamb chasing after him, and McCord going to have some room. Finally, Kapinagushikin steps up, and he will direct himself out of bounds, but McCord not necessarily known for what he does with his legs. Saw some real estate and took advantage of it. McCord gets it into Cougar territory to the 44-yard line.
Yeah, that's not what you want when you play good defense on the back end. Quinn Roth kind of got tossed to the ground, so you had no secondary contain from the defensive end position, and McCord's able to get out onto the edge and pick up an easy first down when really the secondary, I thought, defended that pretty well.
17 yards for the quarterback with his legs. Brings us to the 125 mark in the first half. Both teams with 2 timeouts to go. Shotgun snap back to McCord. Cougs bring pressure, and McCord gets by one. Cougs still up on his feet. Brought down from behind. It's Cyrus Webster. His first sack as a Coug. And he comes through, the senior, with a big drop there of Kyle McCord.
Second of the half. It'll be a 30-second charge timeout.
Good switch up from Jordan Malone. He's had enough of that drop back pass game. He brings Stephen Hall on the cornerback blitz off the short side of the field. Hall gets there first, misses McCord, but forces him to step up, and then Cyrus Webster comes in and finishes him off. Good play by the senior defensive end. Great to see him get in on the action and get a sack this year.
A loss of 4 on the Cyrus Webster sack of Kyle McCord. Now 2nd and 14. Timeout taken by Syracuse. They have 1 left, 1:16 to go. Webster transferred to WSU from Utah Tech, played there from 2021 through 2023. Utah Tech's all-time sack leader for the program, 7 sacks. So a lot of quarterback hurries for Webster. So great to see that in his last game, a senior, last year of eligibility. In his final game, played in the Holiday Bowl to get that first sack wearing crimson and gray. Let's see, can he make it 2 in a row here as he's chomping at the bit on the edge? On 2nd and long, here's the snap. McCord feeling the pressure, gets rid of it right in the nick of time, but Parker McKenna there to tackle the tight end Max Mang. Close to the original line of scrimmage. He'll get back just to there. 4 yards on the tight end reception. 3rd and now 8. At the Cougar 45, 50 seconds and counting. Syracuse will look to the sideline. They don't mind taking a little time. They want to give much if they do have to give the ball back to the Cougar offense. 1 timeout still in their back pocket. McCord, this snap, 4-man pressure. Puts it up near the sideline, a lot of contact, and there will be a flag thrown. Looking for Jackson Meeks, Jamari Colson in coverage. And this seems like it's going to go against Colson for pass interference. Alex, your shoulders slumped, your head started to roll around. You didn't seem to be a big fan of that call.
Yeah, I just think
pass interference. Defense, number 29. Penalties decline, the result of the play. First down.
Oh, he caught it. He caught it anyway. I'll tell you what, these Syracuse receivers make a ton of contested plays. They do a really nice job. But I think when defenders are hand fighting like that with big receivers who are using their hands in their own right, sometimes you just got to let it play. Either way, great play by Jackson Meeks on the outside.
The reception puts Syracuse down at the Cougar 25-yard line, and we'll have a timeout. I believe this is coming from Pete Caligas here. 27 seconds left to go in the first half. Cougs down 28-21. Can you still keep it a one-possession game with Washington State set to get the ball to start the second half? Before going into the locker room, Cougar offense was moving on that last drive, got it into the red zone, went for it on 4th and 1. On a design quarterback run, Zevi Eckhouse was denied.
The ruling on the field was a reception. Washington State is elected to challenge the call.
Yeah, I mean, Meeks dropped the ball on, like, through the catch on the ground, and then also, you know, he kind of landed on, it wasn't like his feet were in bounds when he caught it, he landed on his butt. It almost looked like that was out of bounds to begin with. So, you know, I think Pete Calgary's trying to see if they can get a few yards of field position out of this thing.
And it would give him 5 yards back, a 20-yard catch as of now for Meeks. And if it's ruled an incompletion, the Cougs would get those 5 yards back. Some of the numbers from the first half, just a quick peek here. The Cougs, 227 yards of total offense. Zevi Eckhouse, 13 of 15 passing, 176 yards, a touchdown and an interception. That interception really served almost like a punt. It was 3rd and long, took a deep shot, and it pinned Syracuse back at their own 6. So there wasn't a lot of negative repercussions for the one turnover of this game for the Cougar offense. Kyle Williams, 5 catches, 125 yards, and a touchdown, including a 66-yarder, the second longest touchdown reception in WSU bowl game history. For Syracuse, though, Kyle McCord racking up the yards. 223 yards, 2 touchdowns, no interception. He comes into this game leading the nation in passing yards with 4,326. He hasn't thrown an interception the last 4 games, and that is carried over here to the Holiday Bowl for the Syracuse starting quarterback.
Yeah, and you've kind of, McCord's been as advertised, right? I mean, he does a great job of locating the ball downfield.
After further review, it is an incomplete pass. Washington State will retain the challenge. However, there still will be a pass interference against the defense, number 29. Be 15-yard penalty from the previous line of scrimmage, automatic first down.
Well, this close shave instant replay brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Feeling great starts with a great shave, and a great shave starts with Barbasol's thick and rich moisturizing lather. Start your day off right with Barbasol. So a good challenge there by WSU acting head coach Pete Calligas. Gets the Cougs back 5 yards. 27 seconds to go. First half here in the Holiday Bowl. Washington State trailing Syracuse 28-21. So instead of the Cougar 25, Syracuse will have it 1st and 10 at the Washington State 30.
And again, this Washington State defense, it's tall order against a good Syracuse offense, but you pick up 5 extra yards of field position here, get you out of the true red zone, and you know, for Washington State, it's really about winning first down. The times that they've gotten Syracuse into 2nd and 10 is the times that they've found success, typically on drives.
Their kicker, Jackson Kennedy, 7 of 9 this
Clock
year.
operator, please put the clock at 32 seconds. 3-2. Thank you. The clock will start on the snap.
And 5 more seconds will be added to the clock. Syracuse 1 timeout to work with. Kennedy, though, his long is a 44-yard field goal this year. So not a guy who has really been leaned on or delivered from long range this season. And Quinn Allen's been a thorn in the side of the Cougs. He's to the right of Kyle McCord. Awaits the shotgun snap. Here it comes. 4-man pressure. McCord feeling it. Stepping back. Rolls out to his right. Flag thrown. Looks like it could be holding. McCord will heave it up. It will be out of bounds. An incompletion. And let's see if this holding penalty, or this penalty is a hold. 23 seconds to go in the half. And could push the Orange back to right around the 40.
Personal foul. Hands to the face. Defense, number 20. 15-yard penalty from the previous line of scrimmage. Automatic first down.
Well, certainly not a hold, and that is a tough penalty for Washington State. San Diego native Quinn Roth playing in his final college game here in his hometown. And that 15-yard penalty will give Syracuse the ball at the Washington State 15. 23 seconds to go. Cougar defense really looking to bend but not break here. Keeping Syracuse out of the end zone. Gadsden's been a big target for him in this range. Here's the snap. Screen pass. Allen with the reception. Gets one block. Gets past a Coug, and it's Cyrus Webster wrestling him down at the 5-yard line. I'm not sure if they'll give him the first down. Currently the clock was moving, and will Fran Brown call a timeout? He will. And the clock didn't stop till 7 seconds. Well, now it's still going, so we'll have to see how much time will ultimately be put on the clock.
Timeout, Syracuse. That's their final charge timeout of the half. 30-second timeout.
And the spot will be just short of the first down marker at the 5-yard line.
1-2 on the game clock. Thank you.
They didn't stop the clock till there was 4 seconds. There's now 12 seconds. And that will be the final timeout taken by Syracuse. So big for the Cougs to tackle them short of the first down marker there. 12 seconds to work with. This is very much within Jackson Kennedy's range. Now it feels like, can he keep them out of the end zone?
Yeah, and again, with the challenge for Washington State's defense ends at the 5-yard line here. Now the clock is their friend because Syracuse is likely not going to want to run the football. They still have the timeout in their pocket, but I think in the end for Washington State, you got to hold up against the run, right? Because if they lean into LaQuinn Allen, he's going to get you 3 or 4 yards down here. That's just kind of who he is.
The field is a first down, 1st and goal.
So I think you got to load the box, challenge those receivers on the outside, see if Kyle Allen will put that thing up in the air. And now, there are no timeouts left for Syracuse, so they're definitely going to have to throw the football in this situation.
And they did just say it is a first down, so it'll be 1st and goal from the 5. But they didn't say anything about giving Syracuse the timeout back, so there are no timeouts for Syracuse.
Correction, the game clock should be at 17, 1-7.
17.
Clock operator, please reset the game clock to 17. Thank you very much.
That's not right, is it?
Big difference going from 4 seconds, which did not seem right, to 12, which looked about right, to 17 seconds. Now 1st and goal from the 5. And Pete Caligas will race down to take a timeout.
Timeout, Washington State. Their second of the half. It'll be a 30-second charge timeout.
And they have not changed that clock since, so 17 seconds. Those are some crucial seconds added back to the clock. Again, here we are, near the end of the first half in the Holiday Bowl. Washington State down to Syracuse 28-21. This Cougar team has come out and fought, scratched clawed their way to a couple of leads in this game. Cougs were up 70-0. Washington State had a 14-7 lead. And then again, after a blocked punt that was returned for a touchdown, Leon Neal Jr. blocked the punt, and Josh Meredith scooped it up 12 yards for a touchdown. Cougs were up 21-14, but there have been 14 unanswered points since then by Syracuse. And this Washington State defense looking to keep Syracuse out of the end zone before the end of the half. The Cougs will get the ball to start the second half, but down by 7 here.
Chris, they snapped that last play at 22 seconds. I'm not quite sure how only 5 seconds would run off the clock there.
Heavy formation. 2 tight ends, 3 tight ends in the game. Here's the snap, faking the pitch. McCord looks to the end zone. It will be caught once again. It's Arondé Gadsden. 5-yard touchdown for the tight end. And Syracuse will take the biggest leads that either team has had in this game as they grow their edge 34-21 with the point after attempt coming up, 13 seconds to go in the first half. That 4th and 1. The Cougs needed that so badly at the 19 in Syracuse territory on their last offensive possession. They were denied. And the Syracuse offense, 9th in the nation in yards per game. They march down the field and get a TD there.
Yeah, tough play design there. A lot of guys into the boundary, fake a toss to Allen, and then Gadsden just slips into the back of the end zone.
Point after attempt from Jackson Kennedy is up, and he makes it. So Arondé Gadsden, the second, with a 5-yard touchdown catch. Gadsden having himself quite the day. In the first few drives, he was pretty quiet, but since then, he has been such a crucial playmaker for Syracuse. 4 catches, 74 yards. He's been a favorite target in the red zone. He has 2 touchdowns, 35-21. Now the score in favor of Syracuse. We've seen the Cougs have a response pretty much every time that Syracuse has gone on a run in this game, but it's been 21 unanswered since that blocked punt returned for a touchdown by Washington State on special teams. Not a lot of time to work with before the end of the half for Washington State. Just 13 seconds remain.
And the Cougs had a chance, right? I mean, they had 4th and, after the initial touchdown where Syracuse takes the lead, Cougs are driving down 4th and 1 with about 3.5 minutes left. And in the red zone, I mean, you had a chance to kind of get it even. And you go out on downs against a good team. It's a tough situation.
Squib kick. It is Jack Janikowski who grabs it for Washington State. He will fall down at the 32. There will be 8 seconds left in the half to work with for Washington State. Well, Syracuse, 9th in the nation in total offense, averaging 456 yards per game. Here in the first half, they've got 364 yards.
Yeah, they've been really efficient, and they can do it a lot of different ways, running the football, throwing it downfield. We've seen the effectiveness of that RPO game. Cougs are going to have to take advantage out of half. There's no doubt about that, and see if they can make some adjustments on defense.
Washington State set to take a knee as the Cougs will get the ball to begin the second half. Tevi Eckhouse will fake it. No, it'll be a snap to Tony Freeman. Why not? Freeman has it, looking for some room on the edge, and he will be tackled. A gain of close to 7 for Tony Freeman. Why not? This is a kitchen sink kind of game. Alex, you're smiling from ear to ear. Didn't work for the Cougs. And Jess, we got you ready down on the sideline. Take it away.
Coach, we saw an even mix of the ground game and the air game in the first half. How do you think Tevi Eckhouse treated his first half?
You know, Zevi's done a good job of controlling the game. The receivers done a great job of catching the ball and snagging it out of the air and getting yards. Done a great job. The O-line's been protecting really well.
We've seen a lot of weapons that Syracuse has. How do you slow down Kyle McCord in the second half on the defense?
We got to go in. Obviously, we got to shut down the RPO, the fades, the glances right now. We got to play better coverage on the outside and not lean out on it. We got to lock it down. We got to do a lot better job.
All right. Good luck, Coach.
Thank you.
All right, guys, I'll send it back upstairs.
Thank you, Jess. Again, Jessamyn McIntyre catching up with WSU acting head coach Pete Caligas as he trots to the locker room. Our score here. It is halftime at the Holiday Bowl in San Diego. The Cougars trail Syracuse 35-21. We'll take a timeout. When we return, we'll head to the U.S. Bank Network studios. David Kahn standing by, filling in for Luke Hallett. We'll have our full halftime update. And of course, we'll be back here in San Diego for all the second half action. This is Washington State football from Learfield.
Calling all Coug fans. While the Cougars are busy taking home the win this season, you can download the McDonald's app and take home our new game day bundle. Big enough to feed the whole squad. Get 20 golden, juicy chicken McNuggets, plus 2 medium orders of the world-famous fries you love, all for just $11.99. Talk about a winning combination. Must opt into rewards at participating McDonald's. Valid through 2024-25 football season. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Hey, Cougar fans, the 2024 football season is here, and SeatGeek is here to help you experience all the action. SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets so you can be a part of all the touchdown celebrations this season. Whether you're buying or selling tickets to Washington State football games or to any other live event in your area, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of the Washington State Cougars. The most disruptive idea in ticketing? A ticket that works. Expect the expected. SeatGeek.
This is former Cougar quarterback Alex Brink, and this is Cougar football.
Ball back to Brink, rolls right, throws on the run, end zone caught, touchdown Washington State.
Go Cougs.
The tradition, the rivalries. SiriusXM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got you covered. On SiriusXM College Sports Radio, there's complete coverage of every major conference, including live games, plus 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along on the SiriusXM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now you can get 3 months of SiriusXM free. Subscribe now. See offer details at SiriusXM.com/College Sports Radio 24.
Step into the swinging doors where flavor meets fun. Weekends sizzle with mouth-watering meals, but weekdays need love too, so don't forget us Monday through Friday. The Swinging Doors is Spokane's best sports bar. Catch the action on more than 50 screens, play some pinball, and a lot more, like Golden Tee Golf or pull tabs. The Swinging Doors, where good food and good times collide. The Swinging Doors is definitely your place to meet, eat, and have fun. Open every morning at 8 a.m. at 1018 West Francis Avenue.
30 minutes are in the books. It's time for the U.S. Bank Halftime Report on the Washington State Sports Network from Learfield. U.S. Bank is a proud supporter of Cougar athletics. Together, there's nothing as powerful as the power of us. U.S. Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC. Now let's go back to the U.S. Bank Network studios. Here's Luke Hallett.
A half full of pendulum swings in the 2024 Holiday Bowl, with Syracuse owning the latest momentum surge as they lead Washington State 35-21 at halftime. David Kahn with you in the U.S. Bank Network studio, sitting in for Luke Hallett tonight as we take a look at how this first half played out in San Diego. Before we do that, though, we are approaching the 7 o'clock hour out of the West Coast, so let's pause 10 seconds for station identification here on the Washington State Sports Network from Learfield. Once again, our score at the break, it's Syracuse 35, Washington State 21 at the 2024 Holiday Bowl. The Cougars won the coin toss and deferred, so it was the defense on the field first, trying to defend the Orange's highly touted offense, but Washington State's defense stood tall, holding Syracuse to 4 plays and a punt, and then Washington State's offense went right to work as Kyle Williams came up with a couple of huge catches to extend this opening possession, including a third down conversion and a 31-yard grab that set up Washington State with first and goal, and then it was QB1 Zeviak House who finished off the drive himself.
Second and goal from the 4 on the sweep. Hernandez in motion. It will be a design run for Eckhouse up the middle. He's on his feet. He's into the end zone. A 4-yard run for Zeviak House, and the Coug offense comes out of the gate and makes a statement. Washington State jumps out to the 6-0 lead here in the Holiday Bowl. Alex, could you have asked for a better start when it comes to complimentary football for the Cougs?
It certainly was a perfect start, as Chris and Alex mentioned, for the Cougs with that 8-play, 68-yard jaunt down the field, and it gives Washington State an early 7-0 edge. However, that lead would be short-lived as Syracuse answered back with that high-powered offense and a heavy dose of their running back, LaQuint Allen, to start, and then they wrapped it up with a touchdown pass to the ACC's leader in catches per game, that's Trevor Pena, and then Fran Brown, the head coach, pulled a trick from his bag as they attempted a surprise 2-point try, but Washington State, after a review, was determined to have held the edge, and they preserve a 1-point edge. Originally, the call was Syracuse converted the 2-point try, but they took a look at it, and they changed the call, so Washington State still leaded it 7-6. That first scoring drive for Syracuse took less than 3 minutes off of the clock at 2:44, and the quick strikes continued on their ensuing possession as Kyle McCord connected with Jackson Meeks twice, and then LaQuint Allen punched it in again from 12 yards out as they give the Orange their first lead of the night at 14-7 of the first quarter as they score again in just 82 seconds. However, the Cougs saw that speed and said, "We don't need 82 seconds, just give us 63 and one big bomb to number 2, Kyle Williams, who did it again."
Eckhouse takes the shotgun snap, pressure coming, gets rid of it, finds Kyle Williams for the first down and more. He's off to the races. Those high strides to the 30, to the 20, to the 10. He's into the end zone on 3rd and 3. The Cougs from their own 34 turn it into a touchdown strike. Eckhouse to Williams, and Williams hits the turbo button, hits all the way into the end zone. Touchdown Washington State. Point after pinning from tying this game back up.
Hitting the turbo button is an understatement for that play by Kyle Williams, as he was a blur of crimson and cream as he ran all the way to the end zone. And with that reception, Williams has his 14th receiving touchdown of the season, second most in Washington State single-season history. It's also the second longest reception in Washington State Bowl history. And on top of all that, it's your U.S. Bank play of the first half. Together, there is nothing as powerful as the power of us. U.S. Bank, member FDIC. So it's Washington State on top now, and then the fireworks weren't done in the first quarter as the Cougars forced a 3-and-out for Syracuse, and then came a huge play on special teams for Washington State.
Jack Stonehouse has his punt blocked. Cougs grab it into the end zone. Washington State blocks the punt for a touchdown. It's Meredith who picks it up and brings it into the end zone. What a special teams play for Washington State. We saw Syracuse go on a 14-0 run. The Cougs back-to-back touchdowns. They're on top 20-14.
It's the first blocked punt return for a touchdown for Washington State since 2018 at Oregon State, and it gives the Cougars the lead back at 21-14, and that is how our first quarter would end after a nearly 50-minute window of action and a true avalanche of points. Momentum, however, would swing right back to Syracuse as they open the second stanza with their longest drive of the day in terms of plays. They march right down the field on a 7-play, 75-yard scoring possession with Rondé Gadsden rumbling in from 18 yards away to tie this game at 21. And then Washington State would try and go up with a huge stop against Syracuse and Kyle McCord to just slow down that potent offense, and they got a huge play from an unlikely player.
Shotgun snap back to McCord. Cougs bring pressure, and McCord gets by one. Cougs still up on his feet, but down from behind. It's Cyrus Webster, his first sack as a Coug, and he comes through, the senior, with a big drop there of Kyle McCord.
Second of the half.
That was certainly a big drop there by Webster, but Syracuse would recover and double down on their lengthy drives. An 8-play, 94-yard jaunt would follow on their ensuing possession as they'd retake the lead 28-21. And again, it's LaQuint Allen posting his second score of the evening. Washington State would muster a lengthy drive into the Syracuse red zone, but a 4th-and-1 attempt at the Orange 19 would go awry, ending the Cougars' chance to knot the game up, and Syracuse would take advantage right before halftime as Rondé Gadsden finds pay dirt again to give Syracuse its largest of the night at 35-21 at halftime. The 35 points, the most that Syracuse has scored in any half in bowl game history. Once again, our score at the break, it's Syracuse 35 and Washington State 21. When we return, we'll update you on the rest of the bowl games going on across the country. That's next as our halftime coverage rolls on the Washington State Sports Network from Learfield.
At U.S. Bank, when they say they're in it with you, they mean it. Not just for the good stuff, the grand openings and celebrations, although those are pretty great, but for all the hard work it took to get there, the fine-tuning of goals, the managing of cash and workflows, and decision-making. They're in to help you through all of it, because together they're proving day in and day out that there is nothing as powerful as the power of us. Visit usbank.com to get started today. Equal housing lender, member FDIC, copyright 2024, U.S. Bank.
The Clearwater River Casino and Lodge proudly supports Washington State University Athletics, the premier venue for events and entertainment, located 4 miles east of Lewiston, Idaho. Come hit the jackpot with us, with over 600 gaming machines, saltwater pool, restaurant, and giant screens in the Stadium Sports Bar. Owned and operated by the Nez Perce Tribe, our hospitality is legendary. Stay, play, and get away with the Clearwater River Casino. Go Cougs!
This is Jason Hansen.
Ryan Lindell, and you're listening to Washington State Football
on the Washington State Sports Network.
Go Cougs.
You may be eager to break ground on a new outdoor project, but never just start digging. Buried electric and natural gas lines can be anywhere. It's the law to call 811 at least 2 business days before you dig. Spray paint white lines showing your dig zone, and a crew will mark the utility lines. Mark accuracy zone is within 2 feet of the mark, so always hand dig to expose the line first. Call 811 before you dig. The service is free for residential customers. Avista, we just want you to be safe.
Hampton and Pullman is just a short drive from the WSU campus. They've got you covered for all your lodging and dining needs with the addition of their on-site bar and restaurant, Crimson Bar and Bites. You will feel right at home with their spacious rooms, famous Hampton waffles, cozy outdoor patios, Cougar gift shop, and the friendliest staff in town. Visit HamptonByHilton.com to reserve a room for your next trip to the Palouse. Coug owned and Coug managed. It matters where you stay. Hampton and Pullman. Hilton for the stay.
Time now to check scores from across college football. Brought to you by Coors Light. Choose chill. Proud partner of Cougar Athletics. Celebrate responsibly. Now let's go back to the U.S. Bank Network studios. Once again, here's Luke Hallett.
Sevier counts with a very economical and efficient first half for Washington State as QB1 goes 13 of 15 for 176 yards and a touchdown, an 87% completion rate, but not enough to give Washington State the lead as they trail Syracuse at halftime 35-21 in the 2024 Holiday Bowl. David Kahn with you here from the U.S. Bank Network studios, subbing in for Luke Hallett as we take a look at our out-of-town college football scoreboard. One final to give you from the Birmingham Bowl in Alabama. When we last checked in, it was Vanderbilt and Georgia Tech in a weather delay as the Commodores had enjoyed a comfortable 35-13 lead in the fourth quarter. And if you forgot, it was a huge day for Diego Pavia.
Commodores trying to again open up some more daylight with 10 minutes to play. Right up the middle, Pavia into the end zone, a 6-yard touchdown. A second rushing score for Diego Pavia with a tick under 10 minutes to play, and Vanderbilt taking control here in the fourth quarter of the Birmingham Bowl.
That's Kevin Ingram on the Vanderbilt Sports Network from Learfield there. Diego Pavia with 5 total touchdowns on the day. That opened up the scoring to a 21-point lead over the Yellow Jackets, and then the skies opened for a 1-hour weather delay at the Birmingham Bowl. And then after that, the Yellow Jackets and Haynes King came out firing on all cylinders as they put 2 scores on the board in the final 5 minutes of the game, but Vanderbilt was able to run out the clock after that, winning 35-27. Meanwhile, in the Liberty Bowl in Memphis between Texas Tech and Arkansas, that one has also seen a bevy of points, mainly from the right arm of Taylon Green in Arkansas.
Trips right. That's into the open side for Green from his own 5. He looks to throw out of the gun. Slant complete at the 15, out to the 20, to the 30, to the 40. There's the block. There he goes. 40, 30, 20, 10, 5. Touchdown, Arkansas. Desmond James, the freshman from Clayton, North Carolina, 94 yards and a touchdown.
That's Chuck Barrett on the Razorback Sports Network from Learfield there. Taylon Green, one of his 3 total touchdowns on the day so far, 2 through the air, 1 on the ground at Arkansas as a 17-point edge over Texas Tech, 36-19 with 10 minutes to play from Memphis, Tennessee. One game still to come at 7:30. It's USC and Texas A&M in the Las Vegas Bowl at Allegiant Stadium. Let's check the scores around the country. Our score at the break at Syracuse 35, Washington State 21. We'll break down the first half numbers coming up as our halftime coverage continues after this on the Washington State Sports Network from Learfield.
At U.S. Bank, when they say they're in it with you, they mean it. Not just for the good stuff, the grand openings and celebrations, although those are pretty great, but for all the hard work it took to get there, the fine-tuning of goals, the managing of cash and workflows, and decision-making. They're in to help you through all of it, because together they're proving day in and day out that there is nothing as powerful as the power of us. Visit usbank.com to get started today. Equal housing lender, member FDIC, copyright 2024, U.S. Bank.
The Clearwater River Casino and Lodge proudly supports Washington State University Athletics, the premier venue for events and entertainment, located 4 miles east of Lewiston, Idaho. Come hit the jackpot with us, with over 600 gaming machines, saltwater pool, restaurant, and giant screens in the Stadium Sports Bar. Owned and operated by the Nez Perce Tribe, our hospitality is legendary. Stay, play, and get away with the Clearwater River Casino. Go Cougs!
This is Ruben Mays.
Mays left at the 10, 5, touchdown, Cougars!
And you're listening to Washington State football.
This game is too easy for Ruben Mays.
Ruben Mays now well over the 300-yard mark, the first Washington State Cougar ever to crack that barrier.
Go Cougs.
Coug fans, you love rooting for the Crimson and Gray, and now McDonald's has even more for you to cheer about. Because this season, you can score big with the 20-piece McNuggets bundle when you order on the McD app. Get 20 golden, juicy McNuggets, plus 2 orders of the medium fries you know and love, all for just $11.99. McDonald's and Cougars football, now that's what I call a W. Must opt into rewards at participating McDonald's, valid through 2024-25 football season. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Get your home turf ready to play with the game-changing performance of Steel. Enjoy big savings this fall on Steel handheld outdoor power equipment. Find yours at over 10,000 local Steel dealers. Steel is a proud supporter of your Washington State Cougars. Real Steel. Find yours.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by Washington State University. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the express written consent of Washington State University and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by Washington State University.
Washington State succumbs to a 21-point second quarter at the hands of the high-powered Syracuse Orange offense, and they trail Syracuse at the break 35-21. David Kahn with you here from the U.S. Bank Network Studios as halftime rolls along from San Diego at Snapdragon Stadium. Let's take a look at our first half numbers. For total offense, Syracuse outgaining Washington State 364 to 229. Through the air, it's pretty tight. Syracuse 218 to 176, but on the ground is where the Orange has buttered their bread. 146 yards on the ground. Mostly it's been LeQuint Allen, who has 13 carries for 101 yards and 2 touchdowns. Meanwhile, for Washington State, just 53 yards through the air are on the ground, and most of them have been by QB1, Zevi Eckhouse, who has 6 attempts for 24 yards and has scored. Neither team has been penalized too much, just 5 total penalties throughout, but first down, Syracuse has owned that category, doubling up Washington State at 20-10. They've also run 10 more plays overall than the Cougs. Average yards per completion, though, pretty even at 14.5 to 13.5. Syracuse has converted on all 5 of their trips into the red zone. Washington State just 1 of 2, though they do have that blocked punt return for a touchdown that has allowed Washington State to keep this one within 2 scores at 35-21. Individually for Washington State, Zevi Eckhouse 13 for 15 through the air, 176 yards, a touchdown and an interception. He's also the team's leading rusher at 6 attempts for 24 yards and a score with a long of 13. Kyle Williams has over 100 yards through the air, 5 receptions, 125 yards, 1 touchdown with that long 66-yard reception that put him in the second most among single-season Washington State receiving touchdown leaders with 14 touchdowns on the season. Meanwhile, for Syracuse, Kyle McCord goes 15 of 23 for 218 yards and 3 scores, while LeQuint Allen leads the rushing attack, 13 attempts, 101 yards and 2 touchdowns, and Aronde Gadsden is the receiving leader for the Orange, 4 catches, 74 yards, 2 touchdowns with a long of 28. You add it all up, it's Syracuse 35 and Washington State 21. We'll take a timeout. When we return, we'll send you back to Snapdragon Stadium. Chris King, Alex Brink, Jessamyn McIntyre. We'll get you ready for the second half as Washington State trails Syracuse 35-21. That's coming up on the Washington State Sports Network from Learfield.
This Washington State University sports broadcast is brought to you in part by Pullman Regional Hospital, the official hospital of Washington State Athletics. The combined expertise of our university and our award-winning hospital are being deployed to provide greater access to resources, education, employment opportunities, and innovations to improve health care and health outcomes for all of us. Learn more at pullmanregional.org. Pullman Regional Hospital and Washington State, partners in excellence.
This great call in WSU history is presented by T-Mobile. September 29th, 2017. With 5th ranked and unbeaten USC in town, linebacker Jahad Woods forced a 4th quarter fumble against Trojan QB Sam Darnold to cement the win, sending the Palouse into a frenzy.
Snap back to Darnold. Pressure is on. Jahad Woods hits the ball. It goes free. The Cougs have recovered it. The ball goes free. Jahad Woods forces a turnover. Washington State's recovered inside the USC 20.
Head to T-Mobile.com for a great deal on the iPhone 16 Pro.
A mission that matters, a place to grow. Schweitzer Engineering Laboratories is an internationally recognized designer and manufacturer of products that protect and control electric power systems worldwide. Employees are problem solvers, inventors, and doers. At SEL, you can support a mission that truly matters and create a career that maximizes your full potential. Apply to join the growing SEL team today at selinc.com/careers.
Santa, is that you?
Oh, in the flesh.
Is that a new sled? It's kind of tiny.
Yeah, it is. I'm delivering Northern Quest gift cards this year. Good for dining, shopping, spa treatments, fine cigars, you name it. They pack so much fun into such a small package, I downsized to this. It gets way better mileage. Besides, hey, it's not the size of the sled that counts, am I right, huh?
Get your holiday gift cards today at northernquest.com.
Back at Snapdragon Stadium in San Diego, getting close to the start of the second half here in the Holiday Bowl. Washington State down 35-21 to Syracuse in that first half. As David pointed out on his halftime update, Zevi Eckhouse 13 of 15, 176 yards, a touchdown and an interception, getting his first Cougar start and taking advantage of it. That one interception, though, again, worth noting about it, it was on a 3rd and long, took a shot deep. Syracuse picked it off, but it was at their own 6-yard line. So really it was the same as a punt. And a fun guest that we had here at halftime, Luke Falk even swung by and said hi up here in the booth. So great to see Luke Falk and get a chance to visit with him for a minute and out here cheering on the Cougs.
Always good to see Luke fall. One of the all-time greats. He said, I was like, hey, you came just for this? He's like, well, I was vacationing. And then I was like, I got to swing by the game. I was like, you absolutely do have to swing by the game. There's no doubt.
And he sounds like he's in the Salt Lake area, so he's saying, hey, hopefully there's a game in the near future scheduled near him to make it even closer to home. Well, it's time now for Alex Brink's second half keys to the game, brought to you by Coors Light. Okay, Alex, we saw a lot of good in that first half for the Cougs. It's unfortunate the way it kind of ended on they had the ball marching down the field on their last drive, got stopped in the red zone on a 4th and 1, and then Syracuse a late touchdown to wrap up the first half. But the Cougs get the ball to start the second half. What's it going to take here from Washington State?
Well, offensively for Washington State, I thought it was a solid first half. Obviously, Zevi Eckhouse, the receivers, did a nice job. The running game wasn't probably quite what you wanted it to be. That being said, you saw a lot of action from the quick passing game out to guys like Kyle Williams and Carlos Hernandez. I think you almost need to replace the idea of your running game with that quick passing game, because you see when Kyle Williams gets the ball in the flat and Carlos Hernandez, they make the first man miss, and they're picking up 5, 6, 8, 10 yards, if not more. And I'd like to see more of that on first down so that you're not ending up in these kind of third and medium and third and longs, right? And when you run the football, and especially like tonight, you're getting stopped for 2, 3 yards, you're a little bit behind the chains, right? It's not as consistent. And then defensively, right, they got to figure out they got to figure out the answer, right? The answer to the running game, which I think is going to be really hard to stop. I just think you're down a lot of guys on the interior defensive line, so that's a challenge. And so as a result, you're putting more guys in the box and you're playing man coverage on the outside with Stephen Hall and Jamori Colson, and that's getting taken advantage of. Frankly, I don't think the other option, which is to play zone coverage and let Syracuse run the football, is the answer. So I think you got to man up. You got to bring some run blitzes. You got to play. You got to trust that Colson and Stephen Hall make enough plays in the second half that you can get into some of those long yardage situations and play more zone coverage.
That is Alex Brink's keys to the second half, brought to you by Coors Light. Coors Light, mountain cold refreshment. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. And one record to keep an eye on in this game, Kyle Williams, 5 catches, 125 yards, and a touchdown. Williams had over 100 yards in the first quarter alone in this game for the Cougs, but his touchdown, a 66-yarder, was the second longest receiving touchdown in WSU Bowl history. Only in the Copper Bowl in 1992, Philip Bobo had a longer receiving touchdown for the Cougs in a bowl game. He now has 14 receiving touchdowns on the season. That puts him one away from tying Gabe Marks, what Gabe Marks did in the 2015 season, having 15 receiving touchdowns. So one more receiving touchdown for Kyle Williams. He's tied for Gabe Marks for the single season record. 2 more, and he has that one all on his own. And Kyle Williams, as you touched on, Alex, everything that's happened away from the field for the program the last 2-3 weeks, the changes, a guy who is here, who's got a bright future in front of him, looking to turn the page on his college career and get his professional career started, but here for the bowl game, not an opt-out. He is here, and what a huge weapon he has been for the Cougs throughout the season. But here in this crucial spot tonight, when there have been a number of positions where the Cougs are thinner than we've seen throughout the year.
He's been fantastic, and he's going to be crucial in getting Washington State back in this football game. And look to this first drive to see, where Washington State's mindset is at, where Nick Edwards' mindset is at as a play caller, because Cougs got to find a way to get points here.
Jackson Kennedy ready to kick this one off for Syracuse. Leighton Smithson back deep. Cougs starting the second half, receiving the ball. It will be a touchback. Syracuse a 35-21 lead on the Cougs. Cougs led 7-0, 14-7, and 21-14. But it has been 21 unanswered for Syracuse. And that last offensive drive for the Cougs, we saw him move the ball down the field. It was just a crucial 4th and 1 from the 19-yard line after getting in the red zone, when they turned the ball over on down. Zevi Eckhouse, 3-year starter at Bryant. It's interesting, you go back for Zevi, his last start put up big numbers. It was Bryant University last year to close out the season, 394 yards, 6 touchdowns in the win over Southeast Missouri. Here's the first play action, and it is a ball skipped low, trying to find Kyle Williams. Eckhouse, who was really accurate in the first half, 13 of 15. They left that one not even in a range where Kyle Williams could make the catch, and incompletion.
Yeah, quick speed out from the outside from Kyle Williams, trying to take advantage of that soft coverage that Syracuse has gone to in the zone. And like you said, Eckhouse played his first bad throw accuracy-wise all day.
From the 25, 2nd and 10, a pitch to Leo Pulalasi, looking for a block, able to split a pair of Syracuse defenders, falls forward. He'll be close to the first down. Looks like he'll be short, right about a yard or 2. They'll credit him for 9 yards. 3rd and 1. So another short down situation for the Cougs. We saw WSU those last 3 regular season games kind of struggle on those crucial downs. 3rd down and 4th down. These short situations have been tough this year.
Good strong run by Leo Pulalasi on the toss play. Now they're going under center.
It's Javinsky Schlimbaker, the running back. It will be a QB sneak. This is going to be close. It appears Zevi Eckhouse should have this, as the Cougs went with the design run by Eckhouse on that 4th and 1 where they were denied at the end of the first half, but he was running that ball out of the shotgun. This one gets under center. The QB sneak does the trick. The Cougs get the first down, and here the opening drive of the second half continues for Washington State, and the Cougs look to put a dent in their 14-point deficit. Schlimbaker remains the running back for the Cougs. Play action. Eckhouse looking deep over the middle. Finds Josh Meredith. Drops it in, and Meredith makes the catch inside the 45. He's knocked out of bounds at the 43-yard line. So Josh Meredith ends up with a 32-yard catch for Washington State. So they get more than enough there. Good job by Zevi Eckhouse.
Yeah, what a beautiful touch ball on the over route to Josh Meredith. Play action pass from Nick Edwards. Gets Zevi Eckhouse dropping back. Use Kyle Williams to take the top off with a post route, and Meredith comes across the field at that second level. Great play call, great execution.
From the orange 43, Williams in motion from left to right. The snap, the handoff to Leo Pulalasi. Pulalasi has some room to work with, down to the 39-yard line. 4 yards for Leo Pulalasi on the first down carry. So out of the traditional running game, it's really been mostly Leo Pulalasi. 9 touches for Pulalasi, now 34 yards. Pulalasi, the redshirt freshman from Tacoma.
Yeah, one of my favorite run plays Washington State has in their playbook, that pistol wide zone stretch play, gets Pulalasi going, puts his foot in the ground, gets up for a good gain of 4.
5 wide for the Cougs. Shotgun snap to Eckhouse. Slings it right away to Carlos Hernandez. Let's see how much he got before he was shoved out of bounds. Not a ton there. It was 2nd and 6 for the Cougs. Inching forward somewhere between 1 and 2 yards. Now for Washington State, 3rd and medium on tap for the Cougs. WSU trails by 14 to Syracuse. Opening drive of the second half of the Holiday Bowl.
Yeah, Hernandez in the slot running an out route, and I think Eckhouse thought he was uncovered and was going to get a free throw. And Justin Barron dropped out of the line of scrimmage, the linebacker, and kind of made that a little tighter, I think, than Eckhouse would have wanted.
3rd and 4 from the Syracuse 37. Snap back to Eckhouse. Looking. Now he'll tuck and throw last second into tight coverage, and Kyle Williams unable to hang on. Draped over him, and there'll be a celebration that leads to a penalty. Justin Barron broke up the pass. It looked like he took out a sword and made the motion of putting it back towards his hip, and the flag was thrown after. If this is against Syracuse, that's a huge gift for the Cougs. Otherwise, it would have been 4th and 4.
I think him and Williams kind of chipping at each other after the play, and I'm wondering who the official got.
Add to the play. Unsportsmanlike conduct. Defense, number 8. First of the game. 15-yard penalty, automatic. First down.
You know, Chris, one of the things, we love about Kyle Williams, he's got a chip on his shoulder, and he's a guy that high competitor, and he kind of walked Justin Barron into that one. He, after the play, kind of went up to him, gave him a little nudge, and I think Barron said something he obviously shouldn't have, that the ref flagged him for.
The cheese was set on the trap, and it went snap on him, and the Cougs will happily take it. Kyle Williams, whatever it took, it worked, because the Cougs, instead of having 4th and 4, the 15-yard penalty gives Washington State the ball to Syracuse 22, trying to cut into the 14-point deficit here on the opening drive of the second half of the Holiday Bowl. Pistol formation. Eckhouse takes the snap, turn, the handoff to Javinsky Schlimbaker, looking for the edge, lowers his shoulders, shoved out of bounds by Deuce Chestnut. And something there on that first down carry. They'll give him 3 yards. The Cougs enter the Rose Hours red zone.
Deuce Chestnut is a really good second-level defender for Syracuse. 6 foot, 200-pound safety. He's off and around the football. He's got, coming into the game, 146 career tackles, and no surprise to see him showing up on first down runs.
2nd and 7, Josh Meredith in motion from right to left. Cougs looking sharp in their crimson uniforms. A snap to Eckhouse. Play action. Plants his feet, trying to get rid of it the last second. He can't. Wrapped down low, and he will be sacked by Dennis Jaquez Jr. That will be his 2nd solo sack of the season. And Eckhouse was trying to pull the trigger. He just couldn't. It will be a loss for Washington State, right around 4 yards.
Yeah, trying to run a play-action pass and get Zevi Eckhouse out of the pocket, and Syracuse really defended it well. Took away the vertical threat with Josh Meredith and Kyle Williams, and then also took away the underneath route and Trey Lechner.
Well, the Syracuse 24, it's 3rd and 12. The snap's running out to his right. Eckhouse throws the ball short of Kyle Williams, had him near the sticks, but Eckhouse, who was so accurate in the first half, that's the second ball he's left short of Kyle Williams. And the Cougar offense will turn and head over to the sideline, and for the first time tonight for either team, we'll see a field goal attempt. Hard when you're down by 14 to have to settle for a field goal, but the Cougs looking for points here. It is Jackson Potter serving as the holder for Dean Janikowski from the far hash. This will be a 42-yard attempt for Janikowski, who's 8 of 11 this year. Here's the snap. The hold is down. The kick has plenty of leg. It's on its way, and the San Diego native misses wide left. Janikowski unable to deliver on the field goal attempt. And the Cougs,
timeout on the field.
Despite getting into the red zone, it's the second straight Washington State drive. They've gotten into the red zone. Both times, Alex, turned away without any points.
Yeah, that third down play obviously is big. Kyle Williams runs a good route, or they'll come back to the sideline. And Zevi Eckhouse is on the outside. He's got him wide open and just misses, unfortunately. And then obviously the missed field goal. You can't come away without points on trips to the red zone. That's twice now for Washington State. And against a good Syracuse team, a powerful offense, that's a tough pill to swallow.
We will see the Syracuse offense for the first time in the second half when we return. 10:26 to play here, third quarter in the Holiday Bowl. Washington State down to Syracuse, 35-21. This is Cougar football from Learfield.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End of friendship. Or choose chill, because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you're planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
With the WSU debit card from Giza, it's hard to tell who's supporting who. When Coug fans use their WSU card, they show off their Coug pride, and donations are made back to Cougar Athletics. But the card supports the Coug fan with big savings by helping them grow their money with Smart Plus checking. So, does the card support the Coug fan, or does the Coug fan support the card? It doesn't matter. All that matters is that the WSU card supports Cougar Athletics and your wallet at the same time. Get your WSU card at Giza.com. Checking account transaction requirements, terms and conditions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Whether you're buying or selling football tickets, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek, so Coug fans can fan. Third quarter here at Snapdragon Stadium in San Diego in the Holiday Bowl. Washington State trailing Syracuse 35-21. The Cougs marching down the field on the opening drive of the second half, getting into the red zone, ultimately settling for a 42-yard field goal attempt from Dean Janikowski, but it missed wide left. Still a 35-21 deficit for the Cougs. Washington State led 3 times in this game, 7-0, 14-7, and 21-14, but it has been 21 unanswered points for the Orange. With Jessamyn McIntyre down on the field, our engineer Jerry Kylo in the booth, Chris King next to Alex Brink, and that number that jumps out of the stat sheet, red zone opportunities and how both teams have capitalized on it. Syracuse 5 of 5 when they've been in the red zone. The Cougs just 1 of 3.
I mean, yeah, look, you're playing one of the top 10 offenses in the country, right? You know they're going to score, and you got to match that scoring output. And Washington State's had their opportunities. I mean, they've moved the football effectively against an Orange defense that, have struggled at times. They've given up a lot of points too, but things get tougher in the red zone. You got to execute at a higher clip, and Washington State hasn't done that effectively enough tonight.
Zevi Eckhouse really accurate in the first half, but 2 balls that were off target to Kyle Williams, especially that one on third down, hurt Washington State on that last drive. So Kyle McCord, who leads the nation in passing yards and completions, are ready to lead the Syracuse offense for their first opportunity in the second half. The snap, play action, McCord puts it up, looking for Darrell Gill Jr., makes the catch in stride, stumbles down, but up before a big gain. Darrell Gill Jr. catches the home run ball. Jamari Colson in coverage. Marked down at the 26-yard line. So from their own 25 all the way to the 26.
And they're able to get a lot of big plays out of that in man coverage with guys like Gill Jr. just going vertical. Kyle McCord's a good player. He's going to find a way to locate that ball downfield.
49 yards. Cyrus Webster gets to Kyle McCord. Somehow keeps his feet, throws it up, and Trevor Pena makes the grab. A reception of 8 yards. McCord standing in there strong, somehow avoids a sack and still turns it into a positive gain of 8.
Yeah, I don't even know how that happened. I mean, it looked like Cyrus Webster got a hold of his arm of the ball almost. I mean, really should have been a strip sack, and Kyle McCord showing great strength to rip out of there and then find a completion.
2nd and 2 from the Cougar 17. They go to the ground. Will acquit Allen once again. Allen, his first touch of the second half. He's able to fight his way forward north to south for a 3-yard pickup. That will give them a first down. So it's been 21 unanswered points for Syracuse. The WSU defense kind of taking more hits as far as who's not available in this game compared to the offense. And here Syracuse is keeping their foot on the pedal. Third quarter, under 9 minutes to play. Cougs down by 14. Syracuse in the red zone.
Yeah, for Washington State's defense, again, trying to get a little bit of a pass rush off that defensive line would really go a long way. Got to get Kyle McCord uncomfortable.
Pena in motion, the flip to him, and he's taken down in the backfield. Chasing him down, Stephen Hall, not fooled in the slightest. That will go down as a loss, and not just a loss of 7 yards.
It was a big play by Stephen Hall. I think he came on a corner blitz, and they were running a fly sweep by Pena right into the blitz. Stephen Hall, we know he's a good tackler, stepped up, he's physical, and was able to get Pena down to the ground.
Well, we saw the Cougar offense go in the red zone, be pushed out of the red zone, and ultimately miss a field goal attempt. The WSU defense looking to turn the tables on Syracuse. They wouldn't mind that same outcome here. Now 2nd and 17 from the Cougar 21. Blitz coming. McCord puts it up towards the end zone. Incomplete. Little bit of contact from Stephen Hall on Jackson Meeks, the intended receiver, but no flags thrown. Now 3rd and 17.
Aggressive play call by Jordan Malone, the nickels and safeties coach who's calling the plays for Washington State's defense tonight. Brings an all-out blitz at Kyle McCord. He's going to leave Stephen Hall out there on the island, trust his veteran corner to go toe-to-toe against Jackson Meeks, and Hall was up for the challenge on that one to set up a 3rd and extra long.
Third quarter here in San Diego for the Holiday Bowl. Washington State trailing by 14. Syracuse 3rd and 17 at the Cougar 21. McCord with Allen to his right, takes the shotgun snap. Throws it out to Allen in the flat. Met and brought down by Parker McKenna like a freight train. Goes right to Allen, takes him to the turf. Heck of a 3rd down tackle by the Portland State transfer in his first year as a Coug. And we'll bring up 4th down, and now we'll have a field goal attempt from Syracuse.
Parker McKenna saw that one the whole way. Cougs played off coverage, so Kyle McCord could not get a vertical throw down the field and was forced to check it down to his running back. McKenna tracked him down, like you said, delivered a big hit.
39-yard attempt from Jackson Kennedy. 7 of 9 on field goals this year from the far hash. A little bit of a low snap. The hold is down, and the kick is up and no good. So both teams on their first drive of the second half attempt field goals. Neither make it, and the Cougs celebratory on the sideline. The defense back on their heels as Syracuse got in the red zone, but they walk away empty-handed.
What a big stop for Washington State's defense. Started with that 1st down play by Stephen Hall, who came right back on 2nd down and challenged Jackson Meeks, the stud wide receiver. And then on 3rd down, obviously get off the field and a missed field goal. Washington State's defense, first time they've stepped up since early in the first half, and Cougs had to have it.
Let's see if that momentum carries over for the offense. We'll take a break. Zevi Eckhouse and the rest of the offense back out on the field here in San Diego when we return. 7:08 to play, 3rd quarter in the Holiday Bowl. Our score, Syracuse 35, Washington State 21. This is Cougar football from Learfield.
Hey, Cougar fans, the 2024 football season is here, and SeatGeek is here to help you experience all the action. SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets so you can be a part of all the touchdown celebrations this season. Whether you're buying or selling tickets to Washington State football games or to any other live event in your area, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of the Washington State Cougars. The most disruptive idea in ticketing? A ticket that works. Expect the expected. SeatGeek.
The passion, the tradition, the rivalries. SiriusXM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got you covered. On SiriusXM College Sports Radio, there's complete coverage of every major conference, including live games, plus 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along on the SiriusXM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now you can get 3 months of SiriusXM free. Subscribe now. See offer details at SiriusXM.com/College Sports Radio 24.
Butch, the band's here? Back at Snapdragon Stadium in San Diego, the Washington State defense getting a stop. Missed field goal by Syracuse. Cougs down by 14, but back with the ball. 7:08 to play third quarter. Syracuse 35, Washington State 21. Bowl game here in San Diego. Never a bad time to be in San Diego. Let's head down to the field. Jessamyn, McIntyre. And you do have the feel of Giesa Field because we've got the band here. And Jess, I know you've spent some time hanging out with Butch, right?
Yeah, I have. Actually, was just over my shoulder here, pumping up the crowd on that last drive there for Syracuse, getting them loud on defense, maybe throwing some things off a little bit. It's kind of interesting how both teams settled for field goal attempts on their opening drives of this half, and both miss. You wonder if the crowd had anything to do with it. Now, it's not a packed stadium, but I would say that the turnout is a little better than what I expected, just considering both schools had to travel, both fan bases had to travel. A little easier for those of us on the West Coast to get here than, from Syracuse, New York. So I like it. It feels pretty good, and I have to reiterate how good this field condition is. Before the players took the field for the second half, I got another look at it, and I know I talked about it ahead of time, but it is infinitely better than the last time we were here.
It's really nice that that's not a storyline to this game because it was such a factor. It felt like something we talked about quite a bit in that first game. Here's the first play for the Cougs after taking over after the missed field goal, faking the handoff to Chris Barnes in the backfield. It's a keeper for Zevi Eckhouse right up the middle. Eckhouse able to get 6 yards for the Cougs. We've seen him pretty active with his legs in this game. 9 carries, 26 yards on 2nd and 4. Quick pass out to Josh Meredith, looking for extra yards after the reception. He won't get the first down. He's out to the 29 just to pick up 2, half of what the Cougs needed. It is 3rd and 2 here, and this feels like such a crucial drive, Alex. You're down by 14. You need points here.
Yeah, there's no doubt. And, Zevi Eckhouse, good strong run on first down, sets up that second and medium, and then you go tempo and don't get as much as you like. You still set up a 3rd and short and see where Nick Edwards goes with the ball here.
Cougs down by 14, but their last 2 drives into the red zone, either time getting points. Eckhouse, quick out straight. Lechner makes the grab a little bit off balance, has the first down and more, breaking multiple tackles. Eckhouse in front of the Syracuse sideline, muscling his way, not only for the first down, out to the 42-yard line. He gets 13 there for Washington State on the grab.
Tell you what, Zevi Eckhouse, obviously in his own right, is kind of the newcomer of the game so far. Trey Lechner is the other one for me. The 2 times he's touched the ball, he's really shown his strength and ability to run the football.
And more of an opportunity for him with Cooper Mathers out in this game. The snap, the give to Leo Pulalasi, stretching it to the outside, still going, stiff arms Syracuse defender, and making the ride along with him on the tackle is Clarence Lewis. Pulalasi, solid pickup there, half of what the Cougs were looking for, a 5-yard gain to set up 2nd and 5.
And Pulalasi's kind of deceptively fast. It always feels like defenders are going to close on him on those outside runs, and then he seems to always get the edge. I think that's kind of due to his long stride, his ability to use the stiff arm to get an extra angle.
Kyle Williams out to the right. To the left of the slot, Josh Meredith, Tony Freeman, and Carlos Hernandez. Snap back to Eckhouse. Throws it to Pulalasi. Pinballs off of one Syracuse defender. It's their leading tackler, Justin Barron. Couldn't bring him down on first contact. Ultimately, going to be no gain. Cougs started at the 46, and that's where they'll end up.
It looks like that coverage change started as a 2 high coverage, rolled into 1 high coverage, threw off Eckhouse a little bit, was trying to move his eyes through the progression. Really, if he had seen it as the snap happened, he probably would have taken a shot to Kyle Williams. Either way, he checks down to Pulalasi, avoids a loss, sets up third meeting.
4:30 to play, third quarter. Cougs down by 14. They've got a 3rd and 5 at their own 47. Eckhouse takes the snap, slings it. Hernandez with the reception. Does he have the first down? Spun around near that first down marker. All depends on the spot here. And it looks like it's going to be short. Short by about a yard. Cougs will send in an extra offensive lineman.
Yeah, this has got to be quarterback sneak from under center based on what they did the last 3rd and short they had. To me, I would not put this into a shotgun snap.
Ashton Tripp, the extra offensive lineman, I formation. Trey Lechner, the up back. Javinsky Schlimbaker in there. It is a quarterback sneak, and Zevi Eckhouse gets what was needed. At least from us up here. Justin Barron sticking up his fist to say they got the stop, but Alex, I mean, it looks like he got it, right?
Yeah, I thought that push was enough for a first down. Sometimes it depends where the ref felt like the ball was being carried by the quarterback.
And good to know that our first blush thought matches what happened on the field as the sticks instructed to move. Jess, let's head down to you on the field.
Well, I heard you mentioning the fact that, we'd see Trey Lechner get some more snaps in this game with Cooper Mathers out. But as I mentioned, Billy Revere left the game earlier in the first half and looked like he had either a hand or wrist injury, and he has yet to return to the sideline.
Thank you for that update, Jess. 35-21, Cougs trail by 14. This drive continues, though, from the Syracuse 48. It's 1st and 10. The snap to give to Leo Pulalasi. Dancing in the backfield. Couldn't quite get a whole lot of extra room. A gain of about 1 yard there for Leo on the first down carry. This has been a lightning quick third quarter. The first quarter felt like it was a half of football. There was so much scoring in that first quarter. But here, neither team has scored after points were flying left and right to begin this game. Cougs looking to cut into that 14-point deficit. It will be offsides. Free play. Kyle Williams falling down and unable to make the grab. So the Cougs will get 5 yards out of this, but on the free play, nothing more than that.
Yeah, good recognition by Zevi to try and get that ball out, get a little extra.
Defense, number 88. 5-yard penalty will remain 2nd down.
Ron Watson, the guilty party. He leads all true freshmen among defensive tackles for snaps in the nation. So he's played a lot, but offsides there on the youngster, and the Cougs will have it 5 yards closer at the 42. There it is on 2nd and 5. Play fake. Eckhouse rolls out to his right. Finds Carlos Hernandez, but the ball deflected. Getting a hand on it. Davian Kerr swats it away. Now 3rd down for Washington State.
It looks like Kerr just undercut that crossing route a little bit, running a bootleg from Eckhouse, get him out on the edge, and Carlos Hernandez crossing from the backside. Ball was delivered right where it needed to be. Nice play by the young freshman DB Kerr.
Zevi only had 3 incompletions in the first half. He's now had 3 here in the entire second half. There's 2:17 to go third quarter. 3rd and 4 for the Cougs at the Cuse 42. Empty set. Eckhouse takes the snap. Surveying, dancing around. Will tuck, throw at the last second. Finds Carlos Hernandez to the 20, to the 10. It's a foot race. No one's catching Carlos. 42-yard touchdown. Zevi Eckhouse connects with Carlos Hernandez, and the Cougs will slice the lead in half for Syracuse.
What a nifty play by Zevi Eckhouse. Just the patience in the pocket, manipulating in, out, back in, and keeps his eyes downfield the whole way with the touch ball over the top to Carlos Hernandez. That is a big-time college football play by Zevi Eckhouse.
42 yards. Carlos Hernandez, just a sophomore, comes through with what is his 5th touchdown of the season. A guy who missed time earlier in the year, and his talent has been on display. Here's the point after attempt. Janikowski makes it. It is 35-28, and you think about all leading up to this game. You think about how this game has unfolded. The Cougs have had 3 leads.
Timeout on the field.
And yet they were down by 14 to start the second half, and they didn't get points despite getting to the red zone on their last drive. This has been a resilient bunch. And with 2:06 to go in the third quarter against the 21st ranked team in the nation that has not been nearly been hit as hard by changes in turnover for the end of the regular season this bowl game, the Cougs very much still with the shot.
Yeah, I think that's the understatement of a lifetime, Chris, that they haven't been hit nearly as hard because Washington State's been decimated in a lot of ways. And kudos to this team for staying in the fight. Resiliency is a really, really good word that you just used.
The Cougar spirit very much alive and well here in San Diego. 2:06 to play, third quarter. Washington State trails Syracuse 35-28 here in the Holiday Bowl. We'll take a quick timeout. Back after this, you're listening to Washington State football from Learfield.
Do you ever pay attention to overhead power lines? If you're like most people, you don't, but you should, especially when you're working up on a roof or carrying a ladder outdoors. Kids who climb trees and fly kites and adults with drones need to watch out for power lines too. And on the off chance that you find a downed power line, stay at least 10 feet away and quickly call 911 and Avista. Always pay attention to power lines. It's your best line of defense. Avista, we just want you to be safe.
Cougar Nation, Flight 509, Spokane's newest family entertainment center, invites you to visit them this fall. Located in the Spokane Valley, the 22,000 square foot facility features a laser tag arena, ropes course, arcade, spin zone bumper cars, an epic Ninja Warrior course, mini bowling, and a VR Omni Arena. Now that's a lot of fun. Book your next birthday party or event at flight509.com and mention Go Cougs for 10% off your jet engine passport.
A 42-yard touchdown. Zevi Eckhouse connecting with Carlos Hernandez, capping off a 10-play, 79-yard touchdown drive for Washington State that took 5 minutes and 2 seconds off the clock. 2:06 to play here at Snapdragon Stadium in San Diego. Cougs down to Syracuse 35-28 in the Holiday Bowl. And Jess, we'll head down to you on the field. There seemed to be quite a bit of cheer, quite a bit of excitement from the WSU sideline after that big touchdown.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. All of a sudden, this is a one-score game. Cougs are right back in it, and it didn't feel that way at the half. You know, that last-minute score, that last-second score, 13 left on the clock for Syracuse, really just seemed to be dejecting. And this is something that Nick Edwards, who is play calling today, he's wide receivers coach, but he is running the play calls. He wanted to get Zevi going. And he said he has some swag to him, and I can see it right now as he is discussing, he's going over the play calls right now. He and Potter are standing by with the coaches and going through it, so it's something that is really great to see. And if he gets that going, gets in that rhythm, we're going to see more and more swag from Zevi.
Yeah, I saw that too. You know, you've seen it throughout the game. He's, you know, he makes big plays. He's getting excited, and that's a super important piece of the position if you're able to bring that juice to the rest of the offense.
Short kick from D. Janikowski. Yasin Willis will collect it at the 10-yard line. Has some room to work with. Willis still up on his feet to the 35 to the 40, and helping again, D. Janikowski has had to tackle a punt returner, and here had to force Willis out of bounds, but outstanding field position, actually will get into Cougar territory at the 49-yard line. So that ends up just over a 40-yard return. And Washington State, good momentum they got there from the touchdown drive, but another tough special teams turn of events for the Cougs. They got that great punt block return for a touchdown, but two big returns, one a punt and that kickoff. Hard to put the defense back in this spot.
Yeah, a couple of atypical kicks in both those scenarios from Dean Janikowski. The low punt that we haven't seen very much, and then right there a really short kick that, you know, we've seen him put the ball in the end zone or at least close to the goal line, and that was, I mean, he caught that ball at the 10, almost looked like the 10-yard line or so.
When you're out of town and want to keep up with live college sports, be sure to download the free Varsity Network app, available for both Apple and Android. Listen to college sports live, like our Cougar broadcast, Cougar football, Cougar basketball, all of our coaches' shows with the Varsity Network app for free. More from San Diego after this. So the Holiday Bowl, Washington State trails Syracuse 35-28. This is Cougar football from Learfield.
This Washington State University sports broadcast is brought to you in part by Pullman Regional Hospital, the official hospital of Washington State Athletics. The combined expertise of our university and our award-winning hospital are being deployed to provide greater access to resources, education, employment opportunities, and innovations to improve health care and health outcomes for all of us. Learn more at pullmanregional.org. Pullman Regional Hospital and Washington State, partners in excellence.
So we've always wanted a Cadillac Escalade.
But they're out of our price range.
So I started a podcast for my side hustle. You know, all the kids are doing it.
Honey, you've got 7 likes.
All right. Hey, I'm still learning how to algorithm.
And that's not a verb.
Oh.
There's an easier way to score an Escalade. It's Northern Quest's $165,000 Cadillac Countdown. Play daily to enter. Grand prize drawing January 25th. Details at northernquest.com.
Back at Snapdragon Stadium in San Diego for the Holiday Bowl. Down on the sidelines, Jessamyn McIntyre here in the booth with our engineer Jerry Kylo. Chris King next to Alex Brink. 35-28 Cougs down to Syracuse. 1:58 to play third quarter. We mentioned at halftime we had Luke Falk stop by and say hi, but Jess, you're down on the sideline. He's not the only notable former Cougar player here to cheer on WSU.
Oh, yes. The all-time winningest coin toss captain, Jamal Morrow, is down here as well. Everybody remembers him for his running game, obviously. We got R.J. Stone, defensive edge here that obviously had a heck of a career and, you know, has spent some time in the NFL. He's still a free agent right now. Was just catching up with him. I bet we'll see more and more throughout, but those are 3 really, really notable names that played for the Cougs.
Yeah, there's some good football players, a lot of good snaps down there on the sideline cheering the team on. And as you know, that's one thing about Washington State is proud alum, proud former players.
Well, Carlos Hernandez getting that touchdown reception for the Cougs. 42-yarder. He's now got 8 catches, 80 yards, and a touchdown. So that's a career high in catches and a career high in yards for the talented sophomore. 1st and 10 for the Cougar 49. Syracuse gives it to Quint Allen. Allen started to get going kind of in that first half, but the Cougs have done a nice job of keeping him contained. Gets 4 yards on the first down carry, but there was a time, Alex, where he was getting kind of gashing carry after gashing carry.
Right, and, you know, right there, I think Washington State, Jordan Malone throwing a little bit of an adjustment, playing zone coverage, you know, trying to bring the linebackers in some of the run support instead of playing man coverage and force the run and get more of a short gain on first down.
The Cougar 45, it is 2nd and 5, screen pass, Pena the target, Trevor Pena stiff arms one defender, tiptoeing his way along the sideline, he's off to the races. All it took was a big punt return and 2 plays for Syracuse to answer back after the Cougar touchdown drive took over 5 minutes. Ends up being a 44-yard touchdown reception for Trevor Pena, 2nd team All-ACC, and it is 41-28. Syracuse has the response.
Yeah, Cougs had to be misaligned there. I mean, Jamori Colson's out there all by himself with Trevor Pena and another receiver, so it's 2-on-1, and they throw the quick screen out there. Colson gets blocked, and there's nobody left for Pena to come support.
That point after is good for Syracuse, now 42-28. So in this game against this talented Syracuse offense, got to find a way to get some stops in there. And those 2 special teams plays, there have been a couple of long returns for Syracuse, and they've been able to translate that into quick touchdowns. The Cougs have the biggest special teams play of all with the blocked punt by Leon Neal Jr. that was returned by Josh Meredith, 12-yard touchdown return. But boy, those in a game like this where the Cougs have definitely been in it throughout, even leading 3 times in the first half, trailing by as many as 14. Now it's back to a 14-point deficit. But things like that make such a difference if you're trying to play catch-up like the Cougs have been in the second half.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. I mean, you got to execute at a high level. I mean, for 60 minutes, really, especially against good football teams. And I think the Cougs have made enough mistakes in this game that you can see why they're down 14. And special teams, you never want that to be a deciding factor.
Jackson Kennedy with the quick kickoff. Leighton Smithson grabs it at the 1. He will bring it out. Smithson to the 20. Has some room near side to the 30, to the 40. He'll be shoved out of bounds, but the Cougs respond with a solid return of their own. Jamie Trimble with the special teams tackle. So starting at the 1, he makes it all the way to the 47. 6-yard return for Leighton Smithson, and let's see if Zevi Eckhouse can help engineer another touchdown drive. Alex, a lot of questions about what the Cougs would get from Zevi Eckhouse in this game. What has been your analysis of what we've seen through almost 3 full quarters of football?
He's been fantastic. Look, he's shown why he was so successful at the FCS level.
There it is, 1st and 10, screen pass to Kyle Williams, and that was met immediately by Justin Barron, making the tackle for a loss. So the Cougs trying to get the ball in the hands of Kyle Williams. He had 100 yards receiving in the first quarter, but here in the second half, no receiving yards, and he is hobbling over to the sideline. For Washington State, that's a loss of 2 on the Williams reception.
I just noticed there on the offensive line, left guard, Noah Dunham in for Rod Tialavea.
Eckhouse takes the snap. It's a give to Leo Pulalasi, and he is chopped down, maybe getting back to that original line of scrimmage. But that is all. Only a gain of 1, though, is what he will get.
Yeah, I'm going to set up 3rd and long. And then, that first down play to Kyle Williams is really one of the few times it felt like Washington State was behind the chains on 1st down, right? And then 2nd down run, you're kind of trying to pick up half of it. And you don't get much either, and so now you're in a third and long, 3rd and extra long, 3rd and 11.
See if the Cougs run a play here. 8 seconds on the game clock. Should be a free play. Jump outs offsides. Eckhouse slings it. It's deflected as Brandon Ganesha-Morthy was the intended target, but Washington State will get 5 yards back. So good job of Eckhouse getting the orange to bite. Going offsides, unfortunately unable to turn into a 1st down.
Number 6, also number 11. 5-yard penalty. Remains 3rd down.
It gives the Cougs one more play here in the 3rd quarter with 2 seconds to go. Down by 14. It will make it 3rd and 6. The penalty puts WSU at the Syracuse 49.
Yeah, and some pre-snap penalties for Syracuse have caused some problems, give Washington State a few advantages, and get this much more manageable 3rd down.
Trips to the left of Eckhouse, claps his hands, no snap. Play clock still at 15. Pulalasi to the right. You hear him communicating over to the Cougar sideline. Nick Edwards, wide receivers coach, serving as the offensive coordinator for this game. 3 on the play clock. Here's the snap. Eckhouse, pump fake over the middle. Meredith with the reception. This will be close to the 1st down marker.
It's going to be short.
It's going to be just short, but it sets up
3rd quarter.
A spot where you're going for it here on 4th and 1, starting the 4th quarter, down by 14. So the Cougs put themselves in a position for 4th and short, and that will take us to a timeout. Well, reminder, U.S. Bank is a proud sponsor of Cougar football. We're in it with you for the good stuff and all the hard work it takes to get there. Because together, there's nothing as powerful as the power of us. U.S. Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC. We go to the 4th quarter here at Snapdragon Stadium in San Diego. In the Holiday Bowl, Washington State trails Syracuse 42-28. This is Cougar football from Learfield.
Get your home turf ready to play with the game-changing performance of Steel. Enjoy big savings this fall on Steel handheld outdoor power equipment. Find yours at over 10,000 local Steel dealers. Steel is a proud supporter of your Washington State Cougars. Real Steel. Find yours.
Okay, you say, I want some breakfast. Your so-called boyfriend says, we got eggs in the fridge. Obviously, when you say breakfast, you mean McDonald's. Definitely a side-eye situation.
And now it's a BOGO situation with buy one, get one for $1 on sausage McMuffin, burritos, hash browns, and more. Price and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal. Valid for item of equal or lesser value.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
A 4th and 1 coming up for the Cougar offense. 42-28. Washington State trails Syracuse as we start the 4th quarter here at Snapdragon Stadium in San Diego for the Holiday Bowl. Right now we're at the top of the hour. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Cougar football from Learfield. For those just joining us in this game, Washington State, obviously, plenty of changes for the football program over the last few weeks. The Cougs, though, despite not having a number of key contributors, not having a number of coaches, well, the Cougs ended up having 3 leads in the first half. Last up 21-14. Then it was 21 unanswered points for Syracuse. They went in the locker room up by 14 on the Cougs. The Cougs have cut it within 7, and now it's back to a 14-point Syracuse lead. But to start the fourth quarter, Cougs have it 4th and 1 at the Syracuse 44. And right now we'll go down to the sideline. Jess, you have an update for us. What's the latest?
Yeah, well, as we saw, Kyle Williams a little banged up during that last series as we led to the fourth quarter here. He did spend a little bit of time in the injury tent getting checked out, but he just returned to the sideline, helmet on, which, as we know, is the universal sign of you can go back in the game. And trainers had him give a little jog, a little testing up and down, and he is back in the offensive huddle right now, ready to go.
The senior wearing crimson and gray for the final time out on the field. Williams, he's the leading receiver here tonight for either team. 6 catches, 123 yards, and a touchdown, including a 66-yard touchdown reception in the first half. The second longest receiving touchdown in WSU Bowl history. Only Philip Bobo in the 92 Copper Bowl had a longer touchdown. Well, Alex, here we are. It is 4th and 1. We've seen the Cougars have sort of a mixed bag of success. The 4th and 1 from the Syracuse 19 when the Cougs were denied on their last offensive possession of the first half. That looms large in this game. What's it going to take here to convert on this 4th and short?
Yeah, it's about 4th and a half yard. I mean, I got to think, again, you're going under center and probably some version of quarterback sneak. I can't see a reason why you would go into shotgun or even turn around and hand the ball off when you only got half a yard to get there. My only caveat there is that this is a great opportunity to maybe go into your bag of tricks, and do some sort of fake that gets the tight end slipping down the field and get a cheap touchdown. But that's high risk, right? High risk, high reward.
One piece of good news you pointed out before, Alex, Tialavea was not in at left guard, but we now see Tialavea back in there. Was Noah Dunham filling in for a little bit. So this is the offensive line that we saw to start the year. This is the offensive line that won the Apple Cup. This is the offensive line that beat Texas Tech. Eckhouse under center, I formation. Lechner the up back. Schlimbaker behind him. Eckhouse takes the snap, pushed forward. All depends on what kind of push he ultimately gets and where the ball is placed. This is close, and the Cougs will have enough. So the QB sneak does the trick, and Washington State keeps this drive going. Down by 14, as that is the very first play of the fourth quarter.
I'm going to get real granular with you, Chris. When you do quarterback sneak, right, sometimes it's right over center, right? But then when D tackles squeeze down, now you can change it and you move it to what we call the guard bubble. And that time Zevi did that. Then he goes over the left guard right there to get that first down.
Even though Eckhouse is making his first start as a Cougar, 3 years standout player at Bryan. Here's the snap, rolls out to his right, bad pass, and it is an interception. Looking for Kyle Williams. It is picked off by Jaleel Martin. Eckhouse has done a nice job of avoiding mistakes in this game, but that one, you could see it unfolding from space as Martin with the interception, a forced pass, and an untimely turnover by the Cougar offense.
I was trying to do too much right there. Kyle Williams running a wheel route and Zevi's sprinting out, and as a quarterback you feel like you can locate that ball over the top of a defender and get it down in time, but you got to be so perfect on that throw. Not to mention Martin's 6'2", 192 pounds. He's a big player. It's just going to be too tough. That's a bad decision by Zevi Eckhouse.
You need the defense to find a way here to keep Syracuse from scoring. 14:50 to play in this game. Washington State down 42-28. Ball at their own 28. Here's the snap, and it will be a sack for the Cougs. Washington State has Nusi Malani bring down Kyle McCord. Nusi Malani ends up with his second sack of the season. I go back to his quote. It was his quote after winning the Apple Cup, saying, "We are going to win this game not because we hate them, but because we love each other." The senior comes through with an awfully important play there for the Cougar defense, a loss of 6.
Yeah, just a bull rush from big Nusi Malani right there, and he beats up on left tackle David Wolabaugh to get home for the sack on Kyle McCord. A good win on first down for the Coug defense.
2nd and 16, back to their own 22, and there will be a flag thrown. This play is blown dead.
False start.
False start. Offense, number 1, 5-yard penalty, remains second down.
Call goes against the running back, LaQuint Allen. So that counts that interception as second of the game. The first, it was 3rd and long. It basically served as a punt. But that second interception was very costly. But the defense, let's see, between the sack, now the false start by Syracuse, they're in a tough spot here all the way back at their 17, 2nd and 21.
Yeah, Washington State's defense has got to take advantage. Don't let Syracuse get a cheap one. Pass rush needs to show up here in these long downs.
Alonde Gadsden, the second, the talented tight end in motion. 4-man rush. McCord takes the snap over the middle. Ball deflected out of the hands of Trevor Pena, and it will be an incompletion. Jamari Colson was hanging out back there along with Reese Sylvester, but the Cougs do have it be an incompletion, setting up 3rd and 21. Had Pena hauled in that ball, which was catchable, that would have been bad news for Washington State.
No, that was a drop by Pena, which you just don't see often. And Syracuse is kind of doing everything possible to keep Washington State in this football game right now.
Needing to stop on 3rd and 21. Cougs down by 14. With 0-17, empty set. 4-man rush. McCord plenty of time. He unloads. Wide open man in Darrell Gill Jr. Who does he make the catch? It was slightly underthrown, and he does bring it in. From the 17-yard line all the way down to the 34. The Cougs allow Syracuse to convert on 3rd and 21.
I just don't know how Jamari Colson lets Gill Jr. get on top of him on 3rd and 21. Stops his feet for absolutely no reason. Gill Jr.'s all by himself.
39 yards, Syracuse immediately to the ground to LaQuint Allen. Allen lowers his shoulders, gets past Tanner Moku, still going, finally wrestled down from behind by Nusi Milani. Down by 14, you just have to find a way to get them off the field on 3rd and 21, and the Cougs unable to do it. And McCord licking his chops when he saw how open Darrell Gill Jr. was.
And Gill Jr. kind of runs an out and up, and, it's like, let the guy run the out route and then go tackle him. There's no reason to bite on the out cut.
Allen 16 yards on the first down run into the red zone. Go the Orange. 1st and 10 from the Cougar 19. Allen to the left of McCord. Here's the snap. Man over the middle. Pass caught. It's Meeks with the reception. Denied the goal line, but he is flirting with the end zone. Tackle from behind at the 4. And Syracuse, this offense, 9th in the nation when it comes to yards per game, 456. McCord leads the nation in passing yards and completions per game. He's now got 364 yards in this one, 21 completions. 1st and goal from the 3. They keep it on the ground. Allen runs into his own man, and the Cougs there to help bring him down after. Kapena Gushikin with the tackle, but that was more of a mistake by Syracuse than a good play by Washington State.
Yeah, tight end's trying to slice across the formation to make a block, and Gushikin triggers off the edge and kind of forces him to change trajectory, his track, and he ends up running into LaQuint Allen.
Here in the Holiday Bowl, Syracuse 42, Washington State 28. 4th quarter, now under 11 minutes to play. 2nd and goal from the 5 for Syracuse. Cougs led 3 times in the first half. Never by more than a touchdown, though. If Syracuse gets points here, this would be their largest lead of the game. Wildcat formation, snap right back to the running back. LaQuint Allen and the Cougs meet him in the backfield. Kyle Thornton wraps him up down low. Tanner Moku there to help with the tackle as well. Just a gain of 1 yard. 3rd and goal from the 4.
Good pursuit down the line of scrimmage. You got to kind of figure with Allen in the backfield on Wildcat, he's going to get that ball and just go straight ahead. And Washington State's defense pursuing down the line of scrimmage does a nice job forcing a 3rd down here.
The Cougar offense has moved the ball in this game. Just missed opportunities in the red zone. The Cougs just 1 of 3. And a tough interception thrown by Zevi Eckhouse on the last drive. It takes almost a flawless game to keep up with this Syracuse offense. 1 the play clock. Here's the snap. McCord looking to throw, feeling the pressure, and he's swallowed up by Quinn Roth, the San Diego native, playing in his last game, comes up with the sack on 3rd and goal, and he'll force the Orange to settle for a field goal attempt.
Miscommunication by Syracuse for sure. They just flat don't block Quinn Roth. Quinn Allen's, I think, supposed to get him. Either way, he bypasses him too. Quinn Roth gets that free run to bring Kyle McCord down, force a field goal.
Loss of 9. This will be a 30-yard attempt. Here's Jackson Kennedy, gets off the kick on its way, and it is good. So for the Cougs, it could have been worse. Despite having it, 1st and goal, Syracuse has to settle for a field goal attempt, which they make, giving Syracuse the 45-28 lead on Washington State. 9 plays, 54 yards, took nearly 5 minutes off the clock, 30-yard Jackson Kennedy field goal. We'll take a break. The Cougar offense down by 17, needing to get some points on this next drive. More after this. You're tuned in to Cougar football from Learfield.
At U.S. Bank, when they say they're in it with you, they mean it. Not just for the good stuff, the grand openings and celebrations, although those are pretty great, but for all the hard work it took to get there, the fine-tuning of goals, the managing of cash and workflows, and decision-making. They're in to help you through all of it, because together they're proving day in and day out that there is nothing as powerful as the power of us. Visit usbank.com to get started today. Equal housing lender, member FDIC, copyright 2024 U.S. Bank.
The Clearwater River Casino and Lodge proudly supports Washington State University Athletics, the premier venue for events and entertainment, located 4 miles east of Lewiston, Idaho. Come hit the jackpot with us, with over 600 gaming machines, saltwater pool, restaurant, and giant screens in the Stadium Sports Bar. Owned and operated by the Nez Perce Tribe, our hospitality is legendary. Stay, play, and get away with the Clearwater River Casino. Go Cougs!
Start your New Year's celebration one day early as Washington State Cougars men's basketball hosts Loyola Marymount. Tip-off is at 6:30 p.m. Tickets are available now at ticketswest.com. That game at the Spokane Arena. The Cougar men's basketball team, first-year coach David Riley doing such a great job. Looking forward to seeing everyone out there in Spokane for what will be the second conference game for the Cougar men. That will be a fun game. And, of course, we'll have coverage of the conference opener tomorrow night, 5 o'clock. Myself and Craig Elam will be there at the University of Portland, the Chiles Center. David Riley has the team 10-3 through non-conference play, and WCC action begins. But here we are back at Snapdragon Stadium for the Holiday Bowl. 17-point lead for Syracuse, largest lead either team has had, 45-28, 9:19 to play, fourth quarter. It was the interception thrown by Zevi Eckhouse. Jaleel Martin had the pick for the Orange defense, and then going down the field, Washington State able to make Syracuse have a field goal attempt, but they hit the 30-yarder, trailing by 17 here. We'll say one thing for the defense, Alex. One thing that has been tough for the Cougs this year is consistently getting to the quarterback, but here this game, without a lot of those key players on the interior defensive line, they produced 3 sacks.
Yeah, and they've been ones where Quinn Roth had a free run there, but Nusi Malani, good power rush. They've worked to get him. There's no doubt about it. And defensive line at times has been maligned, particularly at the defensive end spot, but they definitely showed up tonight. And Washington State's defense, they're trying to find a way. Some big mistakes and kind of key moments has been an issue, and we'll see down the stretch here if Cougs can find some magic.
Jackson Kennedy with the kickoff. Leighton Smithson steps up, collects it at the 5. He will bring it out. Smithson comes near side, has some room to work with to the 20, to the 25, and tackled close to the 30. He will start, or set up the Cougars to start at the 29. So for those just joining us, WSU in this matchup, 3 leads in the first half, led 7-0, 14-7, 21-14. That 21-14 lead taken when Washington State blocked a punt by Leon Neal Jr. He got the block, and Josh Meredith returned it for a touchdown. But then there was 21 unanswered points by Syracuse. Your WSU looking at crucial missed opportunities in this game, Alex. The first possession of the second half, the last possession of the first half, saw the Cougar offense get into the red zone, but both times being denied points.
Yeah, those two loom large. A couple other ones for sure. Some special teams issues, right, on the kicking game, missed field goal. Then you have, kind of short kick on a short punt and a short kick on a kickoff that lead to big returns. So it's a few too many miscues at this point, for a Washington State team that needed to play as close to perfect as possible.
Before we see the Cougar offense again, we'll take another break. Washington State down to Syracuse, 45-28 in the Holiday Bowl. You were tuned in to Cougar football from Learfield.
Ho! Welcome to the Make It Jingle with Kris Kringle podcast. Today we're talking to Jan from Toyota, all about Toyotathon.
Hi!
So, Jan, got any red Tacomas?
Yeah, we have a great selection of vehicles, including Tacomas.
After my big job, I'm taking the missus down to Florida to go surfing.
Did you say Florida? Can the elves and I go too?
Dealer inventory may vary. Offers are subject to change throughout Toyotathon, which ends on January 6th. See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Toyota, let's go places.
Santa, is that you?
Oh, in the flesh.
Is that a new sled? It's kind of tiny.
Yeah, it is. I'm delivering Northern Quest gift cards this year. Good for dining, shopping, spa treatments, fine cigars, you name it. They pack so much fun into such a small package, I downsized to this. It gets way better mileage. Besides, hey, it's not the size of the sled that counts, am I right, huh?
Get your holiday gift cards today at northernquest.com.
Back at Snapdragon Stadium in San Diego, it is the Holiday Bowl with Jessamyn McIntyre down on the field. Our engineer Jerry Kylo, Chris King in the booth next to Alex Brink. Washington State down 45-28 to Syracuse. Syracuse 527 yards of offense in this game. Zevi Eckhouse making his first start as a WSU quarterback. We saw him play late in the Portland State game in the opener, but Eckhouse getting the reins here in this one. 22 of 29, 265 yards, 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Cougs on the ground, just 26 carries, 79 yards. Zevi Eckhouse with 28 of those. And the passing game, really 2 guys producing the bulk through the air as far as the receivers go. Kyle Williams, 6 catches, 123 yards. In the second half, though, Williams -2 yards, had over 100 yards in the first quarter, been fairly quiet since then. Carlos Hernandez, a career-high 8 catches, a career-high 80 yards for the sophomore, and a touchdown.
Yeah, I think Washington State, Nick Edwards, they got to find a way to get Kyle Williams some touches. Syracuse has definitely gone away from the man coverage. Played more zone, put more guys over the top, but formation, Williams move them around a little bit.
Javinsky Schlimbaker lined up behind Eckhouse. Now he goes to the right, takes the snap. Here's the pitch. It actually goes to Chris Barnes. Barnes to the outside. So the speedy true freshman wide receiver will be able to redshirt this year. Cougs using him in the backfield, but little to nothing there. Actually will go down as a loss of 1 for Washington State, getting the ball in the hands of Barnes. Guy who has a very interesting future. Of course, Coug fans hoping it comes in a WSU uniform, but just blazing speed for the true freshman out of Texas. Now 2nd and 11. Eckhouse airs it out as Kyle Williams wide open, makes the catch into Syracuse territory. First down and more. Williams tackled at the 43-yard line.
Boy, it could have been more, too. Ball got left just a little bit short by Zevi. Kyle Williams had 4 yards on the defender. Either way, big play for Washington State's offense. Just what they need, getting Kyle Williams back involved.
29 yards for Kyle Williams. He now has over 150 in this game. Cougs down by 17, needing points. Time dripping off the clock. 8:05 and counting to go. First down, the snap, the give to Leo Pulalasi, bounces to the near side, cuts back inside, still going up on his feet. Longest run of the game for Leo Pulalasi, down to the 24-yard line. Pulalasi gets 19, and the Coug offense starting to click here.
Boy, love that cut by Leo Pulalasi. You go from right to left, jump cut to the backside, and you see a little bit of the wiggle from number 20.
Cougs trailing by 17, trying to put a dent in that lead for Syracuse. Out of the pistol, Cougs keep it on the ground again. Back to Leo, getting into some rhythm. And Pulalasi just a gain of 1. And maybe that was something at times this year. Washington State just didn't quite keep feeding the ground game. We're getting the ground game in rhythm. It just didn't happen in a lot of those matchups for the Cougs. On 2nd and 9, Eckhouse takes the snap, slings it near the sticks. It's to Kyle Williams. Williams will be a yard short of the first down marker. Now 3rd and short with under 7 minutes to play in this game.
And to your point about the running game, the thing with kind of leaning into the running game, they gave him the first down there, leaning into the running game is that, it's going to tire the defense out. Your bigger runs are going to come later in the game if you stick with it.
That initial spot was not going to give the Cougs the first down. Washington State won't argue. Into the Rose Hours red zone. To Syracuse 14. Down 45-28. Time tripping off the clock, though. Here's the snap, play fake. Eckhouse looking towards the end zone to Kyle Williams, and it will be deflected and ultimately broken up. Good coverage that time by Raheem Long Jr.
Yeah, Zevi going into the Kyle McCord playbook a little bit. That's a run play the whole way, but he likes the matchup with Kyle Williams one-on-one. He's just got to throw it a little more back shoulder. It's a little too far downfield, which allows the defender, who's doing a nice job staying in the hip pocket, to make a play on the ball.
Cougs have all 3 timeouts, but you need touchdowns. Down by 17 with under 7 minutes to go. 2nd and 10. Eckhouse with Williams in the slot to his left. And it's Meredith and Hernandez. Trips to the left. Trey Lechner, the tight end, to his right. Here's the snap. Eckhouse, 4-man rush. Dancing in the pocket. Now will tuck and run to the 10, to the 5. Still up on his feet. Tackled at the sticks. He dives forward for the first down. But a penalty flag thrown by the line of scrimmage. This doesn't look good for the Cougs.
Offense, number 65. 10-yard penalty from the previous line of scrimmage. Remains 2nd down.
And that holding penalty going against the right guard, Brock Dew. So instead of having it 1st and goal from the 4, Washington State will be pushed all the way back to have it 2nd and 20 from the 24.
Yeah, you talked about, kind of the need to get points here. Super important here on 2nd and extra long. You're just trying to get a part of this back, get half of it if you can, to get into a decent 3rd down spot.
There's 2 big targets in this game. It has been Kyle Williams and Carlos Hernandez. Let's see if Zevi Eckhouse looks their direction again. Williams in motion from left to right. Cougs, crimson pants, crimson tops, gray helmets. The snap, 3-man rush. Eckhouse looking, finds Pulalasi, a little bit of room. Leo makes the catch, and he is tackled at the 20-yard line. Only a gain of 4 if you're Syracuse. You don't mind that at all. You're up by 17. More time comes off the clock. 5:40 and ticking left to go.
Yeah, it's taking obviously just a little bit too long, and that's by design. Syracuse, playing coverage, forcing Zevi to check that ball down on these long downs.
Here in the Holiday Bowl, Cougs running a little low on time. 3rd and 16. Zevi with Javinsky Schlenbaker to his left. The snap to Eckhouse, 4-man pressure, looking, dancing, spins to his left. Will just have to throw it away if needed. Nope, he will throw it, almost intercepted. Clarence Lewis had it in his hands. The intended target was Carlos Hernandez, but Lewis had a much better look at making a play on the ball. Eckhouse and the Cougs get fortunate there. Zevi could have easily had his 2nd interception of the 2nd half. It's an incompletion, and down by 17. WSU will send out Dean Janikowski. He missed a 41-yarder earlier in this game. This will be a 37-yard attempt with Jackson Potter, the backup quarterback in this game, serving as the holder for the first time this year. The snap, the hold is down. Janikowski gets it off, and it will be no good. Wide left. 2 missed field goals for Janikowski in the 2nd half.
On the field.
And in a crucial spot when the Cougs needed points, they're denied the end zone, and the field goal is no good. Our score remains here in San Diego, 45-28. Washington State down to Syracuse, 5:02 left to go in the Holiday Bowl. This is Cougar football from Learfield.
Whenever I see somebody purchasing something with their WSU card, I always like to give them a go Cougs. It brings me back to when I was in Pullman.
From the rolling hills of the Palouse to keys jingling before every kickoff, there's something special about being a Cougar. That's why BECU created the WSU credit and debit cards. It's just one more way to show pride for a place we all call home. Grab your WSU card today. BECU, power in people. Membership required. Restrictions apply. Call 800-233-2328 for details about credit costs and terms. Federally insured by NCUA. Member compensated for participation.
This Cougar football tailgating moment is sponsored by Brown Family Vineyards. Brown Family honors the legacy of founder Andrew Brown's late grandfather, William Bittner Brown. Every decision made, from farm to glass, reflects their commitment to premium Northwest wine and spirits. Whether you're visiting one of Brown's tasting rooms or opening a bottle in your own home, Andrew and his wife Courtney welcome you to their extended family, where good friends, good food and wine, and good times are always on the agenda. Stop by one of our tasting rooms in Spokane, Walla Walla, Seattle, Bellevue, Tacoma, or Portland, and get 20% off a glass this season when you mention WSU.
Alaska Airlines, from WSU to the world. Coug fans can fly to over 1,000 global destinations with Alaska Airlines. Book international travel now at alaskaair.com, your gateway to the globe. Well, the Cougar offense has had success moving the ball in this game, but too many close calls where they've been able to get into Syracuse territory, even into the red zone, where they've come away with no points. The Cougs 1 of 4 on red zone opportunities tonight, fresh off of a missed 37-yard field goal from Dean Janikowski, and the Cougs still trail Syracuse 45-28 here in the Holiday Bowl, but now time is very much on Syracuse's side, Alex, with only 5:02 remaining.
Yeah, and the offense, it's been just hasn't executed well in the red zone. It's been a few different things, right? It's been execution of plays, thinking about that 4th and 1. Then you have the penalty there on the last one that really sets you back. Those types of things where you shoot yourself in the foot, you just can't have. And, on the flip side, too, if Washington State's offense hasn't executed in the red zone at the highest level, we haven't seen the defense force the turnovers, right, that we've been used to them seeing. 22 on the year, that's 16th in the country. Syracuse has protected the ball well, and, especially here down the stretch with 5 minutes left, if you don't force a turnover and create an extra possession, it's going to be hard to come from behind.
That one big moment where the Cougs were able to steal a possession was the blocked punt returned for a touchdown. But besides that, Kyle McCord's been pretty good at no even close calls. Finished 10th in the Heisman voting this year. He's appealing to try to get an extra year. The former Ohio State quarterback has a shot to come back again for another year at Syracuse where he's thrived. Here's the handoff to Trevor Pena. Pena to the outside, and he will be brought down. Let's see if he stays in bounds. He does. Cougs would have loved to have had him go out of bounds. 4:50 and ticking to go, and you have to think if you're Syracuse, Alex, you're up by 17. You're running the ball here, right? You're taking as much time off the clock as possible.
Yeah, I would think so, especially knowing what you have in LaQuinn Allen at the running back position, and some of the issues Washington State has at defensive line and linebacker. This is kind of the opportunity to wear this game out. The old 4-minute drill, coaches call it.
Cougs at halftime, we're down 35-21, but only 7 points to show in the second half. Pressure coming. McCord screen pass finds an open man. It's Meeks. Gets past one Cougar defender. He's off to the races. It is Andrew Edson who chases him down, forcing him out close to the 30-yard line. But another explosive play from this very dangerous Syracuse offense. What a hustle play, though, by Andrew Edson. The final game of his Cougar career, he gave it all he could to be able to chase down Meeks.
Yeah, and, effectively a screenplay right there where, they're running off all the other Coug defenders and having Meeks drag across the field underneath and just dump it off to him, let him go one-on-one with Tanner Moku in space. That's a tough tackle for the safety Moku.
Gets Syracuse 41 yards and more time coming off the clock. 3:30 and counting to go. Here's the snap, another screen pass. It's Allen who's dangerous, the running back through the pass game. He's weaving, he's going, he's to the 10, to the 5, into the end zone. LaQuinn Allen, the second most receptions by a running back in the nation this year. He gets a 33-yard touchdown catch, and Syracuse now the 51-28 lead on WSU.
Yeah, Syracuse knows that Washington State is going to be coming after the passer with a strong pass rush in this set and in this scenario. So 2 back-to-back screen plays, good calls by Jeff Nixon. That obviously lead to a touchdown quickly for Syracuse.
The second half very much has been in favor of Syracuse, really from the first quarter on. Here's the point after attempt. Low, but it is good. 52-28. So you look at the ebbs and flows of this game. The Cougs led 3 times in the first quarter. Went to the second quarter up 21-14, but they were outscored by the Orange 21-0 in the second quarter. And since then, Syracuse has had the upper hand. It was a push in the third quarter. Both teams had a touchdown, but here Syracuse outscoring the Cougs 10-0 in this fourth quarter. 3:23 remaining.
Yeah, and I just keep going back, obviously, to, really that 21-point second quarter, but, ultimately it was, kind of that swing around the 4th and 1 that Washington State doesn't get in the red zone. You're thinking you're going to get points out of that. Now, you could have cooked a field goal, but if you're thinking, hey, we're going to be in a track meet all night, then that's a good opportunity to keep a drive alive to try and get 7. I understand that thinking. In the end, you don't get it, and that's a 14-point swing effectively with Syracuse going down and scoring. and stretching that lead out. And then right out of half, same thing, right? You don't execute in the red zone, and you end up, kind of losing points there. So, again, for Washington State, just not the flawless execution they needed tonight.
Here's the kickoff for Syracuse. Leighton Smithson will get another chance here. Collects it at the 7, brings it out. Smithson to the 20, to the 30, and he will be escorted out of bounds close to the 35-yard line. 3:15 left to go in this game. Zevi Eckhouse over 300 yards passing, 306 yards, 2 touchdowns. Cougs 405 yards of total offense. What the hard thing is, though, and you knew Syracuse was going to be good. They're 9th in the nation in yards per game at 456, but they have gotten to that mark and way beyond it. They have 607 yards of total offense, 553 passing yards for Kyle McCord. Makes sense why he leads the nation in passing yards. And Fran Brown will call a timeout here for Syracuse.
Their first of the half. Be a 30-second charge timeout.
I think it's something that both you and Jess have touched on. And while it would take a comeback for the ages to change what would be the final outcome of this game, I think a lot of credit goes to the coaching staff here, to Pete Caligas, but you and Jess have discussed it, the guys who have stepped up and taken on bigger roles. Not only did your head coach leave, the offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, running backs coach, quarterbacks coach, all gone from the last game this team played back on November 30th.
Yeah, again, we've talked about just how much change there's been, and it'd be so easy for this team to come out and play uninspired football and kind of woe is me, and that's not what it was. And it's a credit to Pete Caligas and the other coaches, credit to the leadership on this football team from a player standpoint. They came out and really battled. It's obviously stretched away from them here a little bit in the fourth quarter, but if you think back to that third quarter, Cougs were really in this football game, and like you said, battled for sure in that first half.
7:08 to go in the third quarter. Cougs get a touchdown to make it a 7-point game. Washington State keeps it on the ground. It's Leo Pulalasi. Pulalasi wiggling around. Actually, I believe that's Josh Joyner in the game. So Josh Joyner making his debut, part of that freshman class. Him and Wayshawn Parker saw obviously a lot of Wayshawn Parker this year, but Joyner getting a red shirt and someone who has a very bright future in front of him.
Yeah, and you're seeing some other young players, going to get in this game, I'm sure, down here on this last drive.
2:45 and counting to go. Cougs down 52-28. It is 2nd and 8 after Joyner got 2 yards. And moving around, Zevi Eckhouse creating an opportunity to try to connect with Trey Lechner. Do it a little bit out of his reach, and it will be incomplete. So Eckhouse just not quite on target with that pass. 3rd and 8 here for Washington State.
Thinking about kind of the future here, it's going to be really interesting to see. Zevi Eckhouse is a guy that will have maintained his red shirt through this year and, would have the chance to play another year of football if he wants to. And the question is that, here at Washington State, what happens after this as a new staff comes in? But he's really shown some really good things tonight, in my opinion.
3rd and 8 for the Cougs. Chris Barnes in motion from left to right. From their own 40. Snap to Eckhouse. Pump fake. Sprinting out to his right. Finds Chris Barnes, who makes the grab. Actually, Javinsky Schlimbaker is the one who hauls it in. And Schlimbaker to the 45, and the Cougs have enough for the first down there. So Washington State moves the 6. And I would think if you're Zevi Eckhouse, you did a lot of good things you put on tape for this game, whether it's here at WSU or whether your next stop is. He was at the FCS level and, of course, wanted the chance at the FBS level. Here it is, Eckhouse with the pass. It's Schlimbaker who makes the catch again. Schlimbaker sandwiched by a couple of Syracuse defenders, but pops up, and he has the first down. Goes into Syracuse territory to the 45. And we are now at the 2-minute mark left to go in this game. Holiday Bowl in San Diego. Cougars trailing Syracuse 52-28. We'll take a break. Be back with more after this. You're listening to Cougar Football from Learfield.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End of friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
With the WSU debit card from Giza, it's hard to tell who's supporting who. When Coug fans use their WSU card, they show off their Coug pride, and donations are made back to Cougar Athletics. But the card supports the Coug fan with big savings by helping them grow their money with Smart Plus checking. So, does the card support the Coug fan, or does the Coug fan support the card? It doesn't matter. All that matters is that the WSU card supports Cougar Athletics and your wallet at the same time. Get your WSU card at Giza.com. Checking account transaction requirements, terms and conditions apply. Insured by NCUA.
52-28, Washington State with 1:59 left to play here at Snapdragon Stadium in San Diego in the Holiday Bowl. The Cougs down in this one, trailing the entire second half, but Washington State very much has been in this game. It wasn't until there was 2:06 to go in the third quarter that they turned into a multiple touchdown lead for Syracuse. And right now we see the Cougar offense out on the field and some guys getting a chance to see action that we have not seen much of, or maybe at all this year. Josh Joyner we haven't seen at all this year. And I think, Alex, about those guys who are playing their last game in a Cougar uniform. There's 17 seniors, and some of them, in Esapole, well, now there's this ruling about if you play junior college, you might get another year of eligibility. So who knows about a couple of those guys. But we know for sure the Kyle Thornton, 6 years as a Coug. This is his final 2 minutes of action. Quinn Roth back here in San Diego. Dean Janikowski. Cooper Mather's unfortunately not able to play in this game, but on the sidelines cheering on his teammates. I think about Kyle Thornton, Dean Janikowski, their time. They've seen a lot that has happened, and they've been through it, sticking through thick and thin, and wearing the crimson and gray proud. When you think back to the end of your college career, what's it like as it winds down and you're in the final minutes?
Well, it's very reflective, right? You kind of think about the highs and the lows and all the things you've been through, and you're really appreciative in the end of the guys next to you, right? Your brothers that you blood, sweat, and tears for 4, 5, 6 years in some cases. Knowing a guy like Kyle Thornton, think about all that he's been through. I think these guys are very thankful for the opportunity they were given to wear the Cougar Head logo. And, we're all lucky that we got a chance to watch them and experience it.
1:59 to play out of the timeout. Josh Joyner back in the game at running back. It's first and 10 for the Cougs from the Syracuse 45. Quick pass out to Kyle Williams. Williams with the catch. And he gets tackled close to being out of bounds. Doesn't quite get there. For Kyle Williams, he is less than 20 yards away from his career high. And he's one touchdown away from tying the single-season touchdown record. So even more of a spot in the history books for Kyle Williams. It still could be up for grabs here in the last minute 35. Here on 2nd and 3, Eckhouse takes the shotgun snap. Scrambles over to his right, and he gets rid of it. Last second ball heaved up where no one was. It will be an incompletion. The word I think of, Alex, with this game has been fight. There's been no lack of fight from this WSU team. They have left everything they've had out on the field, and even though it's a 52-28 score right now, it wasn't that much difference. A couple key plays, and this game would be a lot tighter.
Yeah, and we talk about that all the time about, it's 5-6 plays, right, in a game. I think this game's a good example of that for Washington State. 5 or 6 moments that they could have been in this game late into the fourth.
3rd and 3 from the Syracuse 38-yard line. Zevi Eckhouse connects with Kyle Williams again. He has the first down out to the 33-yard line. He gets 5. So for Kyle Williams, that will put him with 172 receiving yards. His career high came in the loss to New Mexico against the Lobos in that game at 181 yards. 105 and ticking to go.
See if Zevi can find a way to get this thing in the end zone here.
Williams does trot off. He is over to the sideline right now. Here's the snap. It's a give. Leo Pulalasi with the run. Pulalasi a gain of 4 on the first down carry. And how many more plays will we have here? And let's see if Kyle Williams does get back out for the Cougs, or if that will do it. And, Kyle Williams might not have spent his entire career in a Cougar uniform. What an impact he made in his time in Pullman. Looking deep on 3rd and 6, putting it up for Brandon Ganesha-Worthy, and he can't quite make the catch in the end zone. Had a chance at it, but going toe for toe in coverage for Syracuse, and ultimately knocking that ball away was Nakai Johnson.
Yeah, and Zevi had whoever he wanted right there. Ganesha-Worthy downfield. Chris Barnes was open in the seam, too. A little bit of blown coverage. Syracuse has some of their backups in on the defensive side as well.
Well, how about this? We mentioned Kyle Williams, 172 receiving yards. That is a Holiday Bowl record. You think about the great teams, the great players. And Kyle Williams.
Syracuse. Their second
Syracuse calls a timeout.
30-second charge timeout.
Has now set the Holiday Bowl record for receiving yards with 172.
Wow, how about that? I think there's been some good Holiday Bowl performances, at throwing the football and receiving-wise, but good for Kyle.
And get this, who he just surpassed. Des Bryant, when he was with Oklahoma State, had 168 back in 2008. Pretty good company when you're mentioned with Des Bryant, and you just one-upped him.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And, what better I don't think there's a better guy than Kyle Williams to earn that honor because, boy, has he battled this entire year, his entire career at Washington State, and he deserves that type of recognition.
And Kyle Williams, we have seen in bowl games recently, a guy in his spot, that might be the type of candidate who would opt out. He did not opt out. He is here, and what he has done is had a Holiday Bowl record performance. Cougs down 52-28. Here in the Holiday Bowl, 29 seconds to go. 3rd and 6 from the Syracuse 29. Looking towards the end zone. Eckhouse finds Barnes just shy of the end zone. He makes the grab at the 8. Cougs here will have it 1st and goal. Clock is stopped with 21 seconds with the first down. And Kyle Williams still over on the sideline. So he won't have a chance to break his record, and now they'll call a timeout. So maybe
timeout.
Kyle
Washington
could get back
State,
in the game.
Their first of the half.
Or maybe it's him passing the baton as well as these younger guys getting some opportunities.
Yeah, I would love to see him tie the record. I think that would be pretty special. But at the same time, guys like Chris Barnes getting touches, Ganache Worthy getting touches, getting those opportunities are also special in these moments.
52-28. The score here. Cougars down to Syracuse in the Holiday Bowl. Zevi Eckhouse, the numbers for him: 30 for 42, 354 yards, 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, 71% completion percentage from Zevi Eckhouse. And the one interception was really kind of the same as a punt. It was a deep shot on 3rd and long, and Syracuse got the ball at the 6. The other interception in the second half, that was costly for the Cougs. Kyle Williams not in the game. 1st and goal from the 9. Snap back to Eckhouse, looking towards Ganache-Worthy. Makes the catch. First career touchdown haul for the native of Monroe. Brandon Ganache-Worthy was the 3A high school state long jump champion at Eastside Catholic High School. The Washington native, they talked about him more of a track and field athlete than a football player when he got to campus, but someone with a high ceiling can be a vertical stretcher. And Eckhouse able to deliver his first touchdown catch for the redshirt freshman, Brandon Ganache-Worthy, here on the Holiday Bowl.
And guess who was the first guy to dap him up coming off the field? One Kyle Williams right there, and giving him love, and that's what veterans, leaders do.
Great legacy to be left by Kyle Williams. Here's the point after attempt from Dean Janikowski on its way, and it is good. So with 9 seconds left to go, Cougs get the touchdown. The score now, Syracuse 52, Washington State 35. And until the last second of this game, the Cougs fighting tooth and nail. Again, Pete Caligas, I'm not sure if there's anyone else who would have been in the spot that he was, just so universally respected. His last stop in his college coaching career was at Wyoming for 13 seasons. See him right now high-fiving the entire offensive line. He's hugging Esapole right now, shaking hands with those guys, and servant leadership is the word I think of, just having spent some time around Pete Caligas. And speaking to the Cougar sideline, let's head down to the field right now. Jess, what do you have?
Well, there's just a lot of love down here right now. Obviously a disappointing outcome to a tough season and a hard-fought game, but it's all love right now. Watching Rod Lavea and Brock Dew, Esapole hugging each other, Hernandez and Kyle Williams, Leo Pulalasi all together, Nick Edwards making his rounds. It's almost saying goodbye, saying goodbye to this season and saying goodbye to a lot of people as we watch the departures of 17 seniors and other guys that are in the portal. So I like to see the smile and the love amongst each other in a tough loss.
It's an interesting dynamic, you go into these games, want to compete, want to win so badly as a player and as a coach, but at the same time you're probably stepping back and having some gratitude, right, for the opportunity that you have in these moments.
Here's the kickoff. It will be bobbled and then picked up, but ultimately the fair catch signal was made, and Syracuse will have the ball. I think of these coaches too. They know what they sign up for when they get into being a college football coach. As the eggnog being doused from Joey Chestnut. I believe that just happened. That's the ceremony here for the Holiday Bowl. On to the winning coach. But, a month or so ago, thinking that, they'd probably be in Pullman, years and years to come if they wanted to or knew that was an option for them. But things change. Jake Dickert, of course, moving on. And then a lot of these guys, their next stop maybe is predetermined. Maybe they hope to stay at WSU, or maybe that's completely unknown. And you just think of those guys who absolutely gave their all, who are on the sideline or up in the coach's box to get this team best equipped for this game.
It's a hard path being a college football coach at times, especially as an assistant. And moments like this where, a guy like Nick Edwards was, it's fun to see what he could do, right, as a play caller at a high level. And all these other guys, Pete Callaghan being a leader throughout the last few weeks. They earned that opportunity. Seeing a guy like Jahad Woods come out of the booth and come down on the sideline and be able to be a big part of the defense, today.
Haven't quite seen that final knee yet, but should need one more. There's 5 seconds on the clock. 52-35 the score, as Syracuse will get the victory over WSU in the Holiday Bowl. And this season, every year is a journey. This one has had some especially unique kind of turns as it has ultimately unfolded. We'll end for the Cougs with this Holiday Bowl loss. Kyle McCord takes the knee, and that will do it. The Cougs will wrap up the season with an 8-5 record as Syracuse gets the win, and credit to the Orange. That gets them to the double-digit win mark. They are 10-3 on the season. As you see some seniors down there, see Kyle Williams hugging Quinn Roth, see Kyle Thornton, 17 seniors. A lot of guys who gave it their all to this program. This will do it for their Cougar career.
Yeah, a lot to be proud of, not just tonight, but, in those careers and, everything they did wearing the crimson and gray. And, I tell you what, as an alum and former player, I'm so dang proud of these kids tonight and coaches. Like, this is as hard of an experience probably as they've gone through to this point, in their lives to some degree, certainly out Washington State, right? The amount of change, turmoil and uncertainty that they've faced to come out and, really, hit a good Syracuse football team in the mouth and battle with them back and forth deep into the third quarter, and ultimately, too much to overcome for sure. But when you're talking about down 20 to 30 guys, down a head coach, an offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, and to put up that kind of fight, that tells you a little bit about that Cougar spirit and what it means, to wear the Coug head. And, for all of us former players, a tip of the cap to this group, because that was really, really impressive.
I think you hit the nail on the head there. I think every Coug fan wanted to win tonight, hoping for a win. But you consider the circumstances. This team gave everything they absolutely had, laying it all out on the line. So Syracuse gets to celebrate. They will get to take home the Holiday Bowl trophy. And we will make our transition into our post-game coverage coming up. Again, the final, Syracuse gets the victory 52-35. Of course, we'll have Alex head down to the locker room. We'll get a chance to catch up with acting head coach Pete Callaghan for his reaction to today's game. We'll have Jess come up and join us in the booth as we continue to break this one down. And we'll not only put a bow on this game, we'll put a bow on the season. And then Coug Talk on tap. Derek Dyson, Grady Emerson standing by. We'll take a break here from Snapdragon Stadium in San Diego. In the final, the Holiday Bowl, Washington State falls to Syracuse 52-35. Our coverage rolls on after this break. This is Cougar Football from Learfield.
At U.S. Bank, when they say they're in it with you, they mean it. Not just for the good